Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The protagonist pierced the head of the monster and the plot said that they gathered together to look death itself in the eye. The team of the Misty Flower, their leader was known as the Immortal, a man who could not die. Matthew emitted lightning from the blade. Then he raised his furious gaze and the plot added that the Berserker player lived for the sake of slaughter and destruction of monsters. His name was Matthew. Several rings appeared and the plot said that one of the 8 black dungeons of the world, which no one had yet passed so far. The protagonist took out his sword. Then he gritted his teeth. Matthew headed towards the furious monsters. The protagonist jumped on the monsters and the plot noted that this is the place where his life of 32 years came to an end. Matthew flew through a group of monsters. Then he turned his gaze back to the corpses. A huge lizard swung its tail. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Then the snake bit his hand. The protagonist began to resist and grunt. Then he opened his mouth and screamed. Matthew powerfully slammed the snake into the ground. Then he looked at it furiously. The next moment, Matthew chopped off the monster's head. The next monster ran at the protagonist from the side. The monster froze in place. Then he opened his mouth furiously. The protagonist sharply clenched his teeth and thrust out his sword. Then he struck the monster straight in the mouth. The monster bit off and broke the sword. Matthew opened his eyes in surprise. Then the monster powerfully struck him. The protagonist flew to the side. Then he stood up and clenched his teeth. The monster ran at him. The monster opened its mouth and swung. The protagonist summoned another sword. Then they collided. Matthew pierced the monster's head. Then he dropped it to the ground. The protagonist began to catch his breath. Then he turned around abruptly. The protagonist looked at the corpses and asked if they were all dead. Matthew noticed the glowing sword. Then he took it out of the corpse. Then he walked forward. Matthew clenched his teeth and noted that it didn't matter, he would kill the boss alone. The protagonist came to the huge doors. Then he opened them. Matthew found himself in a dark room. The protagonist looked into the darkness. Then he raised his head and thought that impenetrable darkness, he was definitely here. A moment later, a red beam appeared in the darkness. A huge eye opened and looked at the protagonist. Holes suddenly appeared in the protagonist's stomach. Then there was a powerful explosion. The protagonist flew back. Then he landed and screamed in pain. Matthew leaned against the stone. Then he smiled and said that this could really be his grave. The protagonist rolled his eyes and thought that he was too strong. Humanity was now too weak to fight him. The protagonist raised his head to the ceiling and added that dying here was not so bad, the deepest level that no one had ever reached, but still it was hard to believe that he would die at the hands of some monster. The girl opened her mouth and shouted for him not to die. Matthew turned to the girl, after which the girl started to cry. Sarah started to heal the protagonist with magic. Matthew opened his mouth and told her to run away from here. Sarah opened her mouth and screamed that she would help him. Then she started to cry even harder and thought that his wounds were too serious. It was a miracle that he was still holding on. The girl opened her eyes and noted that she could work a miracle and would be able to save the protagonist. The protagonist rolled his eyes and thought that he was dead, that this was how the life he dedicated to killing monsters would end. The protagonist imagined Sarah and thought that he had no regrets, but his partner, she would be alone, let her forgive him if he did something wrong. Matthew imagined Chloe in his head and thought that he was not used to getting attached, but he still worried about the girl who had just entered adulthood and was already alone. Thank her for seeing the best in him. Sarah opened her mouth and screamed that she would not leave him, even if there was a time limit to return. The girl's hands lit up with golden light and she thought that she did not care about the price that would have to be paid, she would save him. After which a powerful beam hit the protagonist. Then a powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist opened his eyes and saw his parents in front of him. The girl smiled and noted that he woke up. Matthew opened his mouth. The protagonist's mother looked at him and noted that he woke him up, and Matthew wondered what was happening, whether this was the afterlife. The girl waved her hand and noted that she was his mother, and the guy pointed at himself with his finger and noted that he was his dad. He probably woke up to quickly look at him. Matthew raised his hand. Then he grabbed his mother's finger. The girl smiled and asked that he wanted to support her hand, and the father noted that he also had hands and 10 fingers, if anything. Matthew opened his eyes and thought that this was not the afterlife. He could not do anything, not even move his body normally. He did not die. He returned to the time when he was 1 year old. The protagonist opened his eyes even wider and added in his head that it was impossible to just rewind time. Matthew remembered how Sarah tried to cure him and added that if this was the same miracle that allows the impossible to happen, Chloe activated the miracle right before his death. Matthew looked at his parents and thought that from the moment she stood on par with the 12 thrones, it was not surprising that she could even reverse time. The protagonist looked sadly to the side and added that he did not think that he would ever see his parents again. Matthew remembered the corpses of his parents and noted in his head that they both died when he was 6. They were killed by monsters. Since then, hatred for all evil spirits has burned in him. Matthew stretched out his hand and thought that he was given a second chance. He swears that this time he will change the future. Matthew made a fist and his parents shouted that he did it. The protagonist made a displeased face and thought that although he retained his memory, he is just a child. Matthew lay next to the toys and added that it means that he is absolutely helpless. His life now is to eat, sleep, and go to the toilet. The protagonist raised his hand and noted in his head that he still got a chance to breathe again. Then he tried to roll over and thought that this means that he can at least roll over. Anna began to wave her arms and shouted that he can. The protagonist looked at the girl with big eyes and thought that this crazy girl's name is Anna. She is his sister, 4 years older. Matthew remembered the family photo and thought that the memory of her is much more foggy than of his parents, but he remembers one moment in detail. The protagonist remembered how they were sitting in the car and the girl noted that she would always be with him. Matthew opened his eyes and thought that the day the monsters took his family, Anna held him tightly and repeated one phrase. The protagonist rolled over and his sister shouted that he was doing well. Anna hugged the protagonist tightly and noted that he was just a handsome man. The protagonist sat surrounded by magic at 9 months and thought that his sister was crazy about him. Mana is everywhere. Although there is little of it, it hovers in the air. The protagonist remembered how he walked among the monsters and thought that he always lacked mana, so it was hard for him. Now he needs to take advantage of the opportunity and collect it while the body allows it. Anna took her hand away and asked what the protagonist was doing. The protagonist looked away and thought that while he was doing this, he noticed something. Matthew looked at the girl surrounded by magic and thought that his sister was just a sponge filled with an extraordinary amount of mana. The sister began to lift the protagonist and he noticed in his head that when an individual accumulates so much energy in himself, it ends in pyknosis, and this in turn is extremely harmful to health. Until this happens, he needs to help control her mana. The sister took the protagonist by the hands and noted that the sister will help him master walking. The protagonist looked exactly like a 4-year-old and thought that he can already freely walk and talk. There is still a lot to do. He also began to spend more time outside. Anna waved her hand and shouted that she brought Matthew. The guys on the street waved back and said hello to the protagonist. Matthew looked displeased and thought that his sister not only communicated well with other people, but also with everyone in their area, unlike him. The protagonist abruptly turned to the girl. The girl looked at the protagonist with displeasure. Then she opened her mouth and asked why he came here, what he was doing here. Matthew opened his mouth and replied that he was dragged here, and then called her a stick. The girl opened her mouth and screamed that she had warned her not to call her that, and Matthew replied that she should calm down. He saw some kind of stick, so he called her that. Anna ran up to the guys and asked what they were playing today, and the chubby guy replied that since there were more of them than usual today, they should play Cossacks and robbers. The protagonist opened his mouth and wondered why he should be with them when he was already 36 years old. Anna smiled widely and called the protagonist. Then she closed her eyes and asked if he was playing Cossacks and robbers for the first time and needed to tell him the rules. Matthew smiled and thought that it was quite nice to see her smile again. Anna and Matthew walked down the alley. Then the protagonist looked at the jacket and noticed that they were up to their ears in mud. Anna smiled and replied that it would be fun. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly and replied that, well, I guess so. The dog opened its mouth. Anna opened her mouth wide. Then she looked at the dog in the alley. Matthew looked at the dog and wondered if it was a wild dog. Anna covered the protagonist with her hand. Then she opened her mouth slightly and noted that everything was fine. Then the protagonist remembered her words that she would always be with him. Anna clenched her teeth tightly. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, after which he put his hand on his sister's hand and noted that no. Then he moved her hand away and walked forward. The protagonist darkened and thought that back then he was weak and just trembled in his sister's arms, but now everything was different. Matthew moved his leg away and noted that in this life he would always be with her. Anna looked at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist was all lit up with mana, after which he sent energy into the dog. The dog slightly curled up, after which he opened his mouth. Matthew opened his mouth and ordered the dog to disappear from here. The wild dog quickly ran away from the protagonist. The protagonist became more covered in fire, after which he clenched his teeth and exhaled. Anna opened her mouth. Matthew smiled and noted that he was fine. Anna took the protagonist by the shoulders and asked how he did it. This is his mana, she wants it too. The protagonist watched his sister spinning around him and thought that perhaps this should be touching, a rather expected reaction from her. The protagonist pulled his hand away and replied that he would teach her. Matthew scratched his head and noted that he was going to anyway. Anna opened her mouth and started laughing. Then she suddenly grabbed the protagonist and shouted that they needed to run home, Mom would worry. The protagonist remembered the corpses of his family and thought that he always wanted to just protect her smile before his body regressed. His family was slaughtered when he was 6 years old. He needed to prevent this. The protagonist ran after his sister and noted in his head that in order to change the future, he would do anything, after which his eyes were covered with red lightning. quickly spun on the floor. Anna was spinning atop with Mana. Matthew opened his mouth and noted that this was wrong. She needed to put enough force in the right direction to maintain balance. Matthew scratched his neck and thought that she had a gift from birth to store large amounts of mana, but unfortunately no talent for control. Anna rolled up her sleeves and shouted for him to watch her spin it, after which she released a huge amount of mana. The top began to spin quickly. A moment later, the top flew past the girl. The toy began to fly around the room, and the main character thought that he still had to study and study. The girl cried and said that for such an unworthy person like her to receive such a significant award is. The whole family was watching TV, after which his mother opened her mouth and noted that next year he was 6 years old and Matthew would go to kindergarten. The main character looked at his mother and noted that he absolutely did not need him, and his mother noted that he had promised. Matthew rested his head on his hand and thought that with his constant whining he made them give up the idea of sending him to kindergarten. But he promised his mother that he would go when he was 6. He cannot believe that he will be stuck for a long time among noisy children who cry for any reason. The main character imagined how he would sit in kindergarten surrounded by children. The host smiled and noted that there was only 1 minute left until the end of the current year, as they, their viewers, knew today would leave a mark on human history. Then the host smiled even wider and asked everyone to pay attention to the screen. The girl covered her eye and said that he was at the Jongmyo Temple. Their ancestors, members of the Joseon dynasty, were buried here, and a new eye in Korean history began here. The protagonist lowered his head and thought about the new chapter. Then he imagined several people in his head who summoned monsters, and said that after humanity discovered mana, people did nothing but do this, that they constantly used it. But they did not take into account that when used, mana creates monsters. In 1999, right before the beginning of the 21st century, an incident occurred, the end of the century. The protagonist remembered how monsters destroyed the city and added that about 30% of the entire population was lost then. Giant insects were destroying the city, and the protagonist explained that humanity was trembling with fear. People had to live with the threat of monsters that appeared out of nowhere. All governments and laws instantly lost all their power. The only force that could win, mana, created a new hierarchy in the world. Matthew imagined warriors and people in jackets, and then added that the richest and most influential people and players with powerful mana overthrew the remaining governments and united into a new force. But by the time the situation stabilized, humanity had already suffered enormous damage. Matthew remembered how people hid from monsters and added that cities lost contact with each other, large areas remained isolated, their demise was a matter of time. The protagonist imagined a burning candle and said that in Korea, full of despair, a small fire was lit. A woman walked across the square. Then she opened her eyes and looked straight ahead. Anna opened her mouth and remarked that she was so beautiful. Molly released her monologues and Matthew explained that she was a popular actress, but became the first goddess to protect Korea. Molly extended her hand and the protagonist added that she could stop the effects of mana and disperse it. She had the gift of white grace. Matthew remembered the squad of knights with swords and said that all the players who defended the altar would become swords to protect Korea, which are called the 12 Thrones. The protagonist rested his head on his hand and thought that the players were controlled by the Mana Control Bureau, but the strongest of them created their own clans. Molly approached the ball and Matthew noted that as a person who received the rarest gift that could stop monsters, and a very influential person in Korea, Molly was chosen as one of the 12 thrones. The sword warriors trembled and Matthew added that the players who became a throne and belonged to a clan could use the power of the Control Bureau and the power of their clan. The warriors sat on their knees and Matthew added to monitor the players' activities. The warriors sat in a row and lowered their heads. Molly opened her mouth and noted that the 12 thrones hoped that their work would bear fruit in the future. The girl stretched out her hand to the ball. Then she opened her mouth and called on the gods of the earth and heaven, let them give her the strength to protect this country. A moment later, the ball began to glow brightly. The entire area was covered in blue light. Mana flew over the city. The host pointed her hand at the glow and noted that right now, a cocoon was unfolding in front of them, a hemispherical barrier that would not allow mana to rage. It painted the skies of Seoul. Anna smiled and noted that she would go watch from the balcony. The protagonist approached her from behind, after which her sister opened her mouth and was surprised. Mana particles began to fall from the sky, and people looked at it attentively. Anna opened her mouth and noted that the sky at night was so beautiful. The father folded his hands and remarked that now they could finally live in peace. The mother folded her hands and thanked the goddess. The other families on the balcony also prayed. The rest of the people also joined in. The protagonist's parents folded their hands and prayed. Anna folded her hands and shouted that she wanted to pray too. The protagonist turned around when he heard that he should pray with them. Matthew lowered his head and thought that there were no gods in this world. Then he imagined dragons destroying the city in his head and noted in his mind that when the end came, the gods died too. The sky glowed bright blue. Then it slowly tightened. Matthew raised his head and thought that the sky was turning black again. Anna smiled and shouted for the gods to let her family live happily. Matthew turned to her. Then he smiled and thought that in this life he would be happy with his family. The protagonist folded his hands. A huge monster sat in the darkness, and the plot told that Matthew was 6 and the incident that took the protagonist's family was getting closer. The kindergarten was illuminated by the sun, and the plot told that at the age of 6, as promised, Matthew was sent to kindergarten. Tracy smiled and noted that a new friend was joining him today. The teacher raised her finger and asked the protagonist if he wanted to introduce himself. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that his name was Matthew. He was 6. The groups of children began to talk among themselves, and Matthew added that it was nice to meet them. The teacher smiled and remarked that it was really short. Maybe she would add something else. She thought they really wanted to be friends, and the protagonist thought that he didn't think he needed children as friends. Then the protagonist opened his eyes, hearing a sound. Catherine opened her mouth and shouted why he was in this group. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest and asked what the hell was going on here. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that she had already told him not to call her that. The teacher smiled and remarked that they needed to calm down. They would have free time before lunch. Let them be more friendly with Matthew. A moment later, the children ran towards the protagonist. They surrounded him and started asking where he lived, if he knew how to add or subtract, and the teacher remarked that everything would be fine. Matthew folded his hands in his pockets and thought that he had barely escaped the endless stream of questions. He hated children. Matthew looked up and read that this was a children's book corner. The protagonist took a book from the shelf and thought that at least it was quieter here. They were for little kids, but it was better to kill time by reading. Matthew put a chair next to him, after which the bow on the girl's head twitched. The girl turned to look at the protagonist. She looked at him carefully, after which she opened her eyes wide and blushed. A moment later, a guy appeared behind him, after which he smiled and asked what they were reading again, what they all found in these books. The bully smiled broadly and added that she didn't have any friends. Why did she always sit alone? The girl's mouth fell open, after which the guy tore off her ribbon and asked how she even wore this vulgar ribbon. The girl stretched out her hands and asked him to give it to her because her dad gave it to her, and the bully asked why he was giving it back if he didn't want it. The bully started running away and shouted for her to try to take it back. The girl started crying and asked him to give it back. The bully stuck out his tongue and heard the protagonist remark that it was childish. Then the bully looked at the protagonist. Then he darkened and asked what he said. The protagonist slowly stood up. Then he walked up to the bully and remarked that he said that he was acting like a baby, which he thought was funny. The bully swung and shouted that he was done for. The protagonist quickly dodged. Then he tripped the bully. Matthew caught the bow. Then he walked up to the girl and gave it to her. Matthew opened his mouth and remarked that next time she wouldn't let anyone take it. The bully opened his mouth and shouted that he thought he would just leave it like that, and Matthew thought how scary it was to hear that from a 6-year-old. The protagonist turned around abruptly. Then the bully ran away from him and shouted that they would get him next time. The girl grabbed the protagonist by the sweater, after which she opened her mouth. Then she let out tears and noticed that he returned her ribbon. The protagonist looked at her, remembered the 2 boys and thought that Catherine and Jimmy, they have more mana than the average person. The rest in the garden do not stand out. The protagonist's eyes lit up, after which he saw a huge amount of mana in the girl. Then he walked away from her and thought that she simply had an impossibly huge amount of mana, maybe even more than his sister. Matthew imagined her growing up and added that she also skillfully controls it, so the mana around is concentrated and does not scatter. Such a child would become one of the 12 thrones in the future, or at least their protege. The protagonist approached her and added that before the regression he had never heard her name. Even if she did not become a player, she would become popular because of the amount of mana inside her. Matthew extended his hand and offered to be her friend. The girl blushed and shook his hand. Matthew smiled and thought that mana is a great power in this world. Looking at its potential, it would be good to stay close to it. The girl squeezed his hand and thanked the protagonist. Then she smiled broadly and noted that they would be good friends. A bright light fell on the protagonist's house. The protagonist's mother smiled and thanked Matthew. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought, that paper carnation, which he made in kindergarten, she took it from his backpack. Mom stroked her sister and noted that thank her too, it is even better than a real carnation. The protagonist darkened and thought that this is also a carnation, she is very bad at it. Anna smiled and noted that she has another one. Mom smiled and noted that he made 3, really one for his sister. The protagonist opened his eyes. Then he opened his mouth and noted that it was for Grandma. Matthew remembered making the flower and thought that before the regression, when Parents' Day approached, they would put these carnations in school. He was forced to do them with everyone in the class, despite the fact that his parents had already passed away. They were crumpled at the bottom of his backpack. Matthew remembered how the flowers stood in a mug and added that his grandmother found them when she was getting him ready for school and put them on the nightstand in the hallway. Matthew remembered how he left for school and thought that on none of the holidays did he give them directly. He thought that when he gave them to her, at that very moment the longing for his family and hatred of monsters would die in him. He did not show her his gratitude until the day of her death, but in this life he would do everything differently. On March 4th, the girl spread her arms, and Matthew said that the government decided to open the Forbidden Road so that citizens could unite with their families in other cities by the onset of the family month. The warriors were sitting on the stairs, and the protagonist added that a large number of players were hired to be prepared for the appearance of monsters on the roads, but because of the suddenly appeared kraken, a huge octopus appeared, and the protagonist said that many people died. On the way to his grandmother's house, his family comes across a kraken and dies. The father smiled and noted that the holidays begin tomorrow, maybe they will see their grandmother. Anna froze and asked again. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he should stop them at any cost. The sister looked at her parents and asked again. Matthew looked angrily and thought that they had only one grandmother. His father was an orphan, so he only had a grandmother on his mother's side. The protagonist remembered how his grandmother stood behind him and added that before his return and after the death of his family, only his grandmother raised him. She supported him when he was bad and he was a complete loser, but then she died. The father smiled and noted that it was very dangerous to go outside the city, but this year it should be safer after the government took care of the roads. The main character looked down and asked if they could go to her next time. The father opened his eyes and looked at his son. The mother bent down and noticed that he even made a carnation for her, thinking that he really wanted to see her. The main character opened his mouth and replied that he wanted to, but not on this day. Maybe they would reschedule the trip after all. Matthew clenched his fist and thought that he was just a child. His word meant nothing, so in order for his parents not to suspect anything, he needed to act like a child. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that soon it would be Children's Day. He wanted to go to the amusement park, ride a Viking. They said it was not far from their house. Anna raised her hand and shouted that she, too, wanted to ride a Viking. Father smiled and noted that if he thought about it, neither Anna nor Matthew had ever been to this park, and Mother added that it was because of the high activity of the monsters. Father scratched the back of his head and added that they could probably fix that. They were going to an amusement park tomorrow. Mother raised her finger and noted that she would cook them something for lunch, whatever they wanted. Anna raised her hand and shouted that she wanted nuggets and sandwiches. The main character smiled nervously and thought that since he couldn't get in the way of the kraken, he could get in the way of his parents so that they wouldn't come to him themselves. It would change the future. Matthew opened his eyes. Then he looked at Mother. Mother's face darkened and she asked what was wrong with her mother. Then she looked away and asked him to take care of her. Father looked at his wife and asked what happened to her. Mother's mouth fell open and she answered that her mother had fainted. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that it couldn't be. Before the regression, everything was fine with her, right up until he entered the Players' Academy. Mom gritted her teeth and noted that she thought there was nothing serious there, but she couldn't do that. She needed to see her. Dad extended his hand and noted that he was also worried, so he was going with her. Then he narrowed his eyes and noted that they couldn't go to the park at this time. Tomorrow, as soon as the road security was prepared, they were leaving. The protagonist's face darkened upon hearing his mother. The girl leaned over and noted that his grandmother wasn't feeling well. She knew that he really wanted to go to this park, but they could go another time. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought that because he tried to change the future, his grandmother suffered. If he tried to do something else, who knew what could happen at all? He couldn't prevent the family from encountering the kraken. The world floated around the protagonist and he wondered why he had come back here. Matthew closed his eyes and added that then nothing would be different. The protagonist opened his eyes and noted in his head that there was still a difference. Then he remembered how he fought monsters and added that he was different now. He had been accumulating mana since early childhood, and he had combat experience from his past life. The protagonist walked away from his mother and agreed, after which he went to the window and noted that nothing could be done. He needed to go to his grandmother. Huge tentacles appeared in the protagonist's head. The protagonist's eyes lit up brightly, after which he imagined a kraken in front of him and thought that he would fight a monster. The Mana Control Bureau classified all monsters based on their level of threat to world peace. The protagonist introduced a monster from the dungeon and said that Class 9 are monsters that pollute nature or spread diseases. Class 8 are monsters that physically threaten everyday life. Class 7 are monsters that commit robberies or kill. Class 6 are monsters that terrorize city districts alone or in groups and also break into human territory. The protagonist introduced a huge insect and added that Class 5 are monsters that commit terror alone or in a group and also have equal strength. The protagonist remembered people hiding in a house. Then he introduced a destroyed city with monsters and said that Class 4 are monsters that lead hordes of others, enslaving people or threatening their well-being. Class 3 are monsters that threaten the integrity of an entire government and have a threat at the level of a natural disaster. Matthew introduced the Kraken and noted that Class 2 are monsters that threaten the integrity of an entire government and are equivalent to a catastrophe. The protagonist remembered the huge eye and added that Class 1 monsters that threaten the existence of all mankind. Matthew climbed into the regiment and thought that Krakens belonged to the 3rd class. Before his regression, around the time he entered the academy, Krakens were transferred to the 4th class due to the high efficiency of players. The protagonist remembered how a crowd of warriors fought with the Kraken and added that but the players stationed there are only C or E rank, they are too weak to fight the Kraken. The protagonist looked down and thought that of course he cannot defeat it, there is only one possibility. Matthew imagined a warrior attacking the Kraken, after which the warrior powerfully struck it with fire. Then the Kraken caught fire, and the protagonist noted that he needs to wait for the 12 thrones to cope, he needs to buy as much time as possible. The protagonist looked at the table and wondered what kind of weapon a child could have. Scissors, a stationary knife, a kitchen knife would be nice, but his mother would notice if it disappeared. The protagonist put mana into the knife and noted that even this flimsy weapon, if he endowed it with mana, could cause some harm to the monster. Anna entered the room and asked if the protagonist was ready. The girl opened the door and noted that they were already getting ready. Matthew smiled and replied that he was coming. Then he turned and noted that he was ready. There was a huge traffic jam on the road. The family was driving in a car. Mom turned and noted that he could sleep, the road was long. Matthew smiled and noted that he was fine. The car continued driving along the road. The protagonist looked straight ahead and wondered that then the Kraken appeared on the Sanson Bridge, just when they were crossing its middle, but they had already driven halfway, why hadn't it shown up yet? The protagonist looked straight ahead gloomily and wondered what if anything else changed in the future. The protagonist looked ahead and asked to just let them cross the bridge. A moment later, the middle of the bridge exploded. The protagonist's mother opened her mouth and Matthew thought that fate cannot be changed. His father opened his eyes wide. The car crashed into the edge of the bridge. The protagonist opened his eyes and grabbed his sister. Then he clenched his teeth and thought that it was as if he was laughing at his desperate desire to change everything, but finally here it is. The protagonist looked at the Kraken. Then the monster began to smash cars. Huge tentacles threw stones. Stones fell on cars. People began to run away from the monster and scream. Then the man opened his mouth and shouted where all the players were. The warrior swung his sword and shouted to protect the people. Then he raised his head and was surprised. A huge tentacle powerfully hit the ground. The warrior raised his hand and groaned. People started running and shouting what to do if the players were running away. The protagonist's family looked at the destruction. The father trembled and said that they needed to get out. There was complete chaos outside, so they needed to be careful. Then he opened his eyes wide and added that they should just trust him. If they walked slowly, they would easily escape. The protagonist looked at his father nervously. The mother smiled and noted that they heard their father let them get out of the car quietly and not worry, the players would protect them. The family got out of the car, after which Anna opened her eyes wide. The protagonist opened his mouth and looked at his sister. The girl looked at her feet and noticed that she couldn't get up. Anna started crying and noted that she needed to get up and go. The father looked at her carefully, after which he sat down next to her and noted that he would carry her. Then he turned to the protagonist and asked if everything was okay with him, and Matthew replied that he could go. The player opened his mouth and shouted to come here, we need to go to the evacuation point. The family ran forward and the protagonist thought that a third-class monster had appeared. The players were in a panic. The veteran players quickly adapted to the situation and began to evacuate people. The protagonist strained his gaze and added that the Kraken was not the only problem, we need to cross the bridge. A moment later, a spear flew at the player, after which he fell to the ground. The family opened their mouths wide, after which the monsters climbed onto the bridge. Matthew gritted his teeth and thought that they were already here. The diver approached the warrior and pulled out a spear, after which he opened his mouth furiously, after which he jumped on another player. The players began to kill the monsters. Then one of them turned and shouted if there was anyone with healing magic here. Janishna turned and shouted that she was coming, after which a spear flew at her. The warrior opened his mouth and watched as the monsters jumped on him. The family walked through the destruction in horror. The father opened his mouth and shouted that they trusted their dad, no matter what happened, he would protect them. Then he opened his mouth even wider and shouted that no matter what happened, they should not look back and just run. The family began to run forward quickly. A huge tentacle grabbed the transport. Then it swung. Then it threw the cars towards the bridge. The protagonist raised his head. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that it was too dangerous. The cars fell next to the people. One of the cars hit a fuel tank. Then there was an explosion. The family watched the huge explosion. The father opened his eyes wide. The player turned to his comrade and asked where the reinforcements were. The roads were blocked by fire. They had only been here for a couple of minutes. They needed to hold out until help arrived. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought about the support from the thrones. The protagonist imagined a warrior in his head and thought that before the regression, the 12 thrones arrived 30 minutes later than the Kraken. It was unlikely that the players would be able to protect anyone if the evacuation routes were blocked. Matthew looked at the crowd of monsters and thought that they could deal with the divers, but the Kraken, if no one could deal with it, they would all die. The protagonist opened his mouth. Then he dropped his briefcase and thought that he had been preparing for this from the very beginning. Even if he put his own life on the line, he would protect his family. Then he took out a knife and scissors. The protagonist looked at the knife. Then he turned to his parents and asked them not to go anywhere until help arrived. The father opened his mouth and asked what he was doing. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that the players were repelling the monster's attacks, but if something happened anyway. The protagonist closed his eyes and added that Anna would protect them. The protagonist smiled, thought that besides him, only Anna could control Mana here, and asked what she could do. Anna opened her mouth and called the protagonist. The protagonist ran forward. Then he held out a knife in front of him. Matthew confidently ran towards the Kraken. Then he charged his legs with Mana. Then he jumped back sharply. The protagonist began jumping on the roofs of cars. Then he completely caught fire from Mana. Matthew clenched his teeth tightly. Then he opened his eyes wide and thought that the mobility skill that he often used before the regression was the first time he used it in this body. But for a child it was really hard. Then he looked straight ahead furiously and added that this way he would instantly reach the Kraken. The protagonist approached the monster. Matthew jumped back next to the warriors, after which the players turned and shouted that it was dangerous. What was he doing? The divers looked at the protagonist in horror. Then they stood in front of him. The protagonist swung his knife and used Mana Wrap. The knife caught fire. The protagonist abruptly hit the monster. Then he cut off its head. Matthew stood on the roof. Then he dodged the diver. The protagonist abruptly stabbed him in the neck. Then he looked at the second one. Then he abruptly cut off the second one's head. The protagonist abruptly looked up. Then he defended himself from the monster's blow. Matthew fell onto the car and managed to stop. Then he put the blade in front of him. The divers started running towards him. The protagonist swung his knife widely. Then he remembered how he chopped in his past life. The next moment he chopped off the monster. The protagonist abruptly turned around. Then he remembered the movement from the past. Matthew abruptly cut off the monster's hand. Then he took the knife with both hands and thought that his skills were returning, that very feeling of destroying monsters. Then he clenched his teeth and noted in his head that now he was becoming immortal again. The protagonist remembered how he screamed in the past. Then he abruptly cut through the crowd of monsters. Matthew landed on the ground. Then he jumped away from the monster. Then he abruptly pierced its head. The next moment he dodged the spear and jumped away from the car. The protagonist cut the monster in two. Then the knife broke. Matthew clenched his teeth and thought that it had not been long at all. Then he threw the knife away and thought that it was time to finish. The protagonist broke the scissors and took the blades in both hands. Then he began to quickly run forward. Then he stopped abruptly. Matthew looked straight into the face of the Kraken. Then he took a stance and noted that he would have to fight with this. The Kraken swung its tentacle. The protagonist stared at it carefully. Then he abruptly jumped back and dodged. Then he landed on the tentacle. Matthew quickly ran along it. Then he jumped back. Then he went straight to the monster's face. The protagonist pierced the monster's head with scissors. Then he began to roll and cut it. Matthew pulled the blade out of the monster's head. Then he hit with all his might. The monster swung its tentacle. Then the protagonist dodged. Matthew landed on the bridge. Then he looked at the blade and thought that it was useless. The protagonist threw the blade away. Then he lit up brightly and asked if he really had nothing else. The protagonist dodged the Kraken's blow. He ran along the tentacle. A tentacle appeared above the boy. Matthew hung over the monster's body. He clenched the blade with both hands. The tentacle approached the protagonist. The boy looked away. He flew down from the blow. Matthew landed and rested his hand on the ground. He gritted his teeth and cursed when he realized that his mana was almost gone. Tentacles were moving under the bridge. They hit the column. The ground beneath the boy began to crumble. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed that the monster was very annoying. Matthew moved forward over the broken rocks. Purple tentacles stuck out of the water. The protagonist stopped on a rock. The tentacles in front of him grabbed a truck. Cracks appeared on the car. The monster threw the truck forward. Matthew held the blade in front of him. A blue aura enveloped the boy as he said that he was about to hit the monster. A bright flash appeared above the child. The truck was cut in half. Parts of the car ended up behind the protagonist. Flames flared up behind Matthew. The glowing blade disappeared from the boy's hands. A Kraken appeared in front of him. The child leaned to the side. The protagonist's head touched the ground. Smoke rose behind Matthew. The boy trembled, thinking that he could barely move, then he assumed that there was no more mana. The protagonist was lying on the rubble when he realized that if he lost consciousness now, everything he had tried to do would be in vain. Matthew saw the red eye of the kraken. The boy began to close his eyes. The fist hit the ground. The protagonist clenched his teeth, thinking that not now. Matthew looked ahead and decided that he needed to go to the end. He remembered his family when he realized that he wanted to live, and that he wanted to live this life with his family. The tentacle soared up. It hung over the child. The boy trembled and exclaimed that he would not die here. Human hands reached out to him. A girl appeared next to him and told the monster not to touch her brother. The children were enveloped in shining lightning. The tentacle began to collapse. The monsters opened their mouths. They evaporated when they touched the glow. A column of light appeared. The protagonist looked at his sister and thought that this was impossible, and that this really was her miracle. A notification appeared that a miracle was a gift that allowed one to change the world and its laws. The boy remembered 3 girls and a man in a black helmet when he realized that before the regression he knew only 4 people who had such a gift, and that one person was his partner named Sarah. Then he imagined a girl surrounded by a blue aura and remembered that when he saw Anna with such a volume of mana, he thought that she could really have the gift of a miracle. The protagonist was hugged by his sister and said that everything was fine. Matthew looked at his hand and noticed that his wounds were healing. A huge monster appeared in front of the children when the boy realized that the light also protected them from the kraken. He imagined a girl without limbs and explained that using a miracle does not pass without a trace, and that those who have this gift must pay a great price to change this world. The protagonist looked at his sister and asked if she was okay and if she was in pain. Anna smiled and said that everything was fine. The girl closed her eyes and added that she was very tired. The boy held his sister's hand. A glow appeared near the girl's chest. Matthew smiled and thought about how she had very little mana left, just enough to keep her alive, and then he suggested that for her, the price of use might be mana. The protagonist put Anna down on the ground. The girl was sleeping peacefully when her brother told her to rest. The boy looked away and said that he could handle the rest himself. The child was enveloped in blue energy. A kraken emerged from the water. Its red eyes sparkled. Matthew grinned and said that the monster opened its eyes and then asked if it was afraid of his sister. The tentacle rushed forward. There was an impact. The monster's tentacle hung over the boy. The protagonist put his hand in front of him and warned the kraken that it would not touch her. The child spread his arms out to the sides. He attacked the tentacles. Tentacles loomed over him as he thought about his mana being restored. Matthew pictured his parents and sister and realized that he couldn't defeat the kraken, but the future had already changed because his family was alive. He smiled and decided that there was nothing to be afraid of anymore and that he would just have to hold out until the thrones arrived. There were cars on the road when it was explained that by the time the kraken arrived, he was at the One High Bridge, not far from the main action. The man opened his mouth and said that he was sick of all this. He crossed his legs and added that the cars weren't even going to move. The guy looked at the driver and asked if he was pedaling or just steering, and the man behind the wheel replied that there were a lot of cars on the road and that all the roads around Seoul were like that. The red-haired boy closed his eyes and said that he was thinking about leaving the 12 thrones because he was doing this instead of relaxing on his golden vacation. Then he added that he joined them because he wanted to fight alongside the strong guys instead of messing around with civilians. The boy gritted his teeth as the driver laughed nervously. Suddenly, both boys widened their eyes. The red-haired man raised his hand as the driver exclaimed that there was a lot of mana, to which he was told that they could see it. The boy looked at his hand as a ringing sound was heard. He was holding a phone in his hand as he asked if he was imagining it. The display on the device showed a call when he was told that he was. Victor looked at the phone with displeasure and asked what class it was, to which he was told that according to known information, it was a 3rd-class kraken. The boy frowned and repeated those words. His eyes flashed red as he asked where the monster was. The driver turned around in fear, thinking about the monster raging there and how he was enjoying it, and how people would be outraged if they saw such a reaction. The guy imagined the tentacles of a kraken when he was told that it was on the Seongsan Bridge, and that he should understand that they could not resolve this situation while all these players were there. Victor's mouth fell open when he was told that they did not know the exact damage that had already been done, but he would definitely be able to end the chaos that was happening there. The guy looked away when he was told that he would be picked up soon. Victor got out of the car. The driver turned towards him and asked what the clan lord was doing. The red-haired guy stretched out his leg and replied that he would walk, since with the current traffic they would not get there. The lock clicked. Victor took out his blade. The driver opened his mouth and exclaimed that it would take at least 2 hours to get there on foot. The red-haired boy looked away and said that it would take about 30 minutes. He stood with his sword over his shoulder as he said the word power. Blue energy enveloped the boy. His foot pressed against the ground. Then it pushed off. Victor rushed forward with lightning speed. The driver looked at the cars ahead. Sweat appeared on his face as he said that it was to be expected, because he was simply crazy about fighting and always wanted to fight against the best. Victor smiled when the boy added that he was the Lord of the Blade Clan and the Demon of Fire. Half an hour later, the monster with the fish head opened its mouth. Flames burst out in front of the boy. Victor rushed past the cars. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. There was a pillar of light in front of him. When he thought about it, it was magic. Victor looked ahead, thinking that there shouldn't have been anyone here who could do something like this, which meant that there was someone new. He smirked. Blue energy covered the boy's palms. The kraken swung its tentacle. Matthew gritted his teeth. A man with a sword appeared. Victor cut the tentacle. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that it had finally happened. The man landed. The boy with red hair looked ahead seriously when the boy recognized the throne of the fire demon named Victor. The tentacle caught fire. The kraken looked at the burning limb. The monster dove into the water. There was no one on the surface of the water. Victor held the sword in his hands when it was explained that the gift of pyrokinetic allows one to freely control fire, and that's where his nickname came from. The boy with red hair turned his head. He looked at the boy and his sister. Victor's mouth fell open, thinking that they were just two children. Anna was enveloped in blue energy when he noticed that there was a flow of mana around the girl and assumed that she was doing magic here. Victor stood in front of the children when he realized that she had used up all her mana and lost consciousness, and that the boy was protecting her from the kraken. The fire demon smiled and summed up that they were both strong and that it would be interesting to watch them when they were players. Victor opened his palm and said that they did not need to be afraid of him, since he would not harm them. He narrowed his eyes and added that at least he would not do it now. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. Victor swung his blade and said that he only had one goal now and that he needed to get rid of the kraken. The children were behind him when he advised Matthew to stay away, since the monster would soon emerge from the water. Deep under the water, the red eyes of the kraken flashed. Until you return. Victor opened his mouth and asked if he was the immortal that his reputation preceded. The protagonist silently looked ahead. They stood opposite each other when Matthew asked what he wanted. The fire demon smirked and said nothing and that he just wanted to make sure the boy was as strong as they said. Then Victor offered to fight. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that there was no point in that. Then he asked him to get out of the way. The fire demon with a sword on his shoulder said that he did not want to and that the boy would pass if he fought him. Matthew closed his eyes and exhaled. A blue aura enveloped him as he said that his opponent would regret it. Victor swung his fire blade. The protagonist rushed towards the fire demon. In front of the children stood a man with a sword. Matthew held his sister when he remembered that Victor had always tried to challenge him to a duel before he returned. He imagined himself in armor and added that he had never defeated him, and that with each fight the fire demon became stronger, and he also thought that the guy with red hair was truly a monster born to fight. Victor frowned and asked the kraken why he was sitting there and if he was scared of a small fire. The tentacle destroyed the columns of the bridge. The ground under the guy and the children trembled. The fire demon gritted his teeth and exclaimed that the creature destroyed the column. The asphalt began to crack. Matthew picked up his sister in his arms when Victor thought that as long as these children were here, the fight would be hard. Something hit the blue surface. Columns appeared under the bridge. The fire demon grinned and said that the Holy Mother arrived on time. A helicopter appeared in the sky. The girl with the staff in her hand exclaimed that she asked him not to call her that, because she was not that old. It was one of the 12 thrones named Grace. Sweat appeared on her face when she said that they could have brought him here by helicopter, and then asked why it was necessary to run so much to the bridge. Victor bent his finger and answered that he urgently needed to get to Seoul. The staff began to glow when Grace said that reinforcements would arrive soon, and then they would start rescuing civilians, and for now he needed to focus on the kraken. Blue energy enveloped the fire demon. The girl looked down at him when he said that he did not need her buffs. Then Grace asked him to shut up and told him not to refuse her buffs. Victor stood with his back to the protagonist and Anna when he said that these children were now on her. A blue glow emanated from the girl. Grace's face sweated as she answered that she knew. Waves began to form on the surface of the water. A kraken emerged from the water. It was located at the side of the bridge. The fire demon rushed forward and exclaimed that it was finally out. Victor pushed off the asphalt and jumped. There were splashes of water. The monster looked ahead. Fire appeared on the surface of the water. A flaming head appeared. The fire demon was completely engulfed in flames. He walked towards the kraken. Tentacles surrounded him. Tentacles hovered above him. They rushed forward. The other tentacles also began to move. There was a bright flash near the dark silhouette. Victor smiled and called the monster a weakling. The blade was engulfed in flames as he wished death upon the kraken. The fire demon swung his sword. Fire rushed forward. There was a huge explosion. The kraken was engulfed in flames. Victor put his sword on his shoulder. He stood before the burning monster. Matthew opened his mouth and exclaimed that the kraken had finally been defeated. The girl with the staff ran forward, asking the children if they were okay. She crouched down next to them and told them not to worry as she was about to use healing magic. Sweat broke out on Grace's face. The protagonist was holding Anna in his arms when the girl noticed that there was not a single scratch on them. She imagined the monster and suggested that it could have been a miracle and that it had healed their wounds. Grace held out her hand and exclaimed that this was amazing, thinking that she never expected to see a miracle. Her hand stopped. In front of her were the children. Matthew looked ahead grimly and told her not to dare touch his sister. Sweat broke out on the girl's face as she realized that this was a threat and wondered how a child could threaten like that. They were standing in front of each other when Grace asked who he was. Helicopters appeared above them. The girl looked up and said that a rescue team had arrived and then suggested that they take them to the hospital first. The protagonist looked up seriously. There were many cars on the road when a voice announced that a kraken had suddenly attacked the Seongsan Bridge at 5 o'clock tonight, and that many lives had been lost. The girl was shown on the screen, adding that rescue operations were still ongoing, and that the government had also commented on the tragedy. A boy was sitting in front of the TV. He looked down. Anna was lying with her eyes closed. Matthew remembered a doctor coming to them and saying that she was severely exhausted due to the lack of mana in her body, and that she would be fine after taking a mana potion. He remembered the bodies of his family. The protagonist smiled when he realized that it was over and that no one had died. He placed his palm on his sister's forehead and exclaimed that he had changed the future. The boy's eyes widened when he was called. He turned around. His parents were running towards him. They looked tired and were looking ahead with a grim expression. Sweat appeared on Matthew's face as he realized that he was done for. He stood in front of his father and mother. Tracy opened her mouth and asked if he was hurt. The protagonist looked away and said that everything was fine. He pointed to the bed when his father asked about Anna. Then Matthew said that she was low on mana, so she was sleeping now, and that she had recently been given a potion. John put his hand on his head and exhaled. His eyes widened and he asked his son why he disobeyed him and ran away. The protagonist lowered his head and apologized. Sweat appeared on his face as he thought about why he was apologizing and that his family had survived, so this was the best possible outcome. The boy looked up when he realized that he was not sorry at all. He looked at his parents who were standing in front of him. The father pursed his lips. The mother had tears in her eyes. Matthew's mouth dropped open in surprise. His parents were standing in front of him when he realized that they weren't worried about the outcome, and that they were worried that he had run towards the kraken and put them in danger. The protagonist looked down and thought about how he knew exactly how painful it was to lose family, so he did what he thought was right without asking their opinion. Matthew gritted his teeth and apologized, and then added that he was wrong. He began to cry and said that it would never happen again. Someone held out their hands. Tracy smiled and called him to her. The boy ran into his mother's arms. John hugged them and asked his son not to do that again because they were so worried. The protagonist continued to cry when he agreed. He thought about not having to fight monsters anymore and that he could just be a child. He decided that this was exactly what his parents wanted for him. The hospital building was illuminated by the sun the next morning. John pointed his finger in front of him as he told his son that they were going to discharge Anna, so he should sit here and wait for them. Matthew raised his hand and exclaimed that he would wait for them here. He opened his eyes, thinking that after the events on the bridge, his parents did not trust him at all now and hoping that it would end soon. Anna was sleeping peacefully. The protagonist was sitting next to her bed. He put something in his mouth. The boy blushed when he realized that it was delicious. He turned his head to the side and asked if there was more, and then suggested that he really wanted something sweet because he had spent a lot of energy that day. They pulled a cookie at him, and Matthew thanked him for it. Victor was sitting next to him. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. The fire demon turned his head and asked if he really didn't like chocolate cookies. He put the treat in the boy's mouth. Matthew looked away and thought that he didn't look like he was dying. Then he assumed that Victor had gone crazy, but then he realized that he was already crazy. The red-haired boy smiled and asked how old he was. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that he was 6. Victor crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was very young, and then asked how old his sister was, and the boy replied that she was 10, after which the fire demon asked about her name. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked why he needed her name. Victor pulled back his finger and replied that he didn't need her name, but his name. Sweat appeared on the boy's face when he replied that his name was Matthew. The fire demon smiled and asked if he wanted to join the academy, and then added that he would give a recommendation. The protagonist imagined himself growing up little by little and thought about how this fire demon wanted to put him in the academy to become a player and fight him when he grew up. Then the boy trembled, assuming that he had already started raising people to fight. Victor stood up and said that he had enough time to think about it. The red-haired boy looked down and told Matthew that he would remember his name. Grace was standing outside the room. She looked at the boy's back and asked about how he would just leave, then exclaimed that it was a miracle that had not happened in Korea for a long time. Victor stuck his finger in his ear and said that he did not care and that the only thing that mattered was whether they were strong. Then Grace exclaimed that he was a battle-crazed fool. The boy turned around and said that she had forgotten that he was older, and then added that since she was now in the 12 thrones, she should watch her language. He pictured the girl surrounded by a crowd and said that if this miracle was as rare as she said, then the child would be inundated with the world's attention the moment they told her about it, and that after that, she would never return to normal life. Grace clenched her fist when Victor asked her if this was what she wanted. The boy looked back and said that if the girl understood all this, then she should forget about it. Then he suggested that they go to a cafe or something. Grace pictured different desserts. She looked at the boy in front of her and asked if he was crazy, and he repeated that she should watch her language. Victor closed his eyes and, smiling, explained that he just wanted something sweet since he had spent so much energy. The car stopped near the house when they arrived to visit their grandmother the day after the Kraken attack. The parents got out of the car when John asked why the woman was not in the house, and Tracy said that she was sick. The grandmother smiled and said that she missed them so much that she decided to meet them and that she wanted to see her grandchildren. She went to the car and said that they were very tired. The children were sleeping in the car when she said that they should rest. Matthew opened his eye slightly. His sister was lying on it. He sat down next to her, wondering if it was comfortable for her to sleep like that. Her parents were sleeping next to them. The boy smiled when he assumed that she got it from her mother. The protagonist covered Anna with a blanket. Then he left the room. Matthew was sitting outside near the house. His hand was enveloped in blue energy when he realized that he now had more mana. He looked down when he assumed that it could be because of his gift. The protagonist remembered the guy with the sword and explained that before he returned, his gift was Berserker. He imagined himself killing monsters when he added that the more mana he consumed, the stronger he became. The boy imagined a guy with his arms outstretched. He then remembered his eyes glowing red and concluded that, based on the name, the more mana he spent, the crazier he became. Matthew touched his face with his hand. He remembered cutting up a truck and thought about how his mind was fine then and how if there was no such payment, then it was the best gift. The protagonist clenched his fist and suggested that there might be something he didn't know about berserkers. His grandmother came up to him and asked why he wasn't sleeping yet, and the boy wondered how long she had been there and how he hadn't even felt her presence. Matthew touched the back of his head and said that he slept in the car. His grandmother covered him with her sweater and said that if he wanted to grow up, he would have to sleep a lot, and the boy laughed. He remembered the old woman bringing him tea and realized that it was his grandmother, who was always there when he was too deep in thought. The protagonist looked at the gray-haired woman and decided that she was waiting for him to start talking, and that it didn't matter if it was about problems, feelings, or just about anything. He opened his mouth and asked his grandmother why she wasn't sleeping. She smiled and said that it was because her grandson wasn't sleeping. Sweat appeared on Matthew's face. He touched his hair with his hand, thinking that he realized what he had always wanted, and that it was being with his grandmother not as a child anymore. The boy raised both hands when the woman asked if he wanted warm milk, and he said he didn't. Tracy came up to them and asked if he really didn't want it, and Matthew wondered when his mother had come here. The girl pointed to the milk and asked who would drink it. The protagonist raised the mug to his face. They were sitting outside when Tracy asked her grandmother if she realized how shocked she had been by the phone call, and was told that she was fine and that her neighbor sometimes exaggerated. The girl opened her mouth and said that she had been very worried when she was told that she had fainted. The boy looked away and thought that his grandmother had simply slipped and gotten off easy. Tracy looked at the gray-haired woman, who said that she had been distracted. Matthew was sitting next to the women when the grandmother explained that she thought she saw him as she was walking up the stairs. The gray-haired woman began waving her hand, saying that they should listen to the end of her story because she was not senile. The grandmother remembered a dark figure at the top of the stairs and said that he had waved his arms and told them not to go up. She looked at the boy and added that, thinking about it now, he was talking to his grandson, not to her. The protagonist touched his chin with his hand. He remembered the tentacled monster and decided that calling it just a fantasy would be weird. Matthew then pictured his terrified family members and added that if something went wrong, the whole family would die like Grandpa. Sweat broke out on the boy's face as he realized that if it was him, she should have told them sooner. Clouds were floating in the sky as a voice said that it was really amazing and that it had happened just recently. The grandmother stroked her grandson's head and said that Grandpa said that there was a cute little deer outside all alone, so she went out to look and it was Matthew. Tracy looked at the gray-haired woman and asked again. Then she turned her head to the side and said that she had a similar dream, too, where her father abandoned a little deer. Between the women sat a boy. He looked at his mother as she asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. The protagonist lowered his mug and began to answer. A black aura approached him from behind. Behind the boy, creatures with red eyes appeared, calling for help. Sweat appeared on the child's face. His mother touched his shoulder and asked if everything was okay. Matthew turned around silently. Then he smiled and said that everything was okay and that he just didn't know. Then he was told that it was okay if he didn't know. The main character looked away. The grandmother smiled brightly and said that he was still young, so he shouldn't rush. Clouds moved across the sky as she advised him to live happy in hard times, make friends and quarrel with them, study hard and play, and then one day he would find his calling. The boy looked away doubtfully. The old woman closed her eyes and told him to just live until he found out what he liked. Matthew smiled awkwardly when he realized that she had advised him to just live a happy life. The women hugged the boy as his mother said that everything his grandmother said was true and that time was on Matthew's side so he could overcome anything. The main character blushed when Tracy added that his name meant the universe with infinite power, then the boy knew what his name meant. His mother smiled and said that she would always be proud of him no matter what he did. The boy looked at his grandmother who said that she would always support him too. Anna came out of the house and exclaimed that she also wanted milk. The girl sat down with them. Then Tracy asked if she was already awake, and her grandmother called her over and asked if she wanted to take her glass. Matthew smiled and blushed. Suddenly, his mouth opened slightly. There were flowers in his palms as he handed them to his grandmother. Everyone started smiling when the gray-haired woman thanked him and said that she would put them on the nightstand in the hallway for everyone to see. Then the main character thought that if she puts them close to the entrance, it means that she wants to show them off. The grandmother looked at the flowers in her hands when the boy thought that she most likely does not know about it, but it does not matter. Anna was sitting next to the woman. Matthew smiled, thinking about giving her more good memories in this life. There was a clear sky above the three women. The grandmother folded her hands in front of her when the main character thanked her for raising him. Voices were coming from the house. The parents with a smile on their faces said that they were expecting an addition. Matthew and Anna looked at mom and dad in surprise. The sister came up to dad and happily asked about her having another brother. Mom looked at her son with incomprehension. Tracy hugged the hero by the shoulders. The son thanked his mother for this with tears in his eyes. The parents looked at Matthew with a smile on their faces, who said that this was the best thing that happened to him after he was born. John said with a smile that because of such a reaction, people would think that the son was the father. The whole family was sitting at the table, due in kindergarten. A little girl ran to the main character, asking if he missed her. Matthew with dog ears barked at the girl. 3 children stroked the guy, telling him not to cry. Matthew looked away with anger. Catherine held a mug in her hands, asking why everyone thought this dog was cute. The girl smiled and said that it would be better to throw this mongrel away. The guy growled at the heroine, and she asked that he wanted the girl to tell the teacher everything so that he could punish him. The main character immediately changed his face and fell asleep. One of the guys noticed this and put the hero in an animal cage. After a while, the man entered the children's room. The girl ran to her dad with a smile, happy that he had returned. Matthew walked down the hallway, looking around. The hero began to look at something out of the corner of his eye. The guy at the table noticed a girl with a book in her hands. Matthew asked her what she was reading. The girl answered that Sherlock Holmes. The hero looked away thoughtfully, saying that Sherlock and the professor fell off the waterfall and died. The girl looked at the guy in surprise. Matthew smiled, saying that he had accidentally spoiled the story. The heroine sadly lowered her head and told the guy that he was very angry. Since she had not yet finished reading the book, Matthew apologized and said that in the end he would return alive. The girl became even sadder from this news. The guy quickly left, shouting that he was truly sorry. His legs calmly walked through the kindergarten. Matthew began to notice how groups of children crowded around one place. Various fights were taking place between the children. One of the children began to glance at Matthew. The hero looked at the guy and with a smile on his face said that he wanted to know who was the strongest in their group. Matthew with a smile on his face heard everyone whispering among themselves. 2 guys stood calmly. The boy quickly pulled out a sword. The hero pointed the weapon at Matthew, saying that this city was too small for 2 and the guy's fate would end here. Matthew calmly looked at the sword. The children shouted at the boy to show who was strong here. The main character looked forward with a smile. Matthew looked at Catherine, who was shouting loudly at him. The girl with a displeased look told him to die. The guy with a smile thought what to expect from her. The hero lowered his gaze to the floor, saying that he did not need any support. Matthew with a smile on his face looked at Olivia. The girl with tears in her eyes shouted at the guy that she hated him. The boy picked up the sword, saying that he was always alone in life. Matthew smiled uncertainly, saying that it was the end for everyone. 2 boys stood opposite each other. Jimmy started shouting for them to start. The hero quickly ran at Matthew. The main character put his sword against his. Jimmy's weapon flew up. The boy fearfully reached for his sword, trying to grab it. Meanwhile, the main character calmly ran at the hero. Matthew's weapon pierced Jimmy's stomach. The sword fell to the ground in circles. The boy was lying on all fours, and his weapon was next to him. The main character calmly put away his weapon. Jimmy gritted his teeth and said that he could continue if he could use his hidden powers. The boy curled up and lay down on the floor. All the children looked at Matthew with admiration, clapping their hands. The boy looked askance at Jimmy, saying that it was a good fight. All the people shouted loudly that the boy was very good and that he knew his business. The boys were pulling the hero, saying that only he could pull them out. There was a sword in a pile of iron. Matthew looked at the sword and heard the children say that they had never seen anyone understand Excalibur. The hero's hand was holding the handle of the sword. Matthew grabbed it tightly. The boy confidently raised it up to the screams of the children. The main character smiled, closing his eyes, and everyone clapped loudly and screamed. Screams were heard from the kindergarten. The street, next to a bench, lay some object. The phone next to the bench showed the news, where they said that there was a problem in the city as 7th grade goblins had appeared. Their broken smartphone said that the nightly Orlan Mariner was guarding the order, but 2 goblins managed to escape. The news anchor said that goblins were trying to blend into the crowd in crowded places, and if someone noticed one of them, they should definitely report it. Children were playing a game on the streets. Catherine ran after the girl. Matthew looked away at the children playing. The guy sat near the gate, wondering if children ever get tired. Matthew showed some sign with his hands. After changing the future, the hero needs to save up. Use every second to save up mana. Time will pass and mana will begin to be seen as a great power. So the hero decided to save up more. After this incident, Matthew will be able to save up more mana. The children with smiles on their faces offered the hero to go play with them. The boy was surprised at their endurance. Suddenly a nanny came to the children, shouting to attack the ice cream. All the children ran to take it with smiles, choosing different flavors. Matthew looked at them from the side, saying that they were still such children. The nanny looked at the other children, telling them to come and take it. 2 hands touched one ice cream. Matthew and Catherine held one package. The main character angrily told the girl to let go because it was his, but the girl did not even try to do this. The nanny watched the children quarrel with concern. The teacher took the ice cream away with a smile and looked at the children, saying that they shouldn't quarrel like that. The ice cream was broken into 2 pieces. The man gave the children the 2 halves, saying that they could share. Matthew and Catherine were playing a game where the winner could take it all. The teacher intervened and said discontentedly that they should share with each other. Olivia looked at the man in surprise, asking where Jimmy was. Catherine had a candy bar in her mouth, saying that he was somewhere in the garden fiddling with his sword. The girl asked in surprise why he was always playing with himself. Matthew, away from everyone, said that special training was held in secret. Catherine asked Olivia why she wanted to bring Jimmy ice cream. The girl with a smile on her face said that she was sad because the hero was alone while they were all eating. Catherine smilingly told Olivia that she was too nice, which was her flaw. The teacher held an ice cream, asking Olivia if she wanted to bring Jimmy ice cream. Catherine asked the girl if she would go with her, to which Olivia said that she would go herself. Matthew sat on the pipe, watching the running girl. The guy looked ahead with a sad look. The protagonist began to hear how everyone was called to go play freeze. Catherine passed by the guy, telling him to come too, but Matthew answered that he had enough for today. The girl discontentedly answered the guy that no one would play with him. The hero turned away from Catherine, telling her not to worry about it. The heroine discontentedly answered the guy that Anna told her to play with Matthew. The hero with a smile on his face remembered his sister. Many hands were playing rock, paper, scissors. Matthew looked at the kids running in different directions with displeasure. The hero looked askance. The guy started running quickly after Catherine. The hero's hand tried to touch the girl. The girl with a displeased face told the guy to freeze. Matthew quickly ran after one guy. The main character touched one guy so that he would be water. Matthew quickly ran to the standing Catherine. The girl looked ahead with incomprehension. The hero quickly ran next to the heroine. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Matthew quickly touched the girl's back. Catherine looked at the guy with displeasure. Water quickly ran up to the heroine and touched her back. All the kids were shouting that Catherine was leading. The girl's face was full of anger. The heroine shouted displeasedly at Matthew that he was dead. The main character with a smile asked the girl if he thought she could catch him. The hero's eyes looked at something with fear. Matthew quickly stopped. Catherine touched the guy's hand with a smile, shouting that he was driving now. The heroine looked at Matthew in surprise, asking why he froze. The protagonist was filled with the desire to kill. Someone's huge hand was bragging about the object. The guy clenched his teeth in fear, looking at the monster. The children looked at the huge shadow with incomprehension. The scary goblin of the 7th grade stood next to the kindergarten. 2 children looked at the monster in fear. One of the girls looked ahead with fear. The goblin noticed the child and began to stretch out his hands. The monster swung his sharp axe. The goblin swung his axe at the little frightened girl. He cut the air with it and quickly approached her head. Suddenly, the protagonist threw something in his direction. The sudden blow managed to knock the weapon out of the goblin's hands. He turned around and grunted in confusion. Matthew looked at him menacingly, frowning. The goblin, seeing his opponent, grabbed his axe again and rushed towards him at great speed. He swung his axe in different directions, but the protagonist was able to calmly dodge all the attacks. At some point, dodging a blow, he said that he was already tired of them. Holding a stick in his hand, from which a strong aura came off, he thought about how he could quickly kill him and go help others. After which he made a dash forward towards the goblin's stomach. Someone stepped forward. The guy hit the goblin's head with something with all his might and then shouted that he would not leave just like that. He held a mop in his hand and then, turning around, shouted for Matthew to just stand there. Then, menacingly looking ahead, he threw the mop forward. It hit the goblin's chest at great speed, throwing him back. Suddenly, the guy in glasses grabbed the protagonist by the collar. Throwing him over his back, he took the girl by the arm and, running back, shouted for them to hold on tighter. At this time, 2 angry goblins were chasing them. The guy, narrowing his eyes, shouted that they were okay. At this moment, one of the goblins jumped forward, swinging his axe. But Matthew stretched out his hands, around which a blue glow appeared. He looked menacingly in front of him, and then thought how shadows could act so quickly, after which he stretched his hand forward, using a strong spell. A second later, the projectile hit the goblin in the chest, and he was thrown back. The other goblin ran forward at great speed, not noticing his fellow. Then the guy stopped, holding 2 children in his arms. A loud thud was heard behind them. After a while, they reached the room. The teacher fell to the floor, and the children surrounded him. He caught his breath and looked up and asked what was wrong with the other children, to which the headmistress replied that everyone had already been evacuated. Matthew looked around and heard the children's voices, that it was indeed goblins. It seemed that they had appeared a few days ago. The headmistress leaned over and grabbed the teacher by the back and added that she had reported them. They needed to wait for the players, and that she would then go barricade the door with the other teachers. Suddenly, Catherine appeared, pushing her way through the other students, shouting that her friends were nowhere to be found. The teacher looked ahead in fear, then shouted that, to which someone from the crowd added that he had just seen them in the garden. They had gone to get ice cream. The teacher began to get up from his seat, shouting that he would bring them back, to which the headmistress grabbed him by the shoulder and shouted that he could not. The children and other teachers trembled in fear. Suddenly someone said that the teacher needed to stay here. The children looked at him with tears in their eyes, then asked what would happen to them. They needed to be returned. Suddenly, in this hustle and bustle, someone came out of the tent. We are carried to the site. The girl watches in fear as one of the goblins pins her friend to the ground. He swung his huge axe. The girl, frightened, narrowed her eyes, stretched her hands forward, a blue aura appeared on them, and she shouted for him to stop. Then she pushed the goblin with all her might. He did several somersaults to the side at great speed and fell to the ground. The girl went to her friend and, trying to lift him, asked if he was okay. Meanwhile, the goblin had already gotten to his feet and was preparing to attack. The girl and the boy began to slowly walk away in the opposite direction. Suddenly, the boy stopped and clenched his teeth. He grabbed his friend by the hand and shouted that they needed to run urgently. The goblin stood still for a few seconds, watching his fleeing victims. The girl looked at her friend and asked what they should do, to which he replied that the adults would save them and that they needed to hide until they arrived. The boy then pointed towards the bars and said that they needed to climb up that thing. After a while, they began to climb up it, when suddenly the boy turned around, hearing a loud growl. The goblin was slowly but surely approaching them. The boy began to climb up, telling the girl to continue climbing, to which she replied that he needed to climb up too. Turning around, he replied that he would hold him off until the adults arrived. Then he took a stance, holding out his plastic sword, and the girl behind him shouted that it wasn't worth it and that he should climb up here. The goblin came close to the boy, looking at him with interest. He, gritting his teeth and trembling with fear, continued to look towards his opponent. Then a guy appears in front of us, standing with a huge sword in front of the defeated enemy. The boy watches all this, joyfully raising his fist and shouting that he won. His cheeks turn pink, and he continues to shout that he is so cool and he will also become a hero. Holding his plastic sword in his hands, he thought that he will be a hero like the demon of fire. Smiling, he added that he should let him attack because goblins are weak. His opponent lowered his head in displeasure, and then, opening his mouth wide, he attacked the boy. He, swinging his axe, ran towards him. When the boy thought that everything was fine, he just needed to remember his training. Making a dash, he swung his sword, when suddenly the goblin hit him, and he flew out of his hands. The sword fell far behind the opponent. The monster swung his axe again. Suddenly, someone behind him grabbed the plastic sword. The monster was about to kill the child. He, frightened and with tears in his eyes, stretched his hands in front of his face. Suddenly, he began to open his eyes, looking ahead with interest. The girl was sitting above, looking down. Matthew appeared. He swung his sword and stood in front of the boy. The last boy sitting next to him was trembling. Suddenly the protagonist said that he was a good boy. Turning around, he smiled and added that he was a real man. They looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Suddenly, the goblin came to his senses and, swinging his axe, rushed towards the protagonist. The boy screamed in fear for him to turn around. Matthew swung his sword and made a quick dash forward. With a deft movement, he chopped off the monster's hand. It flew off to the side along with the axe. The goblin looked fearfully towards his bloody hand, and the protagonist, without wasting time, looked menacingly in his direction, swung his sword again. and a second later, the monster's body was split into two. A large blue crystal fell to the floor, and the goblin's body burned with yellow flames. The crystal rolled, falling to the ground. Matthew swung his sword, ridding it of excess blood. Then, smiling, he turned around and said that he could catch his breath. The boy immediately jumped on the protagonist's neck, shouting that he was a real hero. He knocked him down, and Matthew, looking menacingly in his direction, asked what was wrong with him. A girl joined them. She hugged them both and screamed loudly. Grabbing the protagonist's t-shirt, she blushed and screamed that she was very scared. Matthew turned pale, trying to get them both off of him. We are transported to some time earlier. Matthew, leaving the room, hears screams about what will happen to them now. He turns around and walks down the corridor, and then takes a deep breath. His eyes glow blue. His energy spreads throughout the building. He feels a boy and a girl on the street who are screaming in fear, running away from the goblin, after which he thinks that this figure is exactly who he is looking for. Apparently, everything is fine with them. They both manage to escape. Suddenly, in the distance, he feels the dark aura of a goblin. He stops. The protagonist thinks that he needs to get rid of the one approaching the gym. The goblin menacingly turns around and makes an unpleasant sound. Suddenly, he turns around, hearing Matthew shout at him what he is looking for. The protagonist looks menacingly in his direction, standing still, holding a stationary knife in his right hand. Suddenly, he lifts it up, and strong energy begins to emanate from it. The monster, without wasting a second, breaks away. He swings his axe, but Matthew manages to dodge in time. Then he pushes off the ground, and literally a moment later, pushing off the wall as well, he appears behind the monster. Looking menacingly in his direction, he points his weapon, and then he pierces the goblin through and through. He, growling menacingly, swings his axe. The protagonist does a somersault over himself, looking at him from top to bottom, and then pushes off the ceiling and flies straight at his opponent. He puts a stationary knife in front of him, from which a strong aura emanates, and literally a moment later, he cuts the goblin's body into two parts. The monster begins to crumble into sand, and at the end, a large blue crystal falls out of it. Stepping aside, Matthew looks at the stationary knife and says that he will not be able to use it anymore. Throwing it on the ground, he adds that who do you have to be to break into a kindergarten like that? If he catches you, he will kill you. Then he starts running forward, remembering his friends and hoping that they can hold out for a little while longer. Gritting his teeth, he analyzes the area around him. We are transported back. The screams of children do not stop. The boy and girl continue to hug the protagonist with tears in their eyes. Suddenly, the teacher appears, holding his broom forward, asking if Leonid is okay. Then Matthew looks ahead for a few seconds in silence. He answers, smiling, that everything is fine. We are transported to the exit of the kindergarten. On the street there are soldiers in uniform. One of them approaches the protagonist and, holding out his hand, asks that he was really able to kill him. Matthew, smiling, looks away and says that the goblin was already very injured. It just disappeared when he hit him a couple of times. The guy pulls out a blue crystal on his hand and says that even though the goblins are 7th or 8th grade, they are not so weak that a 7-year-old child could defeat them. The soldier imagined in his head how the protagonist destroys the sphere with the blue crystal inside. He ponders that the only way to kill monsters is to destroy their core with a weapon imbued with mana or a strong physical attack. He looks at the child and adds, what about the goblins in the hallway? Matthew nervously looks away and replies that maybe he killed the goblin who killed that goblin, and after their fight he was too weak to handle him. They were both not okay. The military spreads his hands and looks ahead in surprise and says that it looks like that. A man appears in front of us, standing behind the counter. He looks at the audience with a smile and says that on behalf of the office they express their deepest apologies to the kindergarten for the incident that happened recently. The teacher and the children look at him with a smile, and the man continues to say that from now on they will try their best for the well-being of the kindergarten. He then extends his hand towards the protagonist and says that he is the hero of the day. He hands him a certificate and thanks Matthew for his deed. Everyone happily applauds him, shouting his name. We are transported to Matthew's parents. They look at him with displeasure and shout that he did something again without thinking. Like a kraken, they want him to write a note of apology, and only after that they can talk. The protagonist lowered his head and, turning pale, thought that he was dead. Then someone shouted at him to smile wider. Smiling, he laughed. We are transported back to the kindergarten for the festival. Olivia is sitting on the floor with a large bouquet of flowers. Someone says that a long time ago there lived a Princess Snow White. Her face was whiter than white, and she was very beautiful. Near her there were many boys dressed in green clothes. Someone continued the story that Snow White has a warm heart. In the forest live 7 dwarfs who love her very much. The children looked at each other with wide smiles, and the teacher held the microphone in his hand and continued the story. 2 guys stood behind the stage, looking around in fear. The boy grabbed his head and screamed. What should he do? He doesn't remember his lines. Matthew folded his arms and replied that he only had one line. I should tell you, you better not eat this, to which the guy, looking at his hands, shouted that for sure and a real captain remembers everything. The protagonist looked ahead with disappointment and then thought that after the situation with the goblins, he had changed a lot. He remembered how he looked at his friends with displeasure, then thought that they had agreed that he would call him captain, not warrior. He winked at his friend and said that he would show what a good actor he could be. Matthew thought that it was still strange. Then Catherine appeared. She stepped forward and addressed the princess. She pulled out a red apple and winked, telling her to look at it. It looked incredibly delicious, didn't it? Olivia came closer and, smiling, said that she really was beautiful. The gnomes began waving their hands in fear and telling her not to take it from a stranger, it could be poison. One of them blushed and added that she should not eat it. The guy turned pale, then shouted loudly yes. He, Hand, continued shouting that she should not eat it. The teacher and the task did not frown, standing at the microphone. Silence hung in the hall, and then all the parents in the hall left. The protagonist, watching this, thought that he was playing like a robot. Catherine threw the apple forward and shouted for her to eat it and get away from her. The apple hit the guy right in the mouth, and he looked ahead in fear. He fell to the floor, and the boys nearby screamed with tears in their eyes that he was dead. Suddenly everyone turned around, and the teacher said that the dwarf ate the poisoned apple instead of the princess. He raised his hand and, looking at Catherine, continued to say that the queen did not give up. Pointing his finger to the side, he added that she made the princess eat the rest of the apple. Hearing this, Catherine turned pale, and then, grabbing the apple, she shoved it into Olivia's mouth, telling her to eat it and leave her alone. Olivia turned pale, stretching her hand out in front of her, her mother said. Meanwhile, Catherine, running away, clenched her fists, screamed that she was her stepmother and told her not to call her that anymore. Olivia, blushing, looked at the bitten apple, but she fell to the ground. The dwarves began to drag the guy back, and then the teacher put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. He wiped the tears from his eyes and, looking at him, said that it seemed that now he could only rely on him. Leaning towards Matthew, he clenched his fist and added that they had made a bet on which group would perform better. Then the protagonist began to slowly walk towards Olivia. She was lying on the flowers, closing her eyes. Suddenly Matthew stopped, hearing someone from the audience ask what it was. He looked down when the other parents began to whisper that he was scaring them, that this was the same boy who killed the monster the city hall had awarded him. Matthew turned pale and, looking ahead, thought about the monster who did not disdain to sacrifice people's lives. He imagined himself, an adult, standing with a ball in his hands, and thousands of eyes were looking at him, and he thought that the monster, like a player, was not mortal. Suddenly Anna screamed his name. The protagonist looked ahead, puzzled. Turning around, he saw a beaming Anna in the crowd of parents, who held out her hand and shouted that it was her. Behind her, his father, with a smile on his face, shouted that he was the most handsome. His mother waved her hand and said that she was here. The protagonist stared ahead for a few seconds in silence. Then his cheeks turned red, and he exhaled and said that they were embarrassing him. Then he took a step to the side. He approached Olivia. Then he took a deep breath. He leaned over, put his hand on her head, and said that how could someone so beautiful exist in this world? He kissed the little girl on the forehead, and she slowly began to open her eyes. She stood up and looked at him, puzzled. Everyone immediately began to applaud. Matthew took Olivia by the hand, and together they walked to the edge of the stage and then bowed. Literally a second later, all the other actors ran up to them, smiling, shouting that they had done a great job and now they were all together. They grabbed the protagonist and began to throw him up. He looked ahead in fear, thinking that it was dangerous, that he was going to fall. Suddenly, someone caught him. Opening his eyes, Matthew saw his father in front of him, who said that he was very good. Climbing onto his shoulders, the protagonist grabbed his father by the hair, began to say that he was his. Then he turned towards his mother. She smiled and said that he had already thought about what he would do. Matthew looked at her in surprise for a few seconds, then thought that she had asked the same thing last year. He remembered how she, smiling, asked him what he would do when he grew up. Lowering his gaze, he answered that he did not know, and then thought that he still did not know what to do. Then he turned around and saw his happy friends. Olivia and Catherine grabbed each other's hands and began to dance, and he thought that he wanted to be happy and did not want anyone to interfere with him. Smiling, he lowered his head and said that maybe. Closing his eyes, he added warrior. His mother smiled widely. Then the protagonist asked his father to put him down. He replied that of course, how is his warrior? Then his mother with red cheeks watched her son for a few more seconds. Matthew ran towards his friends, and his mother thought that he should do what he thinks is right. Looking at how he was having fun with his friends, she thought that she would always support him. The school building. The master of ceremonies congratulates children on entering elementary school. The plot says that on this beautiful spring day with blossoming buds, Matthew yawns, and the plot says that it is the third year of the goddess calendar and that Matthew is 8 years old. Catherine approaches Matthew and asks why he is doing this, because the principal is giving a speech, to which he replies that it is no less strange. Sarah smiles awkwardly and repeats the teacher's request to them to be quieter. Jimmy raises his fist in excitement and says that there will probably be a lot of strong kids here and asks the main character when he will be the boss here, to which he replies that he will not be and asks Jimmy to calm down. The people on stage fell silent at the moment when Jimmy turns to Matthew on the boss and says that he is probably worried about him, and Matthew replies that he is not talking about that now. The plot says that they are looking forward to school life. Catherine is angry and Matthew is taken aback by awkwardness. He thinks that he is already tired. The door to the office. Catherine says hello and says that her name is LL. She is from the Manhwa district. She holds her hand on her chest and continues that she went to kindergarten doing and still wants to play and make friends, and she also likes melodramas and listen to music, to which Matthew is surprised that she talks too much. Nancy awkwardly raises her palm and says that Catherine should be silent, because they do not have much time today, and asks her to tell everything she wants next time. Catherine sits down without any embarrassment, saying that she will have to since there is nothing she can do. Nancy smiles and asks Matthew to stand up and continues that the next MC is next. She asks him to introduce himself, to which Matthew agrees. Matthew keeps his hands in his pockets and says that his name is Matthew and that he is from preschool doing, and continues that he hopes that they will become friends. The class looks at the MC while Nancy asks if Matthew has said everything, to which he answers positively, and Nancy asks him to sit down. Nancy smiles awkwardly and says that Sarah is next. She asks her to introduce herself. Sarah stands up dejectedly and agrees to introduce herself. Sarah has closed her eyes and nervously tries to begin. Sarah is shaking with fear and says that her name is Sarah. Matthew looks at his trembling classmate. The plot continues. In general, a yard of a house with a fountain. A man in a pink apron says that he is pleased to meet you and that he is Sarah's father. Matthew's classmates greet him. Father Sarah asks how hard it was to get there and continues that he will make them a nice lunch and asks if they would like anything to drink. Matthew frowns and thinks about Father Sarah. Matthew rubs his chin and thinks that he has seen this man somewhere before, while in the background the children ask Father Sarah for a chocolate bar, mango juice, yogurt, and Sarah herself continues that she also wants yogurt. Father Sarah turns to Matthew and asks what that is, to which Matthew points at himself in confusion. Matthew raises a finger and asks for espresso or banana juice. The children exclaim, sitting at a table full of delicious food. An overweight classmate licks his fork. The children eat enthusiastically, asking if it is bacon and why it tastes so good. Catherine smiles and remarks that Father Sarah is a very good cook, to which Jimmy asks why she is showing off, to which Catherine replies that Sarah is her friend. Jimmy, confused, says that he understands her because she is like a gourmet, to which she gets angry and asks not to call her that, to which Jimmy agrees. Jimmy sticks his tongue out at Catherine. Matthew, with his eyelids lowered, looks at them and asks what they ate so deliciously that they react so vividly. Matthew looks forward, dumbfounded. Matthew holds a glass in his hands, and around it is a blue flame, and he asks what he just drank. Matthew looks at the glass in horror and realizes that the drink restores his mana. Matthew frowns and notes that this is impossible and most likely he drank a potion. The plot, against the background of a glowing bottle, says that potions are elixirs that replenish mana in the human body. Against the background of a destroyed city, the plot continues that players who fight monsters always carry one with them, since it is equal to life for them. Sarah, what happened? Did he not like it? To which he replies that it is very tasty. Matthew asks Sarah what her father's name is. Sarah's father pours tea while Sarah says that his last name is Yang and his first name is Xiaokun. Matthew looks on dumbfounded. Matthew excitedly pounces on Sarah and asks her to be his close friend. Matthew smiles and thinks about John. He continues that this man revolutionized the potion market. Matthew introduces John and continues that he carefully selects ingredients and has the gift of filtration, which also allows him to extract mana, and in the future, he will become the king of the potion market and the Alice Group, one of the 3 largest companies in South Korea. Matthew closes his eyes and thinks that he has not heard of John having a daughter. Matthew realizes that John is only alive because he saved her. Matthew touches Sarah's shoulder and calls her by name. Matthew confidently points his thumb at himself and says that if anyone bothers her at school, she should tell him and he will not let it go. Sarah smiles sweetly and agrees. She thanks him. Sarah clenches her fists dejectedly. Sarah stands up and says hesitantly that she is also from the Dewan kindergarten, like Matthew and Catherine, and she likes to read and drink tea. Sarah smiles and continues that she is very shy to communicate with new people and asks everyone to communicate with her. Matthew gives her a thumbs up and thinks that she is great, which is what you would expect from his best friend. Nancy thanks Sarah. Nancy asks everyone to listen to Claire. Matthew turns around and is perplexed. The girl's ear twitched. The girl has a tail. She stands dejectedly and people around ask if this is real and if she is a monster. Someone calls her a half-breed. The plot tells about half-breeds, a half-breed embryo in the womb. The plot continues that this is what they call people who are born with a bad distribution of genes. People look aggressively, while the plot continues that people who have lost a loved one because of monsters. Claire looks down in a constrained pose. The plot continues that such people hate half-breeds because of their resemblance to monsters. Claire awkwardly replies that her name is Claire and she did not go to kindergarten and asks everyone to be friends. Matthew turns around to see his classmates whispering that their parents forbid them to approach Claire and they do not know why, to which Matthew thinks that it seems like there are a lot of stereotypes about half-breeds. Nancy looks at the magazine and chooses the next student. But Jimmy has already stood up and says that his name is Ch. He likes to swing a sword and the boss teaches him to control his mana. The child asks what boss we are talking about, to which Jimmy asks if he knows who the boss is. Jimmy points to a dumbfounded Matthew and says that over there sits the main character. He is his boss. Jimmy flexes his biceps and continues that Matthew is the boss in this class and warns him not to get into any trouble because Matthew is very strong. The class cheers for the boss, to which Nancy smiles awkwardly and asks Jimmy to calm down. Nancy looks down in displeasure. Matthew sadly listens as Nancy continues in displeasure that Matthew should stay after school and bring his parents because she needs to talk to them, to which Matthew does not understand what he did wrong. Matthew sadly sits at his desk and thinks that, as expected, this is all incredibly tiring. Outside the school, shouts are heard that the boss is the best, and in response, Matthew should go to the teacher's room and Matthew thinks that from now on his training is turning into hell. Matthew tiredly carries a tray of food and thinks that the tests for checking the amount of mana for the first year are finally finished. He looks straight ahead and goes on to say that Jimmy and Claire are above average and there is no point in talking about Sarah because they must have thought it was a mistake and listed Sarah as average anyway. Jimmy waves to Matthew and invites him to join them at the table while Matthew thinks that everything went off without incident anyway so he can sit down and eat normally. A playground in fine weather. Jimmy points his thumb at himself and says he will bring more food. Matthew closes his eyes and says that this is his third time and the cook will probably remember him soon, to which Jimmy asks how he knew that the cook already knows his name. Catherine gets up from the table in displeasure and asks if he is full yet because she wants more. Matthew smiles slyly. He looks madly ahead and says yes because why not, she is a glutton. Catherine gets angry and shouts that she is not a glutton and it is simply because she took less from the beginning and asks Sarah to confirm her words, to which Sarah says that Matthew is wrong this time. Matthew and Catherine cross spoons, but they are distracted by a voice that asks to look and ask whether it is her or not. A view from behind Claire and someone says that Claire really does have a tail. In the background, children gossip and someone asks why people like her even go to school. Claire looks away dejectedly, and she continues that she should not look Claire in the eyes. Claire sadly walks with a tray through the cafeteria. Claire saw an empty seat at the table. 3 people at the table look at Claire. Claire awkwardly asks if she can sit with them. Laura gives a negative answer. Matthew chews and says that of all of them, Laura decided to ask Claire. Laura looks at her haughtily and asks what's wrong with her and if she's okay in the head, to which Claire looks at her in bewilderment, and Laura continues that who does Claire even think she is if she thinks she can just sit at their table. Her friend continues that what was Claire thinking, and the second friend says that Claire should know her place and orders her to look at her clothes first. Claire looks at the floor in horror, and in the background they continue to discuss what's wrong with her clothes, because it's quite possible that she picked them up somewhere, and she should have stayed in her church. Claire looks at the floor and asks for forgiveness. Catherine got angry and turns to Laura with the words that what right does she have to think that since she's rich, she can do whatever she wants and how can she even be so evil? And Sarah continues that Laura is very cruel. Jimmy looks at the main characters with hope. Matthew walks towards Claire as laughter is heard in the background and someone tells him to look at Claire crying. Matthew sits in his armor and someone says that not all half-breeds are kind. The man across from him continues that his heart is kinder because of that. Moths circle around the lantern and the man continues that it is all a lie because of course there are kind people and there may be kind children among them, but there are still more bad ones. Matthew sits across from him and asks what next. The man continues that half-breeds should not be treated better just because they are half-breeds. The man frowns and says that if he cares about them so much because of him, then he should stop. Matthew asks if the man thinks Matthew is kind, to which the man replies that Matthew misunderstood him. Matthew stands up abruptly and startles the man across from him. Matthew draws his sword and asks if the man thinks Matthew is weak. The man opposite covers his head with his hands in horror and gives a negative answer and asks what is so wound up, to which Matthew replies that he came to his tent in the middle of the night and is trying to pester him. Matthew points at him and continues that the guy should get out of there and go on patrol if he does not want to get it from him, to which he agrees. A half-breed runs against the background of the ruins of the city. The plot says that the dungeon of the abyss. Someone cuts the monster. The guy says that this monster was quite strong, like all the others there. He looks down in horror. The monster counterattacks. The guy gets a cut in the chest. A sharp bloody limb of an arthropod. The mantis monster looks aggressively. He is preparing to strike again. Someone runs away. Matthew hits the mantis. Matthew looks forward aggressively. The mantis flies back. The mantis in rage strikes again, but this time at the men. Matthew dodges. Matthew holds the sword tightly. Hemolymph starts to flow from the praying mantis's body. Matthew cuts the praying mantis's body. He has delivered the final fatal blow. He screams the boy's name and runs to him. Matthew lays his wounded friend on his back. Perrin says that Matthew should leave quickly, for he has walked so far and now is definitely not the time to hesitate. The girl with the staff runs to them and Matthew asks her to help him, but Perrin shuts him up. The girl bites her finger in horror, and Perrin continues that the main character has forgotten that he knows these wounds very well. Perrin bleeds out and says that he is dying to, or rather they are dying to, kill as many monsters as possible. Against the backdrop of a mountain of monster corpses, someone asks why they are just standing there. Matthew dejectedly agrees and asks what his last words will be. Perrin remembers what he said before and asks if the main character remembers that he said then that not all half-breeds are good and you shouldn't treat them better just because they are half-breeds, and Matthew says that he remembers. Perrin grits his teeth and continues that there could be more bad people in the world and Matthew shouldn't turn a blind eye to that because. The girl cries in the background and Perrin continues that because he is no different from them. His hand falls and the last thing he says is that he was a very bad person. Matthew looks at his friend's corpse in horror. Matthew clenches his fist and asks why he even remembered that. Matthew gets up from the table and calls out to LL. Matthew confidently walked on and asks her to make room at their table, to which Catherine says that she knew it would be like that, and Jimmy asks if he needs his help, to which he receives a negative answer. Someone takes the tray away from Claire and questions are started about what she is trying to do, what is wrong with her and how stupid this is. Matthew holds her tray and says that there is a place there. Claire looks at the gentleman in horror. She grabs his sleeve, to which he says that this is a bit excessive. Claire pulls her hand away and apologizes, to which Matthew says that everything is fine and they need to go. Jimmy calls her, and Matthew says that his friends found a place for her. Claire raises her eyebrows and says that it will be worse for them if they help her. Matthew, with a serious face, says that he doesn't care. The friends ask what kindergarten the gentleman's friends are from. The friend replies that they are from before, and the second asks that maybe they should ask for information about them. Laura fixes her hair and replies that she shouldn't do that. Laura lowers her eyelids and continues that it's obvious from them that they are nothing special. Catherine points at Claire and says that Matthew is a bit stubborn, but she will have to get used to it, to which Matthew admonishes her. Jimmy points at himself and says that lunch is very good today. Sarah hands her a cup and asks for barley tea. Sarah offers her friendship and she thanks her. The four look at her and say that the tea is hot, so she should drink it more slowly, but the tea is very good. Claire holds up the mug. She drinks it all in one gulp and Sarah is taken aback. Claire puts a spoon in her mouth. Matthew frowns and asks her to slow down, because they really are not taking anything from her. Claire starts crying, to which Catherine asks what happened, and Sarah gives her a handkerchief. Matthew says that he will drive. Matthew thinks about what to do, because when he starts, the boys must suppress mana to hide their presence. Matthew points to the sky and continues that either they must use mana to improve their physical abilities if they want to beat him and escape. Claire says she doesn't know how to control mana, to which Matthew replies that she knows how to hide and asks if she's in good shape. Catherine encourages her and says that she will defeat him with her power. Matthew thinks that it seems that Claire cannot use telepathy, her unique ability, and he will try to teach her later. Matthew says that they cannot hide inside the buildings and asks them to stay on the territory. Matthew turns away and says that he will start after 100 seconds. Matthew leans against the pole and begins to count from 100 to 0. Matthew opens his eyes. He stretches and says that he is going to look. He finds his friends one by one. Matthew thinks that only Claire and Sarah are left and that he does not feel Sarah's presence at all. He thinks about Sarah and continues that she is great at mana management, which means it is Claire's turn. Matthew crossed his arms over his chest. Matthew rushed towards the bushes. He parts the bushes shouting that he found it. Matthew looks to the side and sees a tail. Matthew chases Claire shouting that she should stop. Matthew reaches out to her. She jumps at the last moment. Matthew falls and she jumps onto the roof. Claire screams that she will not lose until Matthew catches her. Jimmy looks at this and asks if this is true. Jimmy lifts his sleeve and says that they were just found, not caught. Catherine punches her palm and continues that she was tricked and suggests that they run. Matthew's sister says that she was just going to play again and with the help of mana she can run faster. Matthew looks at his friends, dumbfounded, running in different directions. He grabs his head and asks what is happening. Claire looks at Matthew using mana and screams that he will catch everyone. Claire looks on confusedly while Matthew screams. The plot moves to a moment earlier. Sarah is walking up the stairs and asks where she can hide. Matthew screams that he is going to look. Sarah concentrates because she needs to suppress her mana. Sarah suppresses her Magu and continues that she cannot go inside, so she will go outside. Sarah notices stacks of books. Sarah walks forward. She stands near the stacks of books. She walks further, already holding a book in her hands. Sarah looks forward excitedly and says that this is paradise. Sarah turns around and says that she doesn't know where she is and that she should get out. Sarah looks at the books and says that this is wonderful. She looks at Alice in Wonderland and asks what it is. The man with glasses appears behind. He looks sternly. Sarah looks back, frightened. Sarah asks her grandfather to continue, and he says that this is how Alice goes back and chases the rabbit. Matthew bares his teeth because Sarah found him. Sarah sits on her grandfather's lap. Matthew angrily says that the girl disappeared when they were playing and now he is looking for her, to which the grandfather says that Sarah should have warned him that she was with friends. Sarah says that she forgot, to which Matthew's sister praises her brother, who is perplexed by Sarah's words. Matthew gets angry because she forgot about them and she apologizes to him. Matthew flicks her. She holds her bruise and listens as he says that she should warn her next time she wants to go somewhere, to which she apologizes again and Matthew thinks that if he continues to scold her, she will cry and he should stop. Matthew apologizes to his grandfather, to which he replies that it is nothing special, because he was really bored until she came and asks her to come again, because it is nice to have a friend who loves books. Sarah asks if this is true, to which the grandfather answers in the affirmative. Sarah says that tomorrow she will also come, because she really wants to finish this book, and Matthew says that it is already late and they should go home. Matthew turns around at the grandfather's request to wait. The grandfather offers to give them a ride. The car is parked on the street of the evening city. The grandfather says that anyone who wants to go should get in the car, to which Matthew thinks that he does not know who this grandfather is. Jimmy notes that the car is cool and soft, and Matthew thinks that it is a super expensive car. Grandfather orders to drive away. Matthew watches the car go. Matthew says that he has never ridden in a car like this. Matthew's eyes well up with tears and he says that he is jealous. It was pouring rain outside. Matthew looked out the window. The boy looked at the class in surprise. The teacher was writing on the board the election of the class president. At the end of the inscription was written Matthew's name. The boy raised his hand in surprise and asked why they wrote his name down. Catherine looked at the desk, saying that she was told that the boy wanted to become a candidate. The hero asked in surprise who said that. The girl pointed her finger. Smiling, Jimmy looked at Matthew. The boy began to raise his hand cutely. The main character looked angrily at the desk, saying that Jimmy would not expect help from him and that he would not get it. Matthew calmly raised his hand, saying that he rejected the candidacy. The teacher laughed and said that he was chosen, but Matthew shouted that he was not suitable for the role of president. The girl looked at the boy in surprise, saying that all children have unlimited potential. The hero shouted at Catherine, asking her why she didn't tell him about it earlier. The teacher looked at all the children, asking if anyone else wanted to run for president, since Matthew was the only candidate so far. Laura raised her hand with a smile on her face. All the children looked at the girl attentively. Laura looked askance at Matthew, telling the teacher that she also wanted to run for president. The main character looked at the girl with confusion. There were a huge number of burgers in the box. The girl pointed to the box with a smile on her face, saying that her father bought it and they could eat it. The children shouted and rejoiced. The children told each other to choose Laura since she promised to buy burgers once a month. Matthew's group looked at the other children with a displeased face. The main character was handed a burger. Laura stood next to the boy. The girl smiled and thanked the boy for his precious voice. Matthew looked askance at Laura, saying that he did not want to. The guy began to slowly move away from the girl. Matthew sighed and heard how the heroine was already controlling something, although in fact she was still a child. The guy saw something to the side. Jimmy, drooling and with his mouth open, was holding a sealed burger in his hands. Matthew's group refused Laura's food in different ways. The guy looked at his guys with a smile on his face. The hero confidently directed his gaze forward. Mountains. Do an elementary school spring excursion. Groups of people stood in groups. The teacher looked at her guys with a smile on her face, telling them that there would be roll call now and they needed to raise their hands, saying their names. The girl laughed and said that the president and vice president should help. Laura twirled her hair, saying yes. Matthew, with anger on his face, answered in the same way. Laura stood next to the teacher, holding a stick in her hands. The girl touched and gave flowers. The teacher showed the surroundings. All the children were laughing and clapping. Matthew was opening his food, seeing that it said he was loved. All the girls were smiling and telling him to look at Jimmy's lunch. Catherine was sitting next to the boy and was touched that his sister had written something like that for him. The girl was holding sushi. All the kids were looking at the lunch in surprise. The container contained food in the shape of a bear. Matthew was remembering his father, who was a cook, and was saying that now he was enjoying his food very much. The main character was looking at Jimmy in surprise with Catherine, asking what kind of paws these were. The boy was holding a drink with a snack with a smile on his face and saying that his mother had said it was very tasty. Matthew and Catherine were smiling strangely at the hero. Catherine was calmly sharing with Jimmy, saying that his mother had not even bothered to pack his lunch. A boy was running quickly in the forest. The hero was looking around, asking what it was. His leg got caught under the door frame, and the hero himself was asking what kind of monster it was. The boy fell to the ground. The hero lay and could do nothing. The boy looked at the monster's paw in fear. The 7th grade hounds looked at the hero with hunger. The boy loudly asked for help. The hellhound looked at the boy with anger. He looked away with fear. Blood was splashing in one area. The monsters were touching each other. The monster's mouth screamed to stop. 2 monsters were fighting each other. 2 wolves were looking at their boss. All the monsters were on their heads. The hell wolf screamed for everyone to move forward. Packs of monsters ran forward towards Matthew's group. The children stood in the forest, screaming that they should open their hands every other 2-3 times. In their open hands were pieces of paper with nothing written on them. Jimmy and the girl were sad and said that they had nothing. Matthew screamed for them to forget about it. Jimmy, with a mad smile, said that he had to find a treasure. Catherine looked away with anger, offering to take more. All the children agreed with this decision, except Matthew, who was leaving the children. Catherine held the boy by the shoulder, asking where he was going. The hero followed the children with displeasure, not understanding where they were going and why they were so far away. Matthew remembered the dragons in the Uijeongbu area. The children looked back in surprise, hearing some sounds. Claire and Olivia asked what it was. Matthew covered his mouth with his finger, showing the children to be silent. The huge body of some monster ran quickly. Paws jumped over all the bushes and trees. Catherine pointed at the monster, asking what it was. Her finger pointed at the mad wolf. The monster growled angrily at the children. Matthew was angry, not understanding why this happened now. Seoul was protected by a cocoon, but somehow the monsters that infested Uijeongbu broke through the cocoon and headed south. It was a tragic incident with many victims. The wolf continued to growl madly. Catherine looked at the monster in fear. The paws pushed off the ground. The monster opened its mouth wide. The leg came close to the stone. Catherine tripped and fell to the ground. The monster with a wide mouth jumped on the girl. The girl covered her face with her hands, screaming loudly in fear. Matthew quickly pushed the wolf away with his foot. The monster fell to the ground. The hero swung his fork at the monster. Magic penetrated the kitchen appliance. Matthew continuously jabbed the fork at the wolf. The children looked at the boy in surprise. The monster was being burned by a strong flame. The boy stood with his back to her and asked if she was okay. Catherine, who was sitting on the ground, said that she was okay. Gina stood behind the boy, deciding to ask something. The boy looked at Matthew in fear, saying that this was not the captain she knew. The main character wiped his face and said that he was okay and just a little nervous. When Matthew kills monsters, he becomes an immortal player who hates monsters and went crazy in battle with them. The boy looked at his hands, realizing that he should not show it. Matthew clenched his fist, looking into the distance. The children hesitantly told each other that they should run. Matthew remembered wolves and said that they always move in packs and there are too many of them coming down from the mountains, so most likely it will not be possible to save everyone and there is only one way. All the children looked at the hero. Matthew carefully told everyone to listen to him. The children scattered to different places in the forest. One of the heroines put a scarf on a stone, deciding to settle down. Laura sat on a stone, telling the other children to look for treasure. A group of children with a smile on their faces asked Laura if they could also rest. The girl's eyes filled with anger. The children immediately ran away, telling Laura to rest. The heroine continued to sit on the phone. Laura looked in the direction of the noise. A group of children ran down the mountain in fear. The girl asked in confusion what had happened. A pack of monsters ran down the mountain. Laura looked at the girl, who was quickly running away. The wolf jumped on Laura, sitting on a stone. The heroine screamed in fear. The girl began to cover her eyes in fear. Something quickly began to fly at the monster. The wolf abruptly fell to the ground and stopped moving. Laura held her ears, looking down. The girl looked forward in surprise. Matthew held a gun in his hand, telling Laura that she needed to go down. The girl looked at the hero in tears. The pack of monsters looked at the boys. Laura held Matthew by the sleeve, saying that he should protect her. The girl looked at the hero in fear. Matthew answered the heroine with a displeased face so that she would not stand in his way. The guy looked at the children, telling them to listen carefully. Jimmy looked at the guy, who was telling them to run to the foot of the mountain. Matthew looked away, answering that he was going to look for the others. Jimmy tried to go with the guy. The main character looked closely at the boy, telling him not to fool around and to concentrate on surviving. Jimmy sadly apologized to Matthew. The guy watched everyone and said that from now on they were on a team. Matthew told everyone that the hounds had very good cores and they would need to suppress their mana as much as possible. Matthew threw food around, realizing that there was some mana left in it. The guy looked away, answering that the monsters had a special sense of smell and they could smell it. A pack of hounds sniffed all the power. This was necessary for distraction. The hero closed his eyes, understanding that now he needed to find out where they were. A huge force shield appeared around the guy. The guy looked at the scene, glad that he had time for the fleeing. Matthew jumped on trees and rocks. Ahead, the hero saw a black layer of power in which the monsters themselves were. The hero looked askance at the backpack, realizing that he now had half as much mana and tea, which he needed to save. The guy began to look ahead, hearing some sounds. People with their last breath asked for help. A man with tears in his eyes loudly screamed for help. Saliva flowed from the mouths of the beasts in streams. The monsters calmly licked their lips. The hounds crowded around the people. One began to stand calmly, hearing something. Matthew quickly ran up to one, cutting his body in half. A pack of wolves watched as the hero killed their fellow wolf. Matthew looked away calmly. A weapon was lying in the dead man's pocket. The hero's hands touched the handle of the weapon. Matthew examined the sword, realizing that it contained mana with which he could kill the pack. The hero pointed the sword at the leader of the pack, who continued to growl loudly. Matthew, with a smile on his face, called the monsters to him. The monsters continued to growl loudly. One of the wolves began to jump on the hero. The monster jumped high, opening its chest. The main hero tried to hit its chest with his sword. Matthew quickly thrust his weapon into the wolf. The pack continued to run quickly. The guy looked sideways. The hero wounded the wolves one by one. The hound jumped on the guy, who did not see it. The hero dodged the monster's attack, not letting himself be killed. The sword pierced another wolf's chest. The weapon came out of the body. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to run. The hero touched the earth with power. Matthew flew up with quick movements. The monsters were watching the guy who was in the sky. The protagonist's hands touched the sword. Matthew directed his power at the monsters. Small magic needles fell on the monsters. They quickly cut the bodies of the wolves. The monsters were wounded. The hero calmly jumped back to the ground. All the monsters flew up from the magic. The wolves growled loudly, but they could not do anything. Streams of power continued to fall on the monsters. Matthew ran away from the monsters without saying anything. Matthew wanted to get away from all this flow of power as soon as possible, because of which the explosion occurred. An ordinary morning in the forest. Someone's legs were standing near the monster. Laura looked ahead in fear. Matthew calmly told the girl to leave if she wanted to live. Laura asked again, looking at the hero in surprise. The wolves continued to growl menacingly and furiously. The girl fearfully held the hero's sweater, asking where he went. Laura continued to look at him. Matthew told her not to stand in his way. The girl took her hand off the hero's sweater. The main character remembered the boy who was walking with Laura and said that he was in very bad shape and needed help. The heroine watched as the boy quickly galloped away. Laura looked after him in surprise. The girl's eyes looked at Matthew because she wanted him. The main character confidently ran forward. Filled with strength, Matthew flew into the forest. The hero's body flew in the sky. Matthew, with a smile on his face, said that he found everything he wanted. In the black smoke was a pack of 6th grade hounds. The leader of the pack screamed furiously at Matthew. The guy confidently looked at him from the sky. The hero's power was directed into the black hole. The guy, with a smile on his face, told the monsters that they were already corpses. The fragments continued to fall. The monsters watched the guy with anger. The fragments of power flew at the monsters. Matthew, with a smile on his face, jumped back to the ground, looking at all the game. The leader of the pack was at the top, watching everything that was happening. The wolf was angrily screaming for everyone to be taken. Matthew was calmly looking at the two monsters on the side, behind him. The monster understood with a keen gaze that he couldn't do that. The hero's hands were holding a sword. Matthew was confidently looking away. The wolf was quickly falling to the ground, no longer making any sounds of life. The pack of hounds was still running. The hero was confidently holding a magic weapon in his hands. The guy was angrily heading towards the monsters. The monsters were trying to dig up the guy. The hero was covering his head, running away from the dead monster. The sword was still emitting mana. Matthew was looking at the wolves, with their leader standing on top of them. The main character answered with displeasure that they were all very stubborn. The guys were running through the forest. Everyone was remembering Matthew's words about survival. Everyone was saying attentively that they understood everything. Catherine and Jimmy were quickly flying somewhere. All the heroes stood quietly in the forest. Jimmy looked at the girl with confusion, asking where they should go now. Olivia held her chest and said that she was very tired, but had to go. The girl remembered Matthew, who told Olivia that she was a navigator. The heroine's eyes were filled with magic. Olivia pointed her finger at the left turn and said that there was something bad about it. Claire listened to various sounds, confirming the words. All the children were tired, but decided to pull themselves together. Jimmy looked away in fear. The guy looked around angrily, trying to find at least one player, who grabbed the guy by the hand. Catherine screamed at Jimmy so that he did not look back and just ran. The girl remembered the words of the guy, who asked her to watch for panic. Matthew stood in front of the girl, saying that this was all. Catherine clenched her teeth in anger. There was black magic to the side. Olivia screamed loudly that there was something ahead. The boys looked at the cloud of black magic in fear. A paw came out of it. A hound with spikes on its back crawled out of the hole. Catherine and Jimmy began to look at all this in fear. A huge monster growled loudly at everyone. The monster's head rose into the sky. Jimmy asked in confusion what it was doing. A large number of monsters looked at the children. Everyone began to look up, screaming loudly. The boys were surrounded by monsters. Jimmy looked around. The hero remembered Matthew's words, who said that Jimmy was the only one who could fight and that he was the strongest. The hero confidently looked away, realizing that he would fight the monsters he encountered. The boys punched each other. The hero stood with his eyes closed and a sword in his hands. The boy remembered how he swung his sword as a little boy, asking me if it worked. The wolves were running at Jimmy. The hero fearlessly waved his magic sword. One of the hounds was wounded. The monsters looked at the death of their peers in fear. Jimmy, with a smile on his face, shouted that he could do it. The monsters did not stop growling loudly. Jimmy held a wand in his hands, giving it to Jimmy. The boy clenched his teeth. The hero looked at the floor with anger. The monsters continued to run quickly. Jimmy jumped on one of the monsters, trying to dodge. The hero's body was wounded. All the guys looked at the boy in fear. Claire looked away in confusion. The girl looked at Jimmy, who ran away and shouted that he would not give up. The pack continued to run quickly. Jimmy aimed his fist with magic. The wolf jumped on the hero. Jimmy's fist touched the monster's mouth. Jimmy looked at his fist, not understanding what he had just done. One of the wolves was approaching the hero. Jimmy quickly pushed the monster away, not letting it pass. The monster sniffed Jimmy, angrily heading towards him. Jimmy touched his stomach in confusion. The monster's paw touched the guy's chest. The wolf quickly opened its mouth, screaming loudly. All the girls were scared, afraid for clarification. Claire looked at the guy with fear, remembering everything that had happened between them. The wolf continued to open its mouth wide. The teeth bit Jimmy's hand. Catherine and Olivia ran to help with all their might. The hair began to burn. The girl prayed and asked that everything would be okay with them. After a while, the hole turned into a portal. The legs lay on the ground. The wolves continued to scream loudly. The monsters ran towards the hero. There was a protective negative around the guy. Claire looked back, thinking that this could not harm them in any way. The heroine continued to look away in fear. From the top view, they could all be seen. The boy looked at the girls in fear. Someone's legs were flying in the air. Someone's silhouette appeared in the sky. The heroine slowly descended to the ground. The children looked at the heroine in fear. Nuna, with a smile on her face, asked the children if they could close their eyes. The heroine looked at the wolves, answering that these dogs would get it now. Matthew stood in the fire, opposite which were the wolves. The boy's hands were holding a thermos. The hero began to drink Magnoli from the thermos, which was rice wine made by mixing rice and wheat. The hero threw the thermos aside, holding a sword in his hand. Matthew smiled, saying that it was the end for everyone. The bottle fell to the ground. Matthew quickly flew towards one wolf, turning on Heavenly Step. Magic quickly pushed the monsters in different directions. New packs were approaching the heroes. Matthew's fist touched the monster's muzzle to stop it from barking. The guy quickly wounded and dealt with the monsters. The protagonist looked angrily at the wolf and pointed his weapon at it. A few seconds later, a dead creature lay on the ground, and the pack continued to run. Matthew watched everyone with anger. The sword flew and swung in different directions. The protagonist quickly ran with the sword in his hands, including a crazy dance. The guy gritted his teeth and looked at the wolves. Matthew was left alone with the leader. The hero's eyes filled with confidence. The guy quickly ran forward, including a heavenly gate. The hero's entire body was permeated with magic. The hero gritted his teeth and told himself that he was getting tired. His legs accelerated along the ground. The monster continued to run at the hero. Matthew and the monster decided to jump on each other. The hero's fist hit the beast in the face so hard that it flew off in the other direction. Bullets flew from the hero's weapons, and his face was very serious. Bullets from the gun flew quickly at great speed. The monster continued to confidently look forward. The guy looked at it in surprise. The beast was spewing flames from its mouth, which it was directing at the main character. Matthew was in mid-jump. Fire was rushing across the entire area. The guy's gun did not stop shooting. The monster's body was in various holes. The guy calmly looked at the monster, bending down to the ground. The leader was coming out of the fire. The guy's hands were holding the weapon since there was no more ammunition and only close combat remained. The monster was still looking closely at the hero. Matthew, with a sly smile on his face, held the magic sword and, looking at the leader, asked if there was strength left for another attack. Matthew gritted his teeth, saying that these were other attacks. The leader rushed at the guy, shouting that he would kill him. The guy quickly ran at the wolf. Matthew confidently ran forward, hearing how they told him that he would be chopped into pieces. The magic of the sword rushed in different directions. The hero quickly ran into the black hole. The guy covered his nose with his hand, realizing that it was not poison. The sword continued to fill with magic. Matthew and the leader fought with different flames. The hero angrily answered that this was madness. The guy rushed through the leader's power. The hero's magic slowly began to break apart. The hero angrily screamed about his mana. The flame continued to fill everything. Matthew bounced off such fire. The guy fell to the ground. He tiredly looked ahead and said that despite the large amount of mana spent on defense, he was still badly wounded. The hero lowered his head, holding the sword. The guy immediately appeared in armor. A huge number of monsters screamed to leave the guy alone. Matthew looked at his reflection with difficulty. A mad smile appeared on the guy's face because one of their gifts comes to him in critical situations. A huge flow of the guy's energy lifted him into the air. The leader continued to growl at the guy with incomprehension. The force quickly flew at the monster. The wolf looked away in confusion. Matthew looked at the monster, screaming that he would die now. The monster looked away, not knowing what to do. The guy quickly swung his sword, cutting the monster's paws. The wolf fell to the ground. Matthew jumped at the monster, pointing his sword. The force in the form of sparks flew all over the hole. The wolf filled with black magic with a growl. The hero looked at the guy fearlessly. The huge black ball became larger and larger. Black magic created a larger and larger ball. Matthew began to approach him and ask why he hid like that. The sword touched the sword, saying that this thing was strong enough. Matthew pointed his weapon at the ball. The sword passed through. The hero's force touched the fire. The angry wolf gritted his teeth, looking at the guy. Matthew looked out of the ball. The guy calmly answered that he was saying that he would die. The hero confidently walked towards the monster. The sword passed over the beast's head. The wolf's entire body flew in different directions. The guy sat down tiredly on the ground. Matthew directed his gaze upward. The hero looked at the sunset, saying that it was all over. The sun was slowly setting. The guy was lying on the ground, closing his eyes. The hero fell asleep in the middle of the forest. Meanwhile, Nuna, with a smile on her face, asked to close her eyes for a minute. The girl looked at the wolves, saying that they would get it now. The heroine held her, covering her face. Nuna confidently covered it with her hand. Some of the guys ran away from the wolf packs, not understanding why no one came to them to do their job. The girl's fan was filled with magic. Strong tornadoes were directed at the wolves. Nuna controlled the wind, not understanding why no one reported it. The heroine's hands were moving forward. Nuna made a fist, saying that it was the end for everyone. The tornadoes were quickly directed at the monsters. Blood was splashing in different directions. The tornadoes were killing everything alive. Nuna continued to direct the power. The heroine looked forward with a smile on her face. Nuna directed her gaze to the side. The children looked at the heroine in fear, not knowing how to react. Nuna quickly removed all the magic. The girl began to fly up. The heroine smiled sweetly, telling the children not to cry if she scared them too much. Catherine and Jimmy spoke with admiration about how cool she was. All the children pointed and said that it was wonderful. Nuna smiled, but was still surprised that they were completely fine after that. The children hugged each other, looking at Nuna. Jimmy and Catherine looked forward in fear. Nuna looked forward with magical power, deciding to check her internal wounds. Magic appeared in the children's bodies. Olivia looked at the girl with interest. Nuna began to hug her. The heroine asked Olivia if she wanted to become a player. Jimmy shouted loudly and said that he should become one. The boy was angrily pointing his fists. Nuna was touching Jimmy's body. The girl was hugging the kids, saying that they were very cute. Nuna was looking at Claire, thanking her for sending the message that helped them find her. The girl was crying, looking at the floor and saying that she did nothing. Claire was hugging Nuna tightly. The girl was looking at the kids, telling them to go down the mountain because rescuers would arrive soon. Everyone was asking her if she would stay with them. The heroine was looking at Jimmy and Claire and saying that they needed to help other people, but she couldn't leave them alone. The girl was smiling and looking away. A monster was standing in the shadows. Huge hands were touching a tree. The lady looked at the shadows in fear. Ken was coming out of the trees, telling Nuna that it was very hard for him to get there. The heroine was telling the kids to follow her, but Jimmy protested and said that the captain would not return yet. The girl looked at him in fear and did not understand what kind of captain he was. Matthew looked at the floor. Questions were heard from the tent asking the main character when he would start taking care of himself. Someone was treating the guy's back and saying that he was not just seriously injured, but that his wounds were so serious that he could lose consciousness. Matthew asked the man why he was so angry. The girl clenched her teeth in anger, asking the guy who was treating him. Sarah shouted at the guy that it was her body because she was treating him. Matthew put on a t-shirt, apologizing to the heroine and asking if she felt better. From the tent, Sarah told the guy to give her some time. The hero agreed. Matthew's eyes opened. The guy was sitting in the hospital. The hero's hands were clean. Matthew was surprised that he was not wounded. Someone was knocking on the hero's door. The main character looked away. Matthew greeted him in surprise. Nuna, with a smile on her face, asked the guy if anything hurt. Matthew said with a smile on his face that he was fine, but deep down the guy was wondering what the girl knew. The heroine sat down on a chair and said that she found him and immediately took him to the hospital. The girl answered that her name was Nuna. The guy pretended to laugh, deciding to choose his words. The guy looked away in surprise. Matthew asked the girl how long he had been lying there and what happened to his friends. Nuna answered that they were safe and that about 6 hours had passed. Nuna smiled and told the guy that everyone was worried about her and their family was on their way. Matthew laughed uncertainly, not understanding what he would tell his parents. The girl smiled and told the guy that he had to answer a couple of questions. Nuna remembered the hero surrounded by dead monsters, so she asked how he ended up there. Matthew was silent. The hero scratched his head, saying that he did not remember. Matthew looked away, saying that he was found when he lost consciousness. Nuna stood up from her chair, asking what about the monsters. Her hand with the fan touched the bed. The heroine confidently looked at Matthew, saying that the monsters were most likely killed by the guy. Matthew waved it off, saying that it couldn't be him. Nanu looked closely at the guy, saying that it was definitely him, and especially since the guy had received the Brave Child Award last year. The girl smiled, holding the fan and saying that now he was killing hounds. Matthew was still trying to get out of it. The guy looked down, listening to Nuna say that his fingerprints were found on the stiletto. The girl smiled, looking at the guy. Matthew thoughtfully realized that coming up with another excuse would be ridiculous, especially since the heroine already knew what the guy had done and nothing could be done. Nuna looked at the guy. Matthew calmly told the girl that he had interesting information. The heroine smiled, asking what it was. The guy answered that he couldn't say it now. The girl noticed that Matthew was no longer trying to justify himself. Nuna began to smile, asking the hero what he wanted in return. The hero looked at the floor, saying that he didn't want anything. The girl was very surprised by this. Matthew looked at the heroine with a smile. The guy's voice was heard from the hospital, saying that he just wanted to live a normal life. The girl was leaving the building. Nuna approached the car. The heroine got into the car. The girl remembered Matthew's words, who told her to take a closer look at the heirs of the Dangan company. Matthew looked at the girl truthfully. Nuna listened in surprise to the hero, who said to check all the relationships between them and the leaders of the Azure Ocean clan. The girl told the guy that she didn't like jokes. Nuna angrily asked Matthew if he took responsibility for what he said. The hero looked askance at the heroine, telling her that if they didn't find anything, he would join their clan. Nuna told the guy that it was not easy to get into their clan. Matthew kept his hands on his chest, asking about the fact that Nanu no longer believed that he was the one who dealt with the hounds. The girl confidently told the guy that this agreement was only beneficial to him. Matthew confidently answered that the girl would be able to verify the fidelity of her husband or get a valuable employee. Nanu was sitting in the car. The girl looked out the window and told the driver to check the heirs of the Dangan company, but to focus more on the female part. Nanu continued to look away, telling him to find any suspicious connections with her husband, as well as update the report on the classes of monsters in the Gangnam area. The heroine looked the other way. Matthew told the girl to beware of new monsters. Nanu looked at the hero, who asked to say that they dealt with the incident on the mountain. The heroine looked at her driver, saying that she herself would close the case of the incident on the loaf. The driver looked at the heroine with disdain. Matthew smiled, answering the girl that it was profitable. The hero replied that he would simply continue to be an ordinary student in elementary school. Nuna looked and said that the guy's confidence amused him very much. The hero looked away with a smile. Today, at 2 o'clock, a monster of the 7th grade and 100 hellhounds attacked the Mountain of Loaves. The news said that the player dealt with all the hellhounds of the 6th grade and now it is investigating the incident on the Mountain of Loaves. In the hands of the hero was a phone, in which they said that 34 victims were sleeping, an elementary school student. The entire internet was filled with news about this. The investigation continued. A couple of months later, Claire with a smile on her face heard how she was congratulated. A group of people congratulated the girl. Matthew looked at smiling Catherine and said that it does not suit her to be good. Olivia with a smile on her face gave Claire some homemade chocolate. Jimmy quickly walked away from the guys. The guy was smiling, saying that this party would be amazing. Matthew was asking the guys if their dad allowed them to do this. Claire was asking the guys what they were whispering about. Jimmy was running away from the guys, saying that they didn't need to know. Catherine was looking up, answering that the morning assembly was starting. Claire looked at everyone with incomprehension. The evening was coming. A huge number of people were congratulating the girl. All the guys were congratulating the girl with a smile. Claire was crying and saying that she knew they were planning something in secret. The heroine was given a cake. Catherine was smiling and saying that Claire had a lot of things that she had to do. The photo from the party was signed his 8th birthday. Many photos were hanging in the room. Catherine was telling the main character that one of the girls threatened the worker so that the guy's father would definitely come to the party. Matthew turned away from the heroine. The KK company was the 7th in all of South Korea. Their main areas of influence were electricity, architecture, and advertising. They did not have much influence on the medical industry. The guy was telling Catherine to remove that expression from her face. The hero was smiling, telling the heroine that if she was a direct heir to the KK, then her last name should be appropriate. The girl left Matthew alone, telling him to do what she wanted. The guy was holding a fork, saying that everything had become a little complicated, but basically okay. The hero was looking at Claire's family. Matthew stuck a fork into the cake, saying that he would tear it to pieces if their family was disturbed by anything. Jimmy bent his hand, exclaimed that today he would show what he had learned. The hero said, as long as he did not trip. The boy waved his hand, told him not to worry. Everything would be okay, he would do his best for the team. Matthew thought how much confidence he had. He looked back because he felt the tension. He saw angry students, asked what was going on. Catherine sternly asked the boy standing next to him to explain. He said that the teacher said that they would buy nuggets and pizza if they won. The hero looked at the teacher, who began to cry, regretting her money. It was impossible to feed these students. The boy raised his gun, shouted, "Attention." Jimmy got ready to start, thought how surprised everyone would be. A gunshot. He ran forward with all his might. The team supported him. They shouted his name. Matthew sighed. The boy was anticipating victory. The captain was looking at him. He saw the taut finish line. He reached out his hand to it. His body for some reason became very heavy. He had one last step to take, but he fell. The team was terrified. The class teacher took him on her back and carried him. He said that the sky was spinning. Matthew sighed awkwardly. He knew that this would happen. The boy overdid it. He thought that he needed to work on his character and teach him to stay calm. Suddenly, the girl jumped on him from behind. He looked back, recognized his sister. Anna happily exclaimed that she came first in the 100-meter race. He said, it turns out that she was the first among the 5th graders. She was great. His sister told him to take care of himself, and she would go to the next event. They would see each other again. The boy waved his hand, told her not to push herself either. Catherine, who was watching this, thought, he is not his mother's son, he is Anna's little brother. Claire approached the guys with her head down. Anna turned out to be too fast. The hero proudly declared that this was his sister. Catherine said that she was great. The girls looked at him with displeasure. Claire asked if he was rooting for his sister and not their team. The boy objected. He was thinking about lunch all this time. Catherine said that she didn't think so. He was looking at his sister all the time. Matthew turned away, said embarrassedly, probably asked how Olivia was. Claire pointed to the side. There she was. The girl happily ran up to the guys. She found them. They were sitting on a blanket, having a picnic. These were Matthew's neighbors, a couple, Mally and Tade. Olivia asked if they could help her. She took the girl by the hand and told her to run faster. They approached the judge of the competition and began to talk animatedly about something. The girls bumped their palms. Olivia sat down next to the hero, exhaled, finally rest. The boy handed her water, asked how she made Mally come. The girl opened the bottle, answered, American. He was surprised. Wasn't she from Italy? Melly confessed to the hero's mother that she spoke English. Sarah explained that that was why she was the only one interested. He thought she had deceived them. He looked at her. It was unexpected. At their first meeting, she was an ordinary crybaby. The hero separates the guys, and now she has matured a lot. Olivia looks at Matthew with interest. He thought, from the other side. He leaned over. He looked towards Jimmy, who was coming to his senses after the potion. The loudspeakers on the poles asked to gather after lunch. The hero wanted Jimmy to become at least half of what Olivia became. Matthew approached Olivia and Claire in the company of unknown women, said hello. He passed the girls fruit and snacks from his mother. The boy quietly asked Olivia who it was. The women laughed. She replied that her aunt had recently become their regular customer. Hand to chin, Matthew thought he had seen her somewhere. Passes by the tent with the English flag, but could not remember. The girl greeted him. Laura is sitting at the table accompanied by guards. She asked if he was hungry, offered a cup of tea. The boy turned away and walked on, tried to remember what was for lunch today. Laura rushed after him. She pointed at him and told his father that she told him about him recently. The man sternly asked, so it was he, Matthew, who was bullying his daughter, and what his father did. He himself was the CEO of the company KK Pharmaceuticals. The boy sighed, thought she snitched on his father. Open mouth, he said both dad and daughter. Harry was furious. The hero said that they talked too much, having a pathetic pharmaceutical company. The man swung his hand at him. His palm was at the boy's head. He stopped, thought tensely, what? A small hero against the background of a warrior? How can such a young guy allow himself to express himself like that? Men in suits, just like the president. The boy pushed his hand with his finger, asked what was wrong. He was scared. Harry's eyes widened. He raised his hand to hit. His fist was at the boy's face. Suddenly a figure flashed from the side. Matthew's eyes widened in fear. The man hit his attacker. He bent down, clenched his fists. The boy recognized his father. Blood from Harry's nose. John shook his palms, exclaimed, how dare he raise his hand to his son. He put his hands on Matthew's shoulders, asked if he was okay, if nothing hurt. The boy answered that he was okay, but he did not like that he interfered. Harry stood up, pointed his finger at the man. He was outraged that such a person allowed himself to hit him. The guards ran to the hero and his father. The director ordered to take him immediately. The boy clenched his teeth. He was going to decide everything himself. John stood in front of his son to protect him, said that everything was okay. Matthew thought that if he did something to his father, he would kill him. The boy stood behind his dad. He believed that he could handle it. People were watching the fight. Harry was indignant. At least he understood who he was dealing with. The man replied that he was fine. The director pushed the guards away, asked what. John introduced himself as the president of KK Pharmaceuticals. He put on his glasses. He fixed his hair, asked if he would remember him if he did so. Harry shuddered, opened his mouth in surprise. John put his hands in his trouser pockets. The director shouted. He was the head of the department at Sirius. The man clenched his teeth, thought, but what was he doing here? He looked at the boy behind him. That's it. He was a member of the higher spirits. Matthew was amazed. His father was the head of Sirius. Harry was confused by the boy's reaction. Weapons in the light of Mana. The Sirius company is the top 2 company in South Korea. It is engaged in the supply of cars and devices for players. Harry pointed his finger at John, asked what he was doing here. The man said, now he remembered. John frowned. The director shrank from fear. He folded his arms, asked for forgiveness, said that he was simply very interested in what the head of the strategic department was doing here. Matthew was shocked. This was the department supervising the production of devices. John patted the boy on the head, replied that he came to watch his children perform. But it seemed that Harry had some problems with his son, the director said, so this is his child. Company buildings. He was very angry. But the likes of KK can't even get close to large companies like Sirius, and he is also one of the main workers in the field of developing Sirius devices. The man bowed, expressed the hope that they would accept his sincere apologies. He thought that it was impossible to provoke the boss, but he was, after all, one of the heirs of the company. He waved his hand towards his daughter, said that as Lara also wanted to apologize, she wanted to object. The director, through clenched teeth, told her to apologize quickly. The girl froze in a stupor, confusedly looked around. 2 boys started whispering. What kind of argument was this? It seemed like Lara and Matthew were arguing, but Lara lost in the end. They laughed. That's what she deserves. She always picks on everyone. The girl looked down, scared. They told the others not to look at her, otherwise they would get into trouble. She wanted to apologize, but her voice trembled. The girl burst into tears and ran away. The father put his hand on the hero's shoulder, said that then they should take their leave. About hitting him, let him consider themselves even. Beads of sweat on Harry's face. He was embarrassed. What a blow. Nothing happened. He bowed to John, who was leaving with his son, told the boss to take care of himself. The boy was afraid that he would get into trouble. The father turned Matthew to face him, addressed him. He knelt down in front of him, told him that if this happened again, he should not try to solve everything himself, but tell him. The boy stood in front of him. The man smiled sadly, told Matthew that he was still too young and needed his parents. Asking them for help a little more often was completely normal. Leaves in the air. The hero looked thoughtfully at his father. From his words, John took the boy's hands in his. He felt warmth. Adult Matthew thanked his dad. He felt confident that he would not let him lose him again. On one of the floors of the destroyed building there was a man. The man in the suit exhaled smoke. He looked back at the guy sitting on the couch, asked if it was really necessary to come here to hire him. He turned to him, explained that he had a big deal. There were several people bothering him. He wanted him to help them. The guy looked at his phone, asked, and the money. The man called an employee with a suitcase to him. There was money in it. Payment in advance, $1.5 million. If he returned successfully, an additional payment of the same. The guy looked at the reward. He reached for the suitcase with his hand. A blue whirlwind appeared from it. He replied that he understood. The money disappeared into the black portal. The employee shook his head, not understanding where the guy went. He looked back at the boss, who said, "Oh my God." He smiled. He threw away the unextinguished cigarette butt. The view of the building, he laughed loudly. The Dawn Mall shopping center. Anna was delighted. Matthew followed her. Nellie came up to him from behind, put her hands on his shoulders. The boy thought that he hadn't been to shopping centers for a long time, but it was still tiring. She leaned towards him, said that they had just arrived, hoped he wasn't tired. The girl switched to Anna. Tate apologized to Matthew. The boy asked to buy him something tasty. He looked at the man seriously, yet he felt some kind of ominous aura around him. He didn't see mana around him, unlike other people. How can an ordinary office worker hide it so perfectly? Blue light in the hero's eyes, he decided to take a closer look. Tate noticed his gaze, asked what happened. The man frowned. The boy pretended to look for his sister and Mally. He was sure that something was wrong with him. The crowd in the mall, the man replied that they said they would go to the 5th floor and ran away. The hero sighed, it would be hard to find them. He remembered that his sister could now also mask mana. Tate showed him the phone, told him not to worry, they have it. The boy was surprised. He opened his mouth, horrified. Smartphone in his hand, he saw that it was tracking their location. The man put the phone in the inside pocket of his coat. Matthew asked if Mally knew. He replied that it was a secret. The hero became nervous. This man was very suspicious. He coughed into his fist, offered to get up. A guy was walking towards them, his face hidden by a hood. They passed by. The guy bared his teeth, said, "Let's begin." They went in different directions. The boy looked back. Blue flames surrounded the stranger. A tattoo on his arm, he recognized him. A ruined city. A hero with a sword, standing opposite the guy in the hood. He crossed his arms in front of him, stuck out his tongue. Matthew remembered his grin. It was nameless. Tate asked him what was going on. The boy wondered what he was doing here. He looked ahead, confused, told his uncle that something strange was happening. The man looked around thoughtfully, said that there were 3 of them. Matthew looked at him questioningly. A guy in a cap and a tracksuit. Tate said that these 3 caused the strange premonition. A bald man in black clothes. A guy in a Panama hat, crouched. Matthew raised his hand. Above it were 3 glowing balls. He waved his hand, directed them forward. The light hit all 3 of them. Tate took the boy aside. The hero said they had to go. He looked back at them. He knew they were players. The men were looking around. They were also well trained. The heroes were watching from around the corner. The boy asked about the last one. The guy in the Panama hat was looking at the crowd. Tate replied that he was watching without revealing his position. The players crossed paths. They left, slapping their pockets. The boy noticed a bald man, thought it was very strange. He followed him. He put his hand in his pocket. A stone fell out. The object was shining with blue light. Matthew thought it was a magic stone. He raised his head, clenched his teeth. It can't be. Flashes of energy from different places. A visitor in front of a blue vortex. The crowd looks at the flash in the center of the hall. A portal opened above the people. The girl asked her mother what it was. Someone suggested that the mana was being redistributed. Tate looked around tensely. The monsters rushed at the people. The monster bent over the boy. He began to cry. Goblins and other creatures jumped out of the blue flames. The nameless man put the phone to his ear. An emergency was declared. The monsters were inside the building. He told them to follow the plan. The message with the instructions of where the guests and workers should go was cut off. The boy smiled widely, said to finish off everyone who got in the way. Matthew in profile clenched his teeth. He clenched his fists, thought, this is a terrorist attack on the mall. Before his return, no one could have thought of such a thing. It was difficult for him to accept it. The boy is standing on the roof of the car. In front of him is a huge monster with tentacles. But after this incident, the future changed its course. Anna hugged her brother, screamed. A pillar of light rose up. The monster opened its mouth, showed fangs. Matthew felt it jump on him from behind. The boy turned his head. Tate punched the monster. He grabbed the hero by the shoulders, told him to get ready. He looked at him seriously, said that they needed to find Anna and Mally. The boy nodded. They ran up the stairs. Matthew thought, okay, this is their primary task. The man ran ahead of him, simultaneously fighting off monsters and looking at his phone. The hero asked where they were. He answered that they were still on the 5th floor. It seemed that something had happened. They stopped. The man frowned. The boy asked, so it was he who used mana first. The player in the Panama hat smiled evilly. He threw up his hands, asked where they were rushing to. There was a glowing ball above Matthew's hand. He thought that his rank was about A, B, or C, and so little time. He was shocked. Tate rushed at the player. He punched him in the face. He swayed. The hat flew off his head. He fell to the floor. The man grabbed him by the hair. Matthew, who was watching them, thought that if he was so strong even without the device, then the uncle was not an average level at all. The man raised his hand to hit, but the boy stopped him. He kicked the player and said that he couldn't kill them with it. The boy was furious. The hero continued to kick him, explained that it would be too easy. He remembered how much whining he had heard before returning. The boy closed his eyes because he didn't know who this nameless one really was. Matthew, who was standing by the stairs, asked Tate what he was doing. The man was embarrassed, answered that he was going. He was scared of modern children. He just wanted to knock this guy out. The girl dropped her dress. It happened a couple of minutes ago when the emergency was declared. Anna and Mally looked in surprise at the people running out of the store. The girl asked what was happening. The schoolgirl assumed that they were monsters and the mana was redistributed. The girl closed her eyes to calm down. First she needed to see how many monsters there were. She opened her eyes, there was a blue flame in them. An image inside the room, she saw 3 behind the wall to the left of them. She saw that 2 were on the other side and 1 in the center of the hall. Anna decided that this was great, there were only 6 of them nearby, she needed to run so as not to meet them. The girl turned her head, told her aunt not to worry, she would protect her. Melly reached out to her, shouted for her to look ahead. The monster jumped at Anna from behind. The girl grabbed her hand, pulled her towards herself. The schoolgirl looked back, called out to Melly. The girl turned around sharply, moved her leg to the side. She took a hanger, threw it at the monster. The monster flew to the side. Anna opened her mouth in surprise. She thought this was mana now. The girl looked at the broken thing, thought if she would have to pay for it. Anna guessed that her aunt was a player. Melly waved her hand, told her that they needed to evacuate. Tate and Matthew would be waiting for them. Anna's eyes sparkled. Her aunt was so cool. Melly said with a serious look that they needed to leave and they would probably be waiting for them. A crowd of wolves was running towards them. Melly turned around abruptly. They started to run. Blue energy was coming from her hand. She sent a magic attack at the monsters. The wolves dodged Melly's attacks. She thought that they were faster than she expected. Melly jumped away from the monsters and noted that at this rate, her mana would quickly run out. She wondered if there was anything that could be used as a weapon. Anna ran away and said that there was an escalator. Melly, dumbfounded, asked her not to go there. Anna raised her head. The wolf pounced on her. Anna was scared. She looked at the monster. She began to remember the huge monster. Anna noted in her mind that remembering what had happened, she was no longer afraid. She jumped away from the wolf. She was surrounded by a blue aura. She hit the monster. Anna threw the monster down. He was dumbfounded. Anna watched him. She landed on the ground. Melly caught her. Smiling, she said she was scared and asked if she was okay. Anna said she was. The angry monsters looked at them. The wolves surrounded them. The monster's face was furious. They looked at the wolves. Melly asked if Anna could jump onto the escalator ahead. Anna said she could. She stepped on the railing. She and Melly jumped towards the escalator. They flew over the abyss. The wolves watched them. The monsters were dumbfounded. They began to turn around. Melly ran with a serious look and thought that without a device it would be difficult to defeat them and she needed at least something that she could swing somehow. The wolf pounced on her. She grabbed the pipe in her hand. She swung the pipe. She struck the monster. Melly threw the wolf away from her. She rushed at the next one. Her weapon shattered. She killed all the monsters. Anna said with delight that Melly was the best. Satisfied, Melly said that she was. The cosmetics were lying on the floor. Matthew grabbed the bottle. He swung it. The guy parried his throw. He was in a fighting stance. He raised his leg. The protagonist made a slide towards him. He swung his leg. Matthew hit the guy in the face. The guy's face was bloody. The protagonist looked at Tate and said that he was done and asked what he had. Smiling, Matthew asked to wait a second. Tate asked thoughtfully. Pointing his finger, he stated that in theory they could see them from there. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. He saw the wolf falling down. Other monsters were falling after him. Matthew looked up. He saw Melly and Anna examining the corpse. The protagonist noted that they needed to take a weapon and climb up. Tate asked if they needed protection. Taking the dagger, Matthew replied that it would be enough. He held the blade in his hand. Tate looked at him with a serious expression. He turned around. Tate saw a guy on the floor above. A blue aura was coming from the stranger. Watching him, Tate asked if he was the one in charge. He asked Matthew to watch the girls. The protagonist seriously noted that he was. Matthew looked at him and stated that he would take care of this fool. Holding a cigarette, the guy asked who it was and if they were lucky. Melly stood in front of them and asked Anna to come over. The guys started walking towards them and said that they needed to leave before those fools from Sinra showed up, but first, the guy stuck out his tongue and suggested that they have fun. Frowning, Anna said that it was disgusting. Frowning, Melly asked Anna to hide somewhere, noting that she would find her. Anna screamed that she wanted to stay with her. The guy started walking towards them and asked who said that they would let her go. The stranger stood behind Anna and asked if it was true. Melly swung the pipe at the guy. She was getting ready to deliver a powerful blow. The stranger fired the gun. Melly's weapon flew out of his hands, covering his ear. He said that his eardrums almost burst. He said that he shouldn't have done that. Melly looked at him with a serious expression. The guy in the hat licked the gun and asked to play with it. The second guy walked towards Anna and asked her to get out once and for all before the Shinra came and get out of there. Anna moved away from him and asked her not to do that. He pressed himself against the wall. The guy asked her not to be scared. Stretching out his hand, he said that he was not such a bad person. He slammed his hand against the wall. Anna started to run away from him. The guy tried to grab her. His hand was burning with blue energy. He took her hand. A powerful stream of mana began to flow from Anna's hand. She hit the guy with her energy. She created a barrier in front of herself. The boy was locked in a barrier and mentally asked how she had so much mana at her age. He took a knife and mentally asked what if he sold her. He ran at Anna. He swung his knife. The boy's blade could not break through the barrier. The stranger tried to break through the barrier with his blade and asked why it was so hard. Holding back the attacks, Anna wondered what could block his attacks, and all this thanks to Matthew's training. The boy threw away the knife and said that at this rate he could not. Smiling, Anna asked if she had managed it. He stuck his hand through the barrier and said that of course he could. He took Anna's hand. The boy smirked and noted that he had caught it. A crowd of people were fighting monsters and shouting that the greatness of the Shinra clan should save these people. They turned around and saw a monster. In front of them stood an 8th grade swamp slug. The man ordered the ranged players to be brought there. The guy with the axe in his hands rushed at the slime and told the captain that it was not necessary. Swinging the axe, he shouted that all monsters were the same and they just needed to be chopped up. The guy attacked the slime. He was taken aback. The slime began to absorb him. The stranger on the upper floor watched the fight and listened to people shouting that the slime could not be taken with physical damage and asking to report the situation in the mall. He smirked and noted that by coming they had just given them time. Melly tried to hide from him. The stranger suggested that she hurry up and finish this. She saw the guy grab Anna. Stunned, Anna asked how he did it. He smirked and noted that how could he call himself a player if such a trifle could stop him. He saw a fiery stream of mana heading towards him. The guy managed to close himself with a barrier. Melly was releasing energy from her hand. Directing the mana streams, she ordered Anna to run faster. Anna started to run. He clapped his hands. The stranger looked at her and asked if she could do this too. Melly jumped away from him. He stretched out his hand. Anna continued to run from there. The guy said that everything was useless and asked why not spend time with such a guy. Melly bit her lip. She took off her shoes. Melly tore her dress. Preparing for an attack, she said that she was not a doll to him. Smirking, the stranger noted that this does not work with them and it is a little cute to use your abilities. He was suddenly taken aback. A powerful attack broke through his barrier. Blood dripped onto his shoes. Looking at Melly, the stranger thought that her power had increased dramatically and this could not be. He saw many magic circles around Melly and asked if this was a boost. Light was coming from the room. The guy tried to catch his breath and asked if she was tired already. Looking at Anna, he asked why she was running away, noting that it was useless. Holding the back of her head, the guy asked her to be a good girl and play with her uncle. Blue energy began to flow from her legs. Anna jumped onto the shelf. She grabbed the toy box. She was preparing to throw. The stranger covered himself with a barrier. He kicked the shelf and said that she was driving him crazy. Anna began to fall. Grinning, he mentally emphasized that he would incinerate her leg. The guy was suddenly taken aback. Their barriers collided. Holding his hands in front of him, the stranger said that he had thought about being gentle with her, but she was getting more and more impudent. Frowning, Anna began to count in her mind. Concentrating mana in her hands, she counted to 2. A powerful blow was heard. Anna jumped away from the barrier. Blue energy was flowing from her. The guy was surprised. He held out his hand, thinking that it wouldn't work again. Anna, taken aback, remembered Melly and noted that this time. She began to gather her energy into a magic ball and noted that Melly did it like this. She released a mana bomb at her opponent. The dumbfounded stranger looked at the magic ball. There was a bright flash. A powerful explosion destroyed the room. The guy turned around and looked at the ruins. Anna ran out of the store. She was holding a bat in her hands. Looking at her, the guy mentally wondered if the girl had beaten this fool, noting that he had run out of bullets and they were still late. His hand was bloody. He thought that going against these two would be too much, but it was a shame. He noted that his escape would be judged by the heavens. Melly screamed for Anna to stay away. She, taken aback, mentally noted that with all her strength. Her legs were shackled. The guy stood behind her and suggested that they play dirty. The stranger grabbed her by the neck. He was holding a knife in his hands. Anna, dumbfounded, tried to call out to Melly. The stranger said that it would be better if she didn't move. Holding the knife to her face, he noted that if Anna came closer, Melly would get hurt. The second guy extended his hand. He pushed Anna to the ground. While holding her back, he asked if Anna thought he was dead, noting that it was impossible for worthless people like her to defeat a player. She thought with a sad expression, what if this continued? Her vision began to darken. A powerful stream of energy began to emanate from her. Covering himself with his hands, the stranger wondered if her mana had increased many times over. A powerful gust of energy emanated from Anna. The guy noted that if she was left like this, she would explode. Melly tried to break free. The guy pierced her body with a knife. Anna watched this. The guy took Melly on his shoulder and asked if she wanted to kill everyone. The guy tried to grab her and said he would help. The stranger hit her on the back of the head. Anna began to fall to the ground. She began to lose consciousness. The guy said that it was a pity to leave her, adding that she was quite pretty and she had plenty of mana. Anna wished in her thoughts to be a little stronger. She stood in a bright space. Looking around, she asked who it was. She was asked if she wanted power. She saw many runes in front of her. putting her hand on her chest, Anna asked if they would really give her power. The main character screamed for her not to listen. Anna was suddenly taken aback. The house was enveloped in sunlight. Matthew, looking scared, said that it was dangerous. Even though everything ended well, next time everything could be different. Matthew looked at her and said that he could teach her what she wanted, she just had to live a normal life. He held out his little finger and asked her to never listen to her inner voice again. Anna looked at his hand. She smiled and cried out that she promised him. Her hands were shaking. She was asking Matthew for forgiveness in her mind. The guy was looking at her with a smirk. She thought that she wanted to be able to protect others. She imagined her friends at the party. Trying to get up, Anna said that she needed strength to protect her aunt. The guy swung his fist and ordered her to go to bed. His fist flew at her. Anna's eyes lit up yellow as she asked for strength. Anna hit the guy in the face. He flew away from her. The frightened guy cried out that it was that fool. Anna looked up and asked if it was Tade. He threw his coat over her head. Tade said that Anna was a good girl. A smile appeared on her face. She looked down. Tade noted that it was his turn now. The stranger frowned and noted that it was the same bear-like fool again. Tade rushed at him with great speed. He grabbed the boy by the head. He pressed him into the ground. Tade began to lift Mally. The stranger reached for the knife. He grabbed the knife. He looked scared. Tade held Mally by the hand. The boy ran at him and wished for death. Tade punched him in the face. He pushed him away. Blue energy was coming from Tade. He said that for what he did to Mally and Anna. He swung his fist. He started beating the guy and said that he would pay with his life. The plot takes us a couple of days before the terrorist attack on the shopping center. The house was in the depths of the forest. The guy screamed that he did everything he was told and asked what else they wanted. He kept his hand on his chest. He took the weapon from behind his back. He rushed at the stranger and said that he would kill him, and the fool sang hun. He lunged with a spear. He was suddenly taken aback. His body was pierced by a blade. The man thought that this was a gift that distorted the opponent's perception. The guy was standing behind him. Holding a rope in his hands, the stranger said that he mumbled too much. He began to strangle the man with a rope. He began to tie the rope to a beam on the ceiling and said about a message from the lord of his clan. The guy hanged the man and said that he would look after his family and that he should not worry about his wife. The guy was shaking. He stopped moving. After looking at the news, the stranger thanked him for his hard work up to this point and said goodbye. The plot takes us to the distribution warehouse. The guy held the phone to his ear and said that the Shinwa clan had left. The guy covered his face with a hood. He thought that they were faster than expected. The stranger asked who the child was behind him. Turning around, the guy asked what child. He was taken aback by what he saw. Smiling, the protagonist noted that he noticed him in time. Looking at Matthew, the guy wondered who it was and how long he had been standing there. Looking at the protagonist, he thought that they would just kill him and that would be the end of it. The stranger asked why the mysterious guy was looking at him so scared. Taking out his sword from his back, he said that he shouldn't follow just anyone like that. Matthew swung his blade. The guy smirked and said that something bad might happen otherwise. The protagonist cut off his head. The people in the warehouse were taken aback by this. Holding his head, Matthew said that he shouldn't have been killed. The guy stopped the crowd of people and noted that he was not just a child. The crowd of people were taken aback by this. The protagonist, with a smirk on his face, asked them to look at themselves, noting that they all trembled as soon as he spoke their language. He asked why they were afraid of a child holding such a small knife. He asked with a satisfied look if they were really scared. The crowd rushed at him. Matthew's hand was enveloped in a blue aura. He used heavenly steps and rushed through the crowd. Blood splattered around the warehouse. Holding a knife in his hands, the protagonist asked why the guy stood up, adding that if he didn't come, he would come himself. Frowning, the stranger mentally noted that this was impossible and asked if the protagonist had killed players above rank B in a second. He began to hide in clouds of smoke and noted that he would not be able to fight him openly. Running past Matthew, the guy thought that maybe he was preparing to be a player in Thrones, but even if so, he would not be able to sense him. The protagonist turned around. He dodged the stranger's attack. Blue energy enveloped him. He kicked the guy. Standing in front of him, Matthew said that now he thought that the Nameless One was not such a problem. The only reason people still remembered him was because he had always been an outcast. A purple aura emanated from the stranger. Matthew dodged his attacks. The protagonist held a knife in his hands. He continued to dodge the blows. The boy wondered how the child could dodge his attacks like that. Matthew ducked and noted that he knew that feeling. He knocked his legs out and said that without his gift he was worthless. Jumping up, the protagonist asked him not to worry. He flew at the boy and said that he would not kill him. Matthew swung his knife. Blood began to splatter in the warehouse. Nuna and the protagonist were standing near the crowd of doctors and workers. The boy asked to cover him. She waved her fan and replied that he owed her, and he clarified whether he just needed to do a favor someday and asked for help with the boy. The girl raised her hand and walked with the boy to the man on the floor and said that next time he would not get off so easily. Matthew knelt in front of the man and held out his hand, saying that he always wondered what was under his glasses. The man looked at the stretching child in fear and asked not to do it. He took off his glasses. The protagonist looked at him in fear, and the girl covered herself with her fan in fear. The boys covered their mouths from nausea, and he put his glasses back on, saying that he looked like he was looking at a flounder, simply disgusting. The boy turned around to see his parents and sister walking towards him. They were smiling at him, and his sister was waving. Matthew smiled happily. He ran to his family and called Anna. The news showed the scene of the incident, and the presenter was saying that today, December 17th at 3 o'clock in Don Mall, a terrorist attack was committed by a group of mercenary players and monsters. The man held the remote control in his hand and listened to the one known as the Nameless, Divine Wind Nuna, a player of the 12 Thrones, and the Shinra clan arrest the players behind the attack. 23 people were killed. Susan looked at the screen. He listened to the government of the goddess expressing its condolences to the families of the victims. The man sat leaning on the couch in front of the TV. He watched as Matthew with his family and Nuna stood outside. Susan looked at the happy family. He smiled happily and said that he found it. We see a building and a dome. The protagonist was sitting with Nuna, who was taking a menu in a cafe and thinking that she had put an inconspicuous barrier around the building, quite similar to the greatest magician in Korea, Divine Wind Nuna. They watched as Olivia's father made coffee, and the girl said that he decided to meet her for the first time, and the boy replied that he needed to thank her. They were sitting at a table and holding lemonade. He asked what happened. The girl put the drink on the table and said that this was the first time the government announced the death penalty for the Nameless. The boy looked at the window and said that more importantly, who hired them, and Nuna replied that she could not talk about it. Matthew held a glass in his hands and asked what happened to the Dawn Company. The girl introduced Drake with a cane and said that the president had returned and all the heirs had stopped working and were focusing on the public. She stood up from the table and raised her fan and said that she should go then. She still had a lot to learn. Tade walked up to the happy boy with a smile and said that the other children would be coming soon. Did he want to stay and play with them and leave later? To which the boy said yes. Matthew imagined a man holding his head and a happy king, thinking about how before he returned, 3 sons started a war for succession, and in the end, the eldest son sat on the throne. Imagining gears over a corpse, he thought about his family surviving the Kraken attack, the miracle that his sister had done, the children not dying in kindergarten, the minimized casualties during the Buckhan incident, the failure of the terrorist attack on Dawn Mall, and the change in the future of the succession in the Dawn Company. The future was changing. Imagining a bloody boy and a laughing Sarah, he decided that this time would be different. He looked at his watch. The protagonist smiled and looked at his glass of drink. The sun was setting in the city. Matthew was having dinner with his family and his sister called her parents. He choked on his food when he heard that Anna wanted to become a player. The boy dropped his spoon and looked at his sister with displeasure. He looked at her in shock, wondering if the future had changed. The boy slammed his hand on the table and said that he was against it. Anna looked sadly at her brother, who was shouting that being a player was dangerous and especially not suitable for her. She put her hand on her chest and looked at him anxiously and said that he would not know until she tried. After all, he himself said that she had talent, and her brother replied that she was indeed talented. But by teaching her mana control, he did not want her to become a player. The parents looked at each other in confusion while the boy angrily said that he did it so that she would not earn mana exhaustion and live a long, healthy life, and she insisted that she wanted to become a player. Matthew slammed his fist on the table again and asked why she wanted to give up her normal life. Players are respected, but far from luxury and wealth. That's absolutely not true. Anna kept her hand on her chest and said upset that she wanted to become someone who could help others. She looked at her grinning brother and said that she did not want to helplessly stand behind others. Mom smiled and closed her eyes, said that this was great, let him do as he wants. The child in his mother's arms began to cry and scream that he hated his brother. Mom looked worriedly, calming the baby, and said that Yoon was crying because of him and he was wrong. Matthew told his parents that his sister wanted to become a player, and there was nothing wrong with that, right? Tracy looked worriedly at her son and asked what, and there was nothing wrong with that. She understood that it was dangerous. She and her husband smiled and closed their eyes, saying that if Anna wanted it so much, then she wanted her to do it. The girl happily hugged her mother and thanked her, and her father also reached out to hug her. The main character sadly lowered his gaze. We see the windows in the office. The girl, sitting at the table with her colleagues, put her hand on her head and asked Clark to tell them the summary. The man turned on the screen in front of many people and said that the terrorist attack on Dawn Mall was not just like that, it was provoked from within the company. He showed a diagram with a king and 3 arrows to the people, saying that the Dawn Company is currently divided between President Drake and 3 sons. The main suspects are the middle and eldest son. The youngest has too little power. Introducing a smiling Alex and a sad Archie, he said that the eldest son is notorious for his cruel nature. One way or another, many believe that he is most likely to inherit the company. Since he is the eldest, on the other hand, the middle son, who has good personal qualities unlike his brother, is also a capable manager. The man folded his arms and asked the girl at the head of the table if this was a terrorist attack, and she replied that the troublemaker Alex had initiated a terrorist attack on a shopping mall under Archie's jurisdiction. The old man looked at the tired girl and asked if the president knew about this, and she replied that this was why he had returned from house arrest. Clark pointed to the screen and said that this was not the only problem. They needed to look at this information. Adjusting his glasses, he showed many people in the building and said that Alex had brought more than just the Nameless. Most likely it was the Azure Ocean clan. The men at the table cried out in alarm, asking what was going on. Did they think this was too much? Clark showed a diagram with a scale, clan emblem, stones, and a monster, saying that 92 hounds were neutralized on Mount Buchan. The Azure Ocean clan took 7 mana stones but only put 3 up for sale, and accordingly, the terrorist attack was caused by summoning the hounds using the stones. The girl looked at the man and asked what if they were just waiting for the demand for mana stones to increase, and he replied that 7th grade mana stones were easy to find. She looked and asked what the chance was that the Azure Ocean used mana stones to attack. Clark frowned and replied that he had thoroughly investigated all the information on the number of mana stones the Shinra clan allowed into the market. The probability of their involvement was 0. The old man looked at him with his hands clasped and said that one way or another, this was just a theory, there was no evidence. The people at the table watched and listened as the man said that she had a right to exist and everyone should understand that. The people looked at the screen. The girl put her hand to her lips and said that this April, it was revealed that Jil Sang-hoon had an affair with the heiress of Dangun. Upon learning this, Nuna was furious. Presenting a diagram with the emblems of the different clans, she said that it was obvious that Jil Sang-hoon was thinking that once the attention on the Dangun company fell, they would focus on the Dangun company. She put her finger to her lips and said that this was the reason she had called them all together today. The old man looked at the smiling girl and asked if this was a war. The men spread their hands and said that the Azure Ocean clan had a divine wind and was not the only one with a throne under them. They had a lightning king. The man frowned and imagined the Lightning King stretching out his hand and saying that he was still too young. Even though he was gifted, it would be difficult for him to fight against Nuna. The girl slammed the table and said that unfortunately, they were not going to war. She stood with her arms outstretched in front of Clark, who was saying that they could not just leave the Azure Ocean clan. The girl was destroying the paper on the table with energy and saying that they would support Alex as the heir to the Dawn Company. She smiled evilly as she burned the papers and said that they would start a meeting to discuss countermeasures to contain the Azure Ocean clan. The plot moves us to Matthew's class, 4th year of the goddess calendar, 2nd year, where the boy asks how this could be. The protagonist smiled in confusion and thought about how they were all in the same class. The boys were sitting at their desks and Catherine, arms crossed, was saying that they were all in the same class, and Claire was saying that she was afraid to separate them. The protagonist smilingly introduced Laura and thought that he hoped that she was in the first, glad that they would not cross paths, and said that he hoped that this year would go better. Jimmy leaned towards the boy and pointed his finger forward, calling him. They looked at the crowd of disgruntled children and the boy said that they had been staring at them for some time. Jimmy stood up furiously, holding onto the desk, and offered to teach them a lesson, and Matthew refused. The protagonist frowned and looked at them. The children opposite turned away in fear. Catherine looked at Matthew, who was covering his friend's face, and asked if he really did not want to correct the misunderstanding. Introducing the evil boy and his father as the devil, she said that there was a rumor that his father beat the president of KK Pharmaceuticals half to death. Now the whole school is afraid of him. The protagonist looked in surprise and thought, since when did he and his father become villains, and said that these are not really rumors. Claire crossed her arms and asked anxiously if everything would be okay. Matthew looked confused and said that he was fine, but he didn't think anyone could get him with it. The boy asked what his friend had eaten to become so big. Jimmy stood up and put his hand on his waist and said that he had been training, as he had said, and had been drinking Olivia's father's juice. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and clarified what he had said. The boy, shocked, thought about what he had told Catherine and Claire to drink it to restore mana. Imagining the guys laughing at him for his height, he thought that it not only restored mana, but also made him grow. From now on he should try drinking it. Matthew looked down sadly, and a boy ran into the classroom and said that the teacher was coming. The man entered the office. Jimmy was standing behind the protagonist and said that he would go sit down. Bill was standing behind the podium in front of the classroom and said that he was their homeroom teacher this year. The boy looked at the man. Frowning, he thought about the fact that this mana flow was not the average person. Who was he? The old man closed the book. He sat in a chair among the books and asked the man standing next to him to report. He held the papers in his hand and said that the request to expel Lara was processed as he requested. The old man looked at the children outside the window and listened to how they even separated those associated with KK Pharmaceuticals into a different class. The rest of the children, including Olivia, were placed in one class. He looked at Olivia's joyful face and asked if KK Pharmaceuticals was the company run by Kim Gun's family. The man agreed, and the old man looked out the window and asked how he dared to mess with her. She was like a granddaughter to him. The world was coming to order. The old man reached out for the man's papers and asked what they decided on Olivia's class, and he replied that although he was a player who had retired due to injury, he was still quite competent in his field. The old man in the chair was reading the man's book and asked what his assignment was and heard that it was the Regulus clan, S rank. He was looking at Bill's personal file and said that he could be relied on. The old man remembered looking at Olivia reading a book and asking who she wanted to be in the same class with next year. She looked at her grandfather sitting on his lap and said that it would be wonderful to stay with her friends, but her father said that it would be difficult for everyone to stay together, and the old man said that he would grant her wish. She looked worriedly and said that it was okay. She was already an adult and understood so much. He looked at the surprised girl and asked if she would allow him to predict something. The old man imagined a laughing girl and how she walked with her friends down the hallway and said that even if Olivia was in the 2nd grade, she would be in the same class with her friends. He closed the book. The old man looked at her and smiled, asking if it was wonderful. He was looking at the book and saying that there was already a girl who was like a granddaughter to him. The plot moves us to the building. Anna was standing opposite her brother, who was telling him to look at this dust and that it would be there soon. The girl happily raised her fists and asked how he met this ant, and he answered that they recognized each other after meeting in happiness. The wind blew the dust away. Anna happily looked ahead and the boy said that it was here. A blue whirlwind appeared in front of them and someone said that there was a lot of dust. Dust rose into the air in the building. The girl looked up in surprise. A girl came up. Covering herself with a fan, Nuna apologized with a smile and asked if they had waited a little. Delighted, Anna stood with her brother opposite the girl, who said that not a little at all, she was late. The girl looked at her enthusiastically and clasped her hands. She bowed in front of the embarrassed girl and said hello. Nuna smiled sheepishly and asked not to call her the Divine Wind of the 12 Thrones, but simply Aunt Nuna. She looked at the shy girl surrounded by energy, thinking that as expected, she had a huge amount of mana. She had so much of it because she knew how to control it, right? The girl thought happily that if the world found out about her, then attempts to get her as a seed would start chaos, and now she was hers. The protagonist asked displeasedly if they were done with greetings, if she brought what he asked for. Nuna smiled sweetly, closing her eyes and handed over the ball of energy. The boy took it and said that it was a device and a magic stone. Matthew picked it up and closed one eye and looked at it. The boy held the stone with his fingers and said that it was good. He looked at his determined sister and asked if she could handle it. The protagonist closed his eyes and pulled out the sword from the device and said that he would not stop her anymore. Nuna watched with her fan as the girl pointed her sword at her brother with a smile and he warned her to be careful. The boy closed his eyes and held the stone and said he didn't know what she understood. He threw the stone forward and said they were starting. The stone lit up. The boys stood and watched as it emitted powerful energy. They saw a paw and an ear. The girl held the sword with concern. A cute pink creature, Class 8 Borori, appeared in front of her. Anna looked at it in surprise. She turned to her brother and asked if it was a monster. He was cute. Matthew looked at his worried sister and told her to kill him. The protagonist frowned as he remembered his sister hugging her mother and thought that in the end he couldn't resist her stubbornness. But since it had come to this, she should understand how cruel the player's path is. He watched as the girl with the sword approached Borori. The animal smiled and walked towards her. Anna smiled sweetly and said that he was cute. He was most likely not dangerous. The boy ran to her and told her not to relax. She anxiously turned to her brother, and Borori grew larger. He opened his mouth, turning into a monster, and rushed at the girl. Anna anxiously watched as her brother jumped up and kicked the monster. The enemy flew off and rolled. Borori lay wounded on the ground. Matthew turned around in front of his sister and told her not to judge monsters by their appearance and never hesitate, otherwise she would die. The girl looked down sadly holding the sword, and her brother asked if he could continue. She remembered how her brother ran through the cars to the monster. The girl imagined how Melly fought menacingly. She clenched the sword in her hands and decided that she no longer wanted to be the one being protected, but wanted to protect the people she loved. Anna confidently pulled out the sword, thinking that she would not let her brother bear this burden alone. She needed to overcome this. Her sword was covered in blood and the stone was lying in a puddle. She looked at the bloody sword in fear. The girl threw it on the ground. Anna sat down on the floor and waved her hand at the stone. The boy ran to her, and Nuna watched and thought about what she had managed after 15 attempts. Matthew watched his sister look at her bloody hands and cry. He sat down next to her and hugged her, saying that she was good and did a good job. Nuna watched the boy calm his sister down and thought that she too had to go through a lot to become who she is now. Players need to be strong. She looked at the crying girl and thought about how he made his sister just kill the monster. Nuna folded her fan and smiled sweetly and said that Matthew was a very scary child. The plot moves us a few days forward to the class of boys. The man picked up the box. Bill put the box on the table for the boys and told the prefects to go out and get milk for everyone in their group. When they finished, they would put the packages back in the box. From behind the door, a boy told everyone to line up and take one piece. The main character, smiling, gave the milk to his friend and asked him to drink it. The boy, smiling, looked at the milk and remembered how he gave it to Chloe, thinking that she did not like it. Jimmy put his hand on the boy's hand and told him to quickly take it. The main character looked down in surprise. He examined the package of cocoa in his hand and thought that it was a magical artifact that turned milk into chocolate milk. He turned around in surprise at the smiling Jimmy, who told him to keep it for himself. He secretly bought it today at a stationery store. Matthew, frowning, asked his friend what if the teacher caught him, and he answered that, as he said, since when did such things scare them? The main character closed his eyes and wondered if he had really spoiled him that much. The boy tipped the cocoa into the milk and his friend shook it while he offered him some. Jimmy held the milk up in admiration and asked what that was on the package. Matthew looked at the box inside. He read the inscription about praying for their compatriots in Italy who were going through hard times and decided that this was the year. The sun was shining on the building. The protagonist, holding the urki in his pockets, walked up the stairs and thought about how his sister had said that she was in the 6th grade in the 4th group. He remembered his sister crying and thought that even though it was for her own good, he still felt bad that she cried. He walked down the hallway, holding his head and hoping that she would not be too sad. A guy in the hallway laughed and bumped into a boy. He turned to look at Matthew and screamed. The boy looked at him in fear. The guy leaned over, putting his hands on his waist and said that he did not look like a 6th grader who allowed him to go up there. The evil guys surrounded him and told him that if he bumped into him, he should apologize and asked what grade he was in. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and looked at the guy, thinking that he looked familiar. He looked at Bruce and remembered him in the mask and recognized the guy. The protagonist imagined the crowd beating the guy and told us that Bruce was in charge of the guys in the Sunbuck district. Although he was not a strong player, he used other people's weaknesses and was quite skillful in using language. He imagined the guy laughing at the screen with numbers and saying that all the information from the Sunbuck slums went through Bruce's group. The boy watched the guy get angry and thought that it seemed like he lived in Sunbuck from an early age. Well, that's probably why he was able to direct intelligence here. The guy behind him pushed the boy and said that in their time, children were arrogant. Bruce picked up Matthew by his shirt. He picked up the child and clenched his teeth and said that he would teach him manners. The teacher was shouting and asking why they were standing there, was it a performance or something, and the guy forbade them to tell the teacher everything. The protagonist calmly looked at his opponent and thought about what to do with these guys. He created an energy fist behind his back and decided to scare him a little. Bruce swung his fist and shouted that he was dead. The hand of Mana clenched its fingers to give a flick. Anna stood and watched this. Bruce froze in surprise, hearing that he was called. The protagonist was surprised to hear this voice. All the guys turned to look at the standing girl. Bruce looked at her embarrassedly and got angry. Dissatisfied, Anna stood in the hallway with her hands on her waist. She shouted that she told him not to bully others. The guy turned to her and smiled confusedly, saying that this is not what she thought. The protagonist wondered if he really fell in love with his sister. The guy raised his hands in embarrassment and closed his eyes. Matthew mentally fell into a rage and thought how dare he fall in love with his little sister. The main character stood clenching his fists, and the guys behind him said that everything was wrong. He just ran into Bruce and apologized, and the guy said that they just wanted to teach him manners. Anna pushed the confused guy and asked if he was saying now that he wanted to teach her brother. Bruce, surprised, clarified what he said. He stood in shock. The girl, closing her eyes, straightened her brother's sweater, and the guys around said that they were not at all similar. Anna and Matthew turned around and looked menacingly at the guy. Bruce scratched his head and raised his hand embarrassedly, said that one way or another, he apologizes. They did not think this will not happen again. She grabbed her brother by the hand and left dissatisfied, while Bruce asked from behind if he was Anna's little brother, if he was hurt anywhere. He smiled and waved, wishing him a good day. If anyone bothered him, just let him know, he would take care of everything. The main character turned around, grinning, thinking that this fool was talking, that he would destroy him the next time they met. The boy looked at the windows among the trees and asked if his sister liked this guy, and she said that he was actually older than him. Matthew walked behind his embarrassed sister and asked what she thought of Bruce. She walked silently. The girl clasped her hands behind her back and turned around. She smiled. Anna leaned over and, closing her eyes, said that she liked Matthew the most and that he shouldn't worry. He looked at her in surprise, and she offered to walk him to his office. The boy closed his eyes and coughed into his fist. His sister threw herself at him with hugs and asked if he loved her as much. The plot moves us back a couple of days, where the old woman was walking in the rain. She had groceries in her bag and was thinking about how much time had passed since they were last there. She was happily watching her family on the video call and thinking about how Matthew and Anna had grown so much. The old lady had her eyes closed and was holding an umbrella, saying that she was still surprised at how big they were. She was walking down the street and heard sounds coming from an alley. The old lady turned around worriedly and wondered if she had misheard. She stopped and looked at the trash can making the sounds. The old lady looked in and was surprised. She saw Polly sitting in the can and hugging himself. The old lady sighed and thought about how this was a half-breed child. She reached out to him, thinking about how small he was and how he had already been through terrible things, and asked if he was okay. She put her hand on the boy's cheek and said that he was ice cold. Polly looked at her fearfully. He remembered how mean people looked at him, saying that he was a half-breed child. They could sell him, although they wouldn't even take someone like him. They would just use him as a punching bag and throw him away. No one cares about half-breeds. The boy pushed the old woman's hand away in fear. The grandmother watched anxiously as the child fell out of the trash can. He raised his hand and asked who she was and to leave him alone. She looked at the boy's dirty clothes and wondered if he really had no guardian. He was badly injured in the rain. He waved his hand in front of her and repeated that he had told her not to come near. Polly lay there and was angry, while she thought that she couldn't just leave him like that. The boy covered himself with his hands and squinted. He opened his eyes slightly. She leaned over him and covered him with an umbrella, saying that if he had nowhere to go, would he like to go to her house? The family got out of the car to the grandmother's house and were happy to see her. She smiled and stroked Anna and Matthew's heads and said that they had grown so much. Tracy put her hands on their waists and looked at them anxiously and upset and said that he was being so childish with his grandmother, but not with her. She was sad. The old woman held the children by the heads and looking at her daughter said that she was still a child, despite the fact that she had given life to 3 children. The grandmother looked happily at the laughing John and said that apparently he had a lot of worries in life with her daughter. The grandmother leaned over to the frightened Yoon, smiling. The girl was clinging to her mother's leg, and the old woman said that they had seen each other last year, but apparently she did not remember. The girl hugged her mother's leg and listened as her grandmother asked how old she was already. Yoon ran to her grandmother. She held out 3 fingers to her. The girl smiled shyly and raised her hand and said that she was already 3. The grandmother hugged her laughing granddaughter and said that she was sweet. The old lady said that they were probably all hungry. They should hurry up and start dinner. She would order their favorite chicken. The sunset was over the house. The family happily entered the gate. The protagonist looked thoughtfully and entered the yard. His eye glowed with mana. Anna turned around, hearing her brother stop her. He scanned the house and saw Mana inside, thinking that it was not a monster, too calm. The boy put his finger to his lips and looking at his sister thought that it could be a thief. The protagonist sat down and opened the door slightly, thinking that if it was a thief, then he could not leave it like this. After all, this was his grandmother's house. Matthew looked at Polly sitting on the floor and thought that he was not that big. The boy moved his ears and turned around, asking if the chicken was here yet. The protagonist decided that he could attack right away. He quickly ran in and jumped on top of Polly. The grandmother was holding Yoon in her arms and was entering with her daughter and son-in-law. They looked ahead anxiously. The old woman looked at her grandson and asked what those sounds were. Matthew stood bent over in front of Polly, who had knocked down the table, and asked how he had ended up there. The boy clenched his teeth and asked in fear what was going on. He scratched his head, and the main character cried out in surprise that it was Polly. He looked at the boy, who was sitting and scratching a bump on his head. The drink was poured into a glass. Anna's parents couldn't help but agree with what they heard. Grandma said that she planned to tell them everything when she met them. The parents suggested that it would be better this way, while the boys were sitting at the table and eating. Grandma remembered her acquaintance with Polly. Matthew looked at the stranger and thought how much the future had changed. The boy expressed his dissatisfaction with the constant supervision of him during meals. Polly turned towards his grandmother and rudely declared that he would not share his food with anyone. Matthew continued to look at the boy while he ate. Grandma offered Polly more, to which he ordered her to fuck off. Matthew was angry with the boy's answer to his grandmother. The boy took the soda from the table and continued to talk about the guest's ingratitude. He believed that Polly needed to be taught some manners right away, before it was too late. Matthew got up from his chair and informed his grandmother that he and Polly were now going for a walk. The boy continued to yell at him angrily, looking for a reason to stay. Grandma supported Matthew in his initiative to build friendly relations between the boys, and Dad asked them to be careful. Anna also wanted to go with them, but the boy asked her to stay. Matthew asked Polly to step aside, to which he said that he had not promised anyone to go anywhere. The boy grabbed the tramp by the collar and lifted him from the table. He threatened Polly and said that he would go with him. The sun went down below the horizon, and Matthew dragged the boy by the collar all the way to the gate. He threw Polly on the ground, holding a Pepsi in his hand. The boy put his hand on his back and began to get up. He looked at the ground and became angry. His chicken had been lying on the ground too long to eat. Polly yelled at Matthew and accused him of spoiling his food. The boy said that his interlocutor would not be able to respond to his actions in any way and snapped his fingers. An energy dome rose above them, which caused genuine surprise in Polly. The guy said that this way no one would hear them and cause them problems. Matthew threw the bottle of drink over his shoulder and said that he could not call his interlocutor a person because of a number of actions. He swung the bottle and promised to take care of his humanization. Polly jumped up from the ground and clenched his fists, preparing for a fight and claiming his dislike for the guy. Matthew jumped and swung the bottle, which Polly did not expect. The blow gathered energy and was very strong. Matthew declared his dislike for the guy. While the first one swung again, Polly thought about the force of the blow. The guy was hitting his interlocutor and demanding that he show respect to his grandmother, who saved the tramp and allowed him to sleep in their house. The last blow was stronger than the others. Polly fell to the ground and was unable to get up. Matthew stood over him and listed unacceptable expressions addressed to his granny. The boy demanded manners from Polly while he screamed in pain and asked for help. Matthew said that no one would hear them here and there was no point in calling for help. The family was engrossed in discussing the boy's budding friendship. Matthew said that only telepathy could reach people outside the dome. Polly grabbed his head and said that it was impossible. The boy asked if his interlocutor was normal. What was he saying about a 10-year-old boy? Matthew remembered Polly's words from the future, which turned out to be a lie about early telepathy. The boy asked if he would get another blow for this deception. Matthew swung a bottle and offered to continue, causing Polly to fear. The sound and requests for help did not reach those around him through the dome. The next day at the family's house, Polly was sitting on all fours and recalling Matthew's blows to places invisible to others. The family sat around the boy and looked at him. Mom and Dad, having learned Polly's age, asked what grade he was in. The boy said that he had not been to school at all and was not going to. Matthew's eyes changed color and looked menacingly at Polly. The boy was scared by the look, but he finished his sentence and fell silent. The boy remembered hearing about how he was bullied at the academy. Matthew approached Polly and put his hand on his shoulder, offering to go to the same class with him. The boy thought that the second grade would be fine for the guest, to which he categorically refused. Matthew telepathically demanded that she agree with him while his mother was asking his opinion. The boy involuntarily agreed to go to the second grade, which made Matthew happy. Granny said that the boys quickly found a common language. Her mother also supported her. Polly sat in confusion and did not understand why they did not see threats in his direction. After the fulfilled demand to laugh, the whole family was happy with the boy's mood. He realized what he had gotten himself into. Matthew turned to Polly while he was trying to ignore him. The boy dragged the guest by the collar with an offer to walk a little longer. Polly screamed a refusal, but it was too late. The embassy building, midday. Amanda sat at the table and drank tea, surrounded by two guards. Two of the Italians, Albert and Susan, were talking about their intentions to help thousands of Koreans return to their homeland. The man set a condition for helping them cope with the monster in the North Atlantic, which is not even first class. Amanda took a mug of tea and asked if they would be satisfied with supplying the soldiers with potions. Albert noted the incredible effectiveness of the potions and the ease of their use. The man suggested exchanging Mediterranean mana alloys, to which he asked whether the Italians themselves needed this resource. Susan lifted her leg, covered in energy, and broke the white table at which they were sitting. Amanda ordered her guards not to hesitate, which was followed by Albert's requests to help in exchange for the Korean people. Susan accused the Korean players of weakness and inability to protect their own goddess, to which the girl asked the guard for a napkin. Albert asked his partner not to overdo it, which was followed by reproaches from him. Susan continued to accuse the Koreans of their insignificance, which was followed by Amanda's reaction. The girl used the ability of remote control. She threw Susan from his place to the floor. She agreed to support the Italians for the sake of her people. Amanda promised to send 2 players from the 12 thrones in exchange for citizens. The girl got up from the table and snapped her fingers. Albert and Susan felt a furious pain in their necks. Amanda followed the exit under the threats of the ambassadors. The girl skillfully put the visitors in their place and asked them to report all the details of the deal to their superiors. Susan was furious and said that he would kill the girl without following Albert's instructions. The guy ran towards her, but suddenly met an obstacle. Albert looked at his partner with blue eyes. He used the power of the obstacle on him so that he did not move under the threat of death. Amanda turned around and assumed that there was at least some sense in his head. The ambassadors were asked to leave the building. The men were locked behind large doors alone. Susan expressed her anger with words. In the blue house, someone was discussing the need to behave restrainedly. Ron turned to Amanda with a demand to follow the rules, because she was now a goddess. The girl made it clear to the guy that she did not intend to listen to his advice. Neville asked his partner how he could know about the coincidence of views with Amanda. The girl looked at the guy and demanded not to discuss such topics anymore. Neville involuntarily agreed. The guy approached Amanda and handed her a piece of paper telling her about the ambassador's gift, a Maserati. The guy told about a gift from Big Mama to Italy in honor of their friendship, which may indicate her attitude to Korea. Amanda ordered the car to be sent back to Italy as unnecessary, which surprised Neville. The girl bowed her head and began to talk about Big Mama. She had heard about the woman's cunning and her possible plans. The girl assumed that she was a very arrogant woman if she sent such ambassadors. Amanda ordered to set up surveillance of the guests and report the information in case of a conspiracy. Neville accepted the order. The office door closed behind the guy. The girl got up from her chair and headed for the exit. Ron assumed a rather optimistic conclusion to the deal, to which Amanda praised their engineer who created the pharmacist's potion. The girl said that she would definitely express her gratitude to Italy after the deal was completed and closed the window. Ron assumed that it was very dangerous to provoke the ambassadors. Amanda looked at the man and asked if he treated her as a bodyguard. Ron looked away and thought. The girl said that the divine spear was in the next room and only the ambassadors could have problems. The girl happily walked down the street. The doctor told her that she was 6 weeks pregnant. The girl looked at the plane flying by. She continued walking. A message came to her phone, arousing the hostess's interest. Her boyfriend was asking if she had lunch today. The girl preferred to tell her about the pregnancy in person, telling the guy that she had been in the hospital. She asked to come home from work early today for a little talk. The guy briefly agreed and ended the call. The girl laughed and wanted to see him sooner. She looked at the message. Disappointed that it could be Valentine, she thought about it. The girl saw Susan in front of her. She was afraid of the meeting. The guy asked her how she was doing here. He noticed that the girl had become prettier since their last meeting. Albert stood behind and said that she was not doing well now. The guy covered the girl's mouth. He looked her in the eyes and ordered her to follow them. Tade was working in the office when suddenly the phone rang. The guy saw a call from Mally and was surprised because they had just talked. The guy took the phone and asked the girl what happened. Mally on the other end of the line thanked the guy for everything, which caused surprise and confusion. The girl asked her not to look for her anymore. Tade jumped up from his chair and screamed into the receiver, trying to get through to the girl. Mally turned off the phone with trembling hands. Susan sat next to her and thanked her for making the right choice. The guy said that they should let others live a normal life, which caused indignation in Albert. It was clear and warm outside. The girls discussed the hot weather and suggested going to a cafe with good air conditioning, to which Matthew and Laura agreed. The guy said that he needed to put his bag down and would come to them later. Catherine asked him to wait for her too. The girl threatened Matthew not to be late like last time. The guys saw several adult men leading Mally to the car. The guy was surprised by the arrangement of things, but he understood something. The men were wearing masks and were clearly forcing the girl to act under threat. The guy leaned over to Mally and asked what thread had forgotten there. Matthew did not remember a single case with Italy this year. The guy recalled the events of that year, the pacification of the second-class Leviathan, the government sending 3 thrones to Italy. Because of these events, Korea lost significant military power. Divine Spear lost his left arm. Railgun was left disabled due to a berserker state. The florist died in battle, as everyone thought, but it looks like she survived. The girl was taken hostage, and Susan visited Korea as an ambassador. According to the guy's recollections, several countries started a wave of protests. The strike ended with Big Mama ordering Susan's public execution. Matthew imagined what could happen to Mally and ordered his girlfriend to stay put and under no circumstances follow him. The guy continued to assure Laura that he knew what he was doing while he was thinking about how to contact Tade. The guy put on sneakers sealed in an energy sphere. He took off at high speed while his girlfriend was trying to understand what was happening. The guy knew what he needed to do. He turned the corner behind the car. Matthew stopped around the corner because the car had stopped. Albert and Susan stood on the road and looked at the guy with mockery. Matthew realized that he had been figured out. Susan started walking towards the guy with a request. He stopped in front of him and asked. He asked threateningly what he wanted. Matthew saw the man's readiness to strike. The guy parried the left hook with energy. Susan flew to the side from the blow. The man looked at the guy with incomprehension. He stood up from the ground and asked fearfully what was wrong with the boy. Susan suggested that in Korea, children were taught to use mana, to which Albert smirked. Susan prepared to fight. He put his legs in a jumping position. The man jumped high into the air, promising to knock the strength out of the guy. Matthew dodged the kick and ducked. He thought that the guy was seriously trying to kill him. The guy used mana, and his legs glowed. He moved behind Susan for a second and swung his leg. Matthew wanted to deliver a strong blow to the man's head, but the man dodged. He turned and stretched his arm forward, trying to kill the guy. Matthew realized that he was in a vulnerable position and decided to concentrate his mana at his legs. The man continued to reach towards the guy, but the guy struck with mana. Matthew did a somersault in the air, causing Susan to be surprised. The guy created a sphere of concentrated mana and directed it towards the man. Susan blocked the sphere and looked at the boy. Matthew landed on the road and stood up to his full height. The man recognized the guy's mana as quite strong and shook his hand. Susan began an invisible, fast movement, which caused fear in the boy. The man approached Matthew and said that he was still a child. The boy looked back. Susan's hand grabbed his neck and began to squeeze hard. The man liked it and he did not plan to stop. Matthew tried to remove his hands with mana, but the man rebuffed him. Susan said that he was not the only one who knew how to use mana. The boy understood the hopelessness of the situation from which he needed to get out. Matthew knew that he needed to do something as soon as possible because the air was running out. Nellie got out of the car and demanded that the boy be released. She screamed at Albert that they had promised not to hurt anyone from her family. Susan asked if the girl knew the boy. He didn't believe her and squeezed her neck even tighter. Mally continued to demand that Matthew be released, and Susan insisted that the boy was unusual and that such people should be killed immediately while there was still a chance. Albert called out to the man. Susan had no choice but to let Matthew go. He released his hand and walked towards the car. The boy cleared his throat while the man walked away to Mally. The girl ran towards Matthew to ask how he was feeling. She sat down next to him and thanked the boy for trying, causing him to look surprised. The girl was silent for a few seconds and lowered her head. She took off her wedding ring and gave it to the boy. Mally asked the boy to give it to Tade. Matthew once again wanted to know what was going on. The girl continued to ask her boyfriend to tell her while he looked on in fear. She covered the ring with her hands and asked him to tell him that she was very happy. The boy asked the girl not to leave, to which she lowered her head and stopped answering. The boy continued to call Melly as she passed Susan. The man threatened Matthew to leave while he was kind. He grabbed the boy's head and threw him aside. The boy landed on the asphalt and hit his head hard. Susan asked him to control himself. The door closed and the car continued moving. Matthew continued to sit by the trash cans. He was very disappointed in this life. The boy remembered how he saved his family, how he saved his friends. He remembered Mount Buckhan, where he reduced the number of victims. But at the expense of what did he achieve all this? Matthew got up from the bags, thinking in his head. He gathered his strength and realized that he did everything to change this future. He looked at the ring and realized that there was no future in his life without this girl. Matthew squeezed the ring tightly and declared that he would not allow Melly to erase herself from his future. The closet door was not closed. John wiped his forehead from the sweat from the work done. They were trying to make a government order on time. The guy suggested reducing their sleep hours to make it on time. Laura stood at the table and held out a glass. John looked at the contents of the container and looked at the girl with a smile, which made her question. He said that he was joking and tried the drink, showing respect for the girl. The phone on the table rang with Matthew's number. John took the phone and asked what happened, to which the guy apologized for calling without warning. The man continued to insist on telling what happened. Matthew stood asking his uncle for help. John looked at the shelf with potions and thought. The one-story potion production building was large. In the backyard, girls were standing and practicing mana. Nuna wrapped her energy around the roots of a large tree. She snapped her fingers. The tree tore itself out of the ground with its roots. The roots began to stretch towards the second girl. Nancy stood tense and prepared to defend herself. She jumped high into the air and used mana to stop the roots. Nuna stood and watched as the girl dodged the fast tentacles. She began to experiment with her power. Mana grabbed the girl's legs and pulled them toward Nuna. Nancy tried to cope with the hurricane. The girl realized that she was not that good yet. She noticed something piercing the tornado. Something pierced the dome from the inside. Nancy flew out on a mana surfboard. The girl complained about the difficulty of training, which was followed by a call to improve. The girl realized that Nancy was doing well and swung the rod. A real whirlwind swirled around her opponent, pulling her to the ground. Nancy had a hard time staying on her feet and not falling down. In the end, the girl fell anyway and flew toward the ground. She summoned Mana Jelly, which she placed on the ground at the place where she fell. Nancy landed successfully on a soft mat. The jelly compensated for the force of the fall. The girl jumped away from the springy surface and headed towards Nuna. She summoned more mana, noting her opponent's tenacity. Nancy summoned Jelly again. This time it did not miss the flying fragments. Nuna thought about her ingenuity, but wrote it off to immaturity and a rich imagination. The girl remembered both cases of defending against mana attacks and noted Nancy's skills. She noticed her potential power while she was enjoying her approaching victory. Nuna summoned the tree roots to grab Nancy's legs. The girl fell to the ground in despair. The roots began to lift her higher and higher until Nancy gave in under the praise of her opponent. Nuna refused to help her down, explaining that it was part of the training. Suddenly, the girl received a call from Tade. Nuna was wary because the guy rarely calls her and only about problems. The girl was most afraid of that he had serious problems again. It was already getting dark outside, the streets were empty. Tade was at home collecting a set of weapons and equipment. The guy included a firearm, brass knuckles, and a knife in the set. He once again made sure that everything was in place and closed the suitcase. Tade stood up and straightened the collar of his shirt. He was wearing pants and white socks. He took off his shirt and looked at his pumped-up body, noting that he was losing shape. He was upset that he was no longer worthy of his name. Tade remembered his youth. He was walking down the street, carrying 2 ice creams. In the crowd, Melly's voice was heard, accusing the guy of groping her. The guy was grabbed by 2 thugs and his arms were twisted behind his back. Tade approached Melly and handed her the ice cream, looking menacingly at the offender. The guy began to make excuses, saying that he didn't know and had come to rest, which Tade didn't take as a reason. He took off his jacket and accused the guy of harming the girl. The guy stood in despair and was afraid of every step. He clenched his teeth and looked menacingly into the eyes of his defender. For this, the guy was sent to the other end of the street with 1 blow. The offender's blood got on the ice cream the girl was holding. Compliments to the guy and his strength poured out from the crowd. Melly expressed her gratitude, to which Tade was embarrassed. The gathering place of the Sicilian Mafia, noon. Subordinates sat at a large table and listened to the acceptance of power of the Big Mother. The rulers were angry at this arrangement and did not want to rule by someone else's will. People began to resent the unfair circumstances. The chairman of the meeting demanded silence. He announced the decision to unite the children of the Mafia bosses. The mafiosi began to express their disagreement with the Don's choice, to which he stated the benefits of this marriage. He stated only a temporary union from which one could benefit. The boss paused and told Melly the news to her face. He demanded that the girl go down the aisle with the son of the Don of another family, which caused an extremely angry reaction from Melly. She asked the Don to reconsider his decision, but received silence. The son of the boss of another family was sitting in a club and chatting with girls. The father ordered his daughter to marry this man and have a child from him, to which the daughter reacted negatively. The Don stated the need to create a child with 2 skills that the potential parents have. Subordinates were afraid of a child of such strength. Don said that the strongest child would be the one they would take for themselves. The girl was furious with her father's statement. Tade looked at the upset girl while those present calmed her down. Melly was asked to think about the future of the family and make the right decision. The rest of the subordinates also supported the words said, citing the good strength of the heir. The father offered to become his lover if she valued the family. Melly was indignant and got up from her chair to express her disagreement. Don ordered the girl to do everything possible for the well-being of the family, to which those present began to demand that the girl give birth to a worthy heir. Melly turned to her brother. The guy was silent and tried not to express his dissatisfaction with the situation. The girl was completely desperate. She lowered her head and involuntarily agreed. People began to leave the conference room, while Melly remained at the table with Tade standing behind her. They continued their silent dialogue. Night fell. The guards were on duty at the girl's room. Tade asked to tell him everything. He stood by the window and begged her to tell him what was on the girl's mind. Melly sat with her head down and was silent. The guy knelt down and took the girl's hand. The girl started crying and said that she didn't want to. Melly broke down and started screaming that she didn't want to be used like a thing with her child. Tade took her hand and turned to her. The guy kissed her hand and offered to leave with him. The girl looked up at him with tear-stained eyes. She was obviously happy with the guy's offer. The window remained open. The curtains blew in the wind into the empty room. Tade's voice of hope sounded. He had tracked her location on the phone. The guy hid the device and promised to save Melly. He opened the door and went inside. Matthew greeted the guy at the entrance. Tade looked towards the boy and became wary. The guy stood opposite the man and looked at him. The boy confidently declared that he wanted to participate. A lonely car rushes along the night highway. Matthew looks out the window while Tade, driving, thinks that, of course, he understands that the boy will be stronger than many players, but they will have to go against the Tredits and he does not want to drag him into a dangerous situation. Looking back at the boy, he says that it is not too late for him to go back, because where they are going will be dangerous, to which the child said that he already knows everything. The hero turns around when Tade tells him that he wants to explain something, and replies that they have already discussed everything and are going there together. The man turns to the road, upset, saying that it is fine and will not persuade him otherwise. The phone shows Maylee's location, and MC asks if the man knows where the girl is, to which Tade replies that, thanks to the girl's phone, he knows. The hero points his finger to the side, saying that this is Alice's hotel, and the man, looking back, asks if the guy wants to put on armor because it is dangerous to go without it. Taking out his knife, MC looks at his side where the elixirs are hanging, saying that he would like to put them on, but it is too small and none of them will fit, and besides, with all his equipment it is hard to move. Tide, looking at the boy who is examining his vials, checking if the shadow spider venom is in place and saying that there are all types of potions, thinks that they are going to a real war. But for the hero it seems ordinary. Looking at the ring that hangs on a string around his neck, Matthew tells the man that he took the ring he gave him, and in response the man asks if the boy knows how to use it. The ring in his hands emits auras of mana, and MC replies that he does, and thinks that a wedding ring that enhances mana is genius and praises Mally for her efforts. The building of ancient architecture, underwater, under it lies a dead monster. Matthew explains that the Alliance of Southern Europe made a successful sortie into the abyss. The heroes enter the feast, waving to those who greeted them. Everyone on Earth believed that it was impossible to survive in the abyss, and everyone admired the team that returned from the Black Dungeon. People are looking at some book with interest. The players excitedly studied the mission summary. An open book with bloody pages, the hero explains that the truth written there was disgusting. A girl sits on a throne, illuminated by a bright light. A crowd of people are looking at her. The players from Italy, who were in the vanguard, now bear the surname Mayron, and the woman used to reproduce Mayron's strong DNA was called their mother. MC Train strikes, waiting for the fight, thinking that before the regression, Tade was unable to save Mally and died. Approaching, the car stops at the side of the road, and the man says that they are there. Getting out of the car, Tade addresses the hero, wishing him not to regret his decision. Two men in business suits look at the heroes who arrived, exchanging comments about what kind of punks they are, and MC says that regretting something is something for such guys. The men walk towards the heroes, shouting at them to leave and that this is a closed area, and Tade asks his partner if they are coming, to which he agrees. With a sharp movement, the rescuers jump up from their seats and fly into the guards, beating them. A closed door in the building. Susan is sitting on the couch, drinking alcoholic beverages, and asks why they decided to change the entire hotel. One of his subordinates comes up from behind, saying that he thinks there was some reason for this, and Susan says that it is strange that they decided to do this on the day they found out about their meeting. Mally twirls her hair around her finger, saying that it seems the hotel doesn't like idiots like Susan, to which the angry man calls her names. One of Susan's subordinates points at Mally, saying that no one knew that Miss Mally would be here too. Susan smiles widely, remembering a clip from the news about the rescue of Mally, Tade and Anna, saying that he didn't know either, and if the news hadn't shown it, they wouldn't have come, and notes that, frankly, he himself didn't believe it. Then he turns to Albert, who is writing music on his tablet at this time, and says that her presence was confirmed by her own brother. Mally laughs, sitting with her arms crossed, and says that it's funny that several men chased one girl all the way to Korea, and asks if the guys from Mayron are familiar with the feeling of shame. And Susan, hearing this, puts a bottle of alcoholic drink between her legs and addresses Molly, calling her Princess Valentine. After which, he turns to the girl with rage in his eyes and asks if she can sit quietly, noting that she is too sure that she will not be touched. And getting up from his couch, he goes towards the girl, saying that they do not touch her not because they feel sorry for her, and the girl asks what he means. And the man, coming up to her, grabs her by the shoulder. After which, looking with a predatory smile at the girl, he says that if he wanted, then they would have had fun with her in bed a long time ago. And the girl hits his hand, forcing him to remove it and calls him crazy. After which, she spits in his face, causing aggression and fear in his subordinate's eyes. Susan distorts in anger, calling the girl a lady of easy virtue. After which, screaming that she seems to want to die, he waves his hand. Then, they turn to him, releasing a huge force of lightning magic. And he turns with fear on his face towards Albert. He sits with the desire to kill in his eyes, and Susan removes her hand, frightened and joking that this is heartbreaking brotherly love. After which, shaking off the spit from her forehead, she leaves the room, to Albert's question about where the man is going, to which he replies that this is all bullshit and he needs to get some fresh air. Then, the subordinate takes the tablet from Albert, who looks at the floor with a serious face. Then, he raises his head, called out by his sister. The girl, throwing her legs over each other, asks if he can get her a banto from the 24-hour kiosk and bread for dessert, because she is hungry. Albert, holding his head, addresses his subordinate, calling him Tom, and the guy asks again if they can't just call the maid. And the brother, with a murderous aura, looks up, asking if he heard that his sister wants food from the 24-hour store, to which Tom, frightened, replies that he heard. After which, leaving, he turns to Albert, and turning to him, asks if he remembers that he is no longer Valentine, but Mayron. A serious look from a man in glasses. He replies that Tom should not worry, after which he joyfully begins to run away, saying that it will be fine and soon. The door slams and the relatives are left alone in the room, sitting opposite each other. Here, Melly gets up and the brother asks her where she is going and notes that she was told not to leave the room. After which, the girl, with a sad face, asks if her brother has not yet learned tact. After which, she suddenly runs out of the room, loudly slamming the door and screaming that she wants to go to the toilet, and with such a volume that Albert's ears start bleeding. Elle sits hunched over on the toilet, without opening it. and she remembers Tade, who, kissing her hand, said that he would protect her even if he had to fight the whole world, and how he offered to leave with him. After which, she sadly raises her head, starting to say the name of her love. But she could not do this and buried her face in her hands, shaking with sadness. The door of the men's room. Susan does her dirty business, whistling and saying that on the way back she will call the servants. Then, something suddenly frightens him, and he looks back sharply, feeling the intent to kill. The hero, with a sword in his hands, flies at the man, preparing to kill. The man manages to block the boy's blow with his hand, but his legs do not hold him, after which Susan falls, hitting the wall behind her. The man sits on the floor, stretching his neck, and Matthew notes that he is lucky today. The man starts screaming, realizing who is in front of him, and the hero, making a sweeping blow with his sword, orders him to pull up his pants, after which, preparing for a new blow, he says that he gives him a couple of seconds. Nuna, a couple of hours before the events that occurred, cast acceleration, which allows you to increase your speed. MC stands in the center of the magic circle, while the following spells are cast on him, such as Strength, which strengthens the muscles to increase physical strength. Standing at full height, he is enveloped in magic. He is also cast Defense Restoration, Mana Restoration, and Magic Resistance. After which, Nuna stops this ritual and the hero thanks her for her help, but asks what to do with the hotel guests, and notes that they can get caught in the crossfire. And Nuna, laughing, tells him that there is no need to worry about it, because the government has issued an order to evacuate the hotel, and the hero, smiling and adjusting his belt, replies that this is great and that he is calm now and thinks that Uncle John gave him enough potions and he received enhancements, so everything is ready. Standing in front of the man, who is adjusting his fly, he thinks that this is his chance and that Susan is disarmed in a narrow space. After which, biting his lips, he thinks that he cannot miss this opportunity. And Susan, at this time, adjusted his fly, begins to run towards the child, screaming that she will destroy him. Charging a blow with mana, he hits Matthew in the face, but he calmly dodges. After which, the man's hand crashes into the wall, crumbling it. And the hero jumps, leaning on the wall, after which aims at the man's head, saying that he has enough potions and enhancements and he has a chance. A look of fear mixed with rage appears on the man's face, and MC asks if he wants him to fight with all his might, and Susan uses a magic shield. At the same time, the hero throws himself at it, swinging his sword. The sword hits the energy shield, leaving cracks on it, and the enemy, backing away, understands that this is not the same guy who fought against him earlier on the street and that 3 layers of his shield are broken. After which, Matthew, coming from the left, asks why his enemy is standing, and with a powerful kick, throws him into the wall. The man, coughing, slams into the wall, after which, he uses the shield again. The hero, with new pressure, hits the shield of the frightened enemy over and over again, who understands that there is no room to turn around there and it is impossible to fight there. The shield cracks, MC tries to strike again, and hits the shield with a dagger towards the enemy's head, who understands that he needs to get out. After that, he stops using his shield and, dodging the blow, begins to run away. After that, having moved away to a decent distance, he raises his gun towards Matthew, who convulsively uses the shield, expecting a shot. But, opening his eyes and looking towards the man, he notices something. Susan, forgetting about shame, begins to run out of the toilet, and the hero shouts at him why he is running away. After that, he forcefully raises his sword and makes a sweeping blow, which leaves a wave of energy flying towards the exit. A powerful stream of energy flies into the shield of Susan, who has already run out of the toilet. Fragments of his shield fly into his enraged face, leaving wounds. The man runs towards the exit of the hotel, and the hero, who is barely keeping up with him, thinks that how could he not have foreseen this and asks himself how someone like his opponent could be from Tredesai. Susan takes out her gun again, looking at the hero catching up with him, and calls him a bad person. After which, she starts shooting on the run, running away, shouting that she will kill him. And MC calmly dodges the bullets, saying that no, and today is the punk's funeral. Snatching a yellow elixir from his belt, he understands that there is little time left and soon the strengthening and effects of the potions will wear off. Raising his hand with a sharp movement, he pours the entire jar of potions into himself, and Susan, looking around, thinks what it is. And she remembers how Albert drank tea with Amanda and thinks if these are the potions that the goddess constantly talks about. Grinning, Susan thinks that the kid is too meticulous and should have killed him during the last meeting and understands that there is no time to go up to the 18th floor. Then, she notices kitchen knives behind the glass wall, realizing that she needs to find a weapon. Here, the lagging hero notices a broken window and runs up to it, turning around on the go. Here, a knife flies past him at great speed, which he miraculously dodges. The hero's gaze hardens. The knife is blocked by the sword and a collision of energies occurs. Everything around flies apart from the amount of force that was put into the blows. The man, with fear in his eyes, asks what this boy is anyway. An MC, with a calm face, replies that he is the one who will finish him off. After which, with a new blow, he forces the enemy to retreat. And again he swung, making a dash in his direction. Hitting the shield, no new cracks appear on it, and Susan, smiling, notices that it seems the hero is running out of strength, and grabs his hand. Abruptly going for the hero's hand, takes him in a hold, raising her hand above him. Snatches his sword, again noting that it was necessary to kill him while he could. And raising the sword, Susan with a wild face asks if he really needs a device to fight the hero. Then, under his feet, dark energy begins to appear. The hero finds himself in the center of a circle of dark energy when he used Restless Souls, forcing the enemy to retreat. Dark energy flies up to Susan, starting to devour his magic. And trying to dodge them, he understands that this is a mana-devouring ability and that it is bad and shouts at the black worms of energy to leave him alone. After which, he notices something, raising his head. MC, using heavenly steps, flies at full speed towards the man. After which he delivers a sweeping blow. After which, he begins to push the man, delivering a series of blows to different parts of the body using a manic dance. The man blocks the hero's sword with difficulty, asking what he is doing at all. But he recoils from a new blow. Chairs, tables, turn out to be overturned. Finding themselves at a decent distance from each other, they prepare for a new round of battle. The man begins to smile predatory, asking what's wrong with the guy and notes that with each attack he is getting weaker. And Matthew, grinning, raises his gaze when he asks him where his courage went. The man stands in front of the door. Albert looks at the closed door, turning to his sister, and says that it is for Valentine. But no one answers from behind the door. Then, going around the corner, he says that he will be gone for a while and if he needs anything, he needs to call on the intercom or ask Tom. After which, he goes out and stands behind the door. Standing with his eyes closed, he thinks. And, adjusting his glasses, he says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Cade comes towards him, who raises his head and in his eyes plays the thirst for killing when he asks where his beloved. And Albert stands with an angry face looking at the reader. Moving away from the door and starting to slowly walk towards the man, Albert asks if he understands what punishment will follow for the fact that he stole Melee and explains that it is death, but he will give him a chance. Raising his hand, he says that he should return to Valentine. But the wall behind him breaks down after the man hits him, when Albert tries to finish the sentence by asking him to help them destroy Mayron. Tade, hitting him with a knuckle duster, replies that he won't wait, and Albert starts to get his gun, understanding Tade's intentions. After which, he points it at his opponent, who is also standing at the ready, and the hero notes that no one will believe what this confrontation will result in, Tade's complete defeat. Returning to the MC battle, the guy wipes his mouth, asking what Susan means, asking where his courage went. After which, he drinks another elixir in one gulp, answering that everything is in place, causing anger in his opponent. After which, he throws it behind his back, asking where Susan's cans are, and are they really not there? And the man grins with anger, after which he makes a sharp blow with the sword, causing a stream of energy that flies into MC, who blocks it with difficulty, and then the energy begins to go up along the blade of the sword, throwing the hero back and flies up. But Matthew was able to stay on his feet, and he looks at his opponent in surprise, near whom wolf-like monsters appeared, and Susan asks, "And what? These are the hero's powers?" despite the fact that he knocked back his drink and asks if he has become weaker. After which, the dogs run at MC, and the enemy tells him to play with his dogs. Jumping into the air, Matthew strikes with his sword, releasing a stream of needles at the dogs. After which, he realizes that this does not work and begins to envelop his sword in a new layer of energy. The mana around the hero's sword twists into one long spear. After which, using a point breakthrough, he flies towards the man, using a manic dance, spinning around him, striking him with blow after blow. Susan is hit with a blow, Matthew spins the mana on his sword and flies into the man. And Susan takes out a gun. Then she fires 2 shots. The bullet stops in the air, and the man is surrounded by a shield. The bullet pierces the hero's shield and flies into the hero's shoulder. Being at different ends of the corridor, the hero holds his shoulder and the man stands, breathing heavily, and says that he finally has a break. The man raises his sword and gun and says that this is his territory. The man smiles widely, after which it turns out that his player type is a ranger, and he calls on many arrows of purple energy. This is the ability to shoot at random and with malice in his eyes, grinning looking at the hero. And the hero notices the next attack in horror, swiftly dodging flying projectiles that fly into the ground, piercing it. The arrows are again hanging over Susan, who, calling the hero a slippery bastard, suggests that he dodge them too. The arrows quickly begin to fly. The arrows fly into one point in front of the hero, who rests his foot on the ground, after which he makes several blows towards the flying projectiles. One of the projectiles wounds his hand. With fury in his eyes, as if in oblivion, he strikes again. Another projectile pierces his leg, and he cuts several more in the air. Having reflected everything, he stands on his feet. The entire floor around him is strewn with traces of battle. He looks at the reader with fatigue and anger in his eyes. Susan raises the gun in the air, after which, looking at the hero, she says that she is going to finish him off. The dogs surround the hero, biting his legs, and not understanding, he asks himself when his enemy managed to do it. After which, he notices a chandelier above him. After which, realizing that he does not have time to jump back, he spins the mana on his sword, getting ready to do something. After which, the chandelier falls behind him and he flies, with the sword to the side, and grabs a gun from somewhere. The dogs lag behind the hero's legs. After which, MC quickly flies towards the enemy, throwing the dogs to the sides. After which, he hits his sword, with which the man hastily blocked the blow. And looking at the boy, he asks who he even thinks of himself. After which, with a blow, throwing the hero to the side. And he steps on some purple seal, and looks back at the seals that appeared all around him. And, looking back with horror on his face. Then everything around explodes and MC understands that it was a magic trap. Glass shards fly everywhere. Smoking rebel. The hero sits, drops of his blood under him. Breathing heavily and wiping his face with the sleeve of his hand, he understands that he cannot fight in this state. After which, he takes out another elixir and begins to open it, realizing that he needs to recover. But Susan, coming up from behind, with a predatory smile, takes the elixir from his hand, asking if he should share it. After which, she abruptly snatches the bottle, and Matthew, holding back his disappointment, looks at the reader, realizing that this is a failure. Susan twirls the bottle in her hand, saying that in their country there are decent potions and mana and stamina are quickly restored, and the hero gets up and begins to leave, thinking that he needs to leave and prepares to use heavenly steps. But the enemy does not sleep and strikes, which MC frantically notices, and he tries to block it with his sword, but it, at most, flies out of his hands. And the sword flies off to the side as it lands, and the man makes a sarcastic comment, saying that it is impolite to just walk away. And he hits Matthew in the chest, saying that he is not going to. From the force of the blow, the hero flies off to the side, and Susan finishes her words that she will not just kill him. The hero, like a stone thrown down a river at the right angle, bounces along the ground, collecting magical traps. And there is a monstrous explosion, which his enemy looks at. Standing between the rubble, under the destroyed roof, Susan says that the dog needs to be kicked so that it wakes up. And standing with a smug smile, she asks how someone like the hero can sneak up on him from behind. From under the settling smoke, a pool of blood begins to appear. Susan looks away from the place of the explosion. Then, sharpening her gaze in that direction, hiding from the shadows with her gun, she asks if the kid is dead and notes that he could not just die like that. After which, he notices some movement in front of him. MC throws a broken bottle on the floor, saying that he should have done it earlier. And through the smoke he goes to the man. His entire body is surrounded by an aura. The man points in his direction with the hand in which he holds a gun and says that the kid is crazy and asks how much he has already drunk. And the hero, wiping his face with his hand, says that this is a fruit set and what's so special about it. Susan looks at him in fear, analyzing the hero's aura, realizing that his mana and stamina are being replenished despite the fact that he was dying. And at the same time, his gain has been restored without interruption. Mana has increased exponentially and that this cannot be, and asks out loud if this is a gift. And the hero, in response to this, raises his necklace with a ring in his hand, saying that this is not just a gift and he has this. And Susan looks at him in fear, realizing what it is. The ring starts to glow with a bright yellow light when the hero uses the enhancement. The man covers himself with his hands, thinking that it is impossible, and asks how much stronger the guy has become. But, smiling, he looks somewhere behind himself, realizing that he still has a chance. Looking at his sword, he thinks that the guy's accuracy is lame. After which, surrounding himself with an aura, he prepares the sword and gun for battle, realizing that he still has an advantage. And the hero reloads his gun, and points the gun towards Susan. And he, stepping aside, thinks that this is the guy's mistake and that he hastened too much. After which, pointing a gun at him, he understands that he can gain the upper hand. But Matthew breaks away at great speed. After which, he grabs his sword, flying past his enemy. And he, in horror, looks back, not fully understanding what just happened. And the hero, when his enemy did not even have time to turn around, has already wrapped his sword in a huge stream of aura, preparing for a new attack. After which, calling Susan an idiot, throws a sword in his direction, cutting off his hand. And the man, looking at his hand in horror, coughs from pain. After which he begins to scream convulsively, grabbing it when the hero points his hand charged with mana in his direction, saying that a man cannot feel pain from such a thing, because they have only just begun. After which, raising his sword with his magic, he says that the man seemed to say that the dog needs to be kicked so that it wakes up. The sword quickly flies past the man, flying straight into MC's hand, and he begins to burn with aggression and bloodlust when the hero tells him that he is not a puppy. After which, throwing the sword onto his shoulder, he tells the man that he is not a puppy unlike him. An empty corridor in which there are no traces of a battle. Someone, shooting, flies into it, and Tade strikes again with his brass knuckles. Striking the ground, he uses the ability Fierce Beast 3, breaking the entire floor in front of him. A stream of destruction goes towards Albert, after which, he prepares to raise his gun and simultaneously turns around. A certain stream of mana flies towards him, and Albert jumps off the ground to the side, avoiding Tade's attack. After which, he calmly lands to the side, avoiding any damage. But Tade accelerates, rapidly bouncing off the floor and walls, and scares his beloved's brother with this, and using the 10th level hell, prepares to hit him in the face. But the blow passes to the side of the man, and he, calmly looking at this, says that his opponent is not the same. After which, he grabs his hand, and pointing the gun at his face, he says that he is sorry that Tade did not live up to his expectations, and shoots him in the stomach. The battle dies down, Tade stands motionless, and Albert pokes him in the stomach with the gun. A spent cartridge falls to the floor. Standing in the same positions, Albert asks what his plan is, whether he should just stand there like a statue, and Tade uses the shield of a second-level gladiator, protecting his body while blood flows from his mouth. After which, he begins to grin furiously, and he swings his fist with renewed vigor towards Albert. And he, looking calmly at the fist flying at him, says that Tade will lose for 2 reasons. Then, quickly dodging the blow, names the first, saying that his attacks are monotonous. Then, he points 2 pistols at him and says that secondly, his mana is running out and the effect of the potion is coming to an end. 3 shots fly into Tade's shield, which is already barely blocking the attacks, when they continue to explain to him that while the potion is in effect, he cannot move normally and is limited by protective magic. The shield begins to crack, and Albert finishes his thought, saying that the man himself has given himself a checkmate, and at this time he mentally complains about his mana. The shield begins to fly apart into pieces, and Albert prepares for the decisive shot, but Melly runs out of her room, screaming that enough. Screaming loudly, the girl declares that they did not agree on this and they promise not to touch the people close to her. But Albert points one of the guns at his sister, asking why she dares to say anything about promises. Pointing the gun at her head, he says that they are almost done and that she should stand still. But the girl comes close to her brother, resting her forehead on his gun. After which, she takes the gun in her hand and says that he should shoot. Her brother's face distorts in anger, after which, Melly turns to her lover, saying that it is not necessary. After which, at gunpoint, she says that in addition to her brother, there are also Susan and Tom Muran, and does the man really think that by showing up there like this, he will make it easier for someone and say something about his desires and needs? But then, the girl seems to be illuminated by the phrase of her lover, who reminds that he promised that he will protect her. Standing, bent over from fatigue and pain, she says that one word from her is enough, but Albert interrupts the unfolding melodrama, ordering him not to move. But Tade, not listening, takes a couple of steps, after which Albert, with an expressionless face, fires a shot in his direction, and Melly screams in horror, not wanting this. But the man puts his hand in the direction of the flying bullet, and Albert, in horror, notices something. Enveloped in fire, Tade catches the bullet on the fly, after which he opens his palm, from which the bent bullet falls, saying that even one word from his beloved will be enough, even if the whole world becomes his enemy. After which, he looks at the reader with madness in his eyes, and tells the embarrassed girl that he needs her, and she tenderly pronounces his name. After which, swinging, Tade asks to answer him, and, making a blow, releases a powerful stream of fiery energy. Albert notices this in horror, and miraculously manages to dodge, putting up a shield, like his sister. Standing in the now burning room, Albert begins to panic, and Tade, holding his bloody hand, turns to his beloved, and she, covering her eyes, asks to protect her. After which, stretching out her hand in his direction, she is enveloped in golden energy, asking to protect her and using the enhancement. Returning to MC, he stands opposite the wounded Susan, and walking around him, asks to stop simulating pain. The hand lies on the floor in a pool of blood. The hero comes up and raises his leg over it, asking if a man can fix it with the help of healing magic. And he, turning around in horror, asks not to do this. But Matthew mercilessly, under Susan's desperate gaze, begins to crush his hand with his foot. And he, in despair, looking at this, begins to shake. After which, calling the hero the son of a dog, she envelops herself in scarlet energy, screaming in rage. After which, she forms a magic seal under herself, using an explosive ball. And Matthew, looking at this, asks if this is explosive magic with an expanded area of damage. After which, starting to retreat from the flow of scarlet energy flying at him, he thinks that it will not hit him if he is far away. But the energy catches up with him, after which, looking behind his back at the flow of energy which seemed to be sucked to his feet, he understands that it is following him in the tracks of mana from the heavenly steps. An explosion occurs, and resonating scarlet and blue energies begin to rage in the room. The hero, thrown back by the explosion, rolls over himself, after which, he breaks with his feet, looking to the side. But, raising his head, he understands that Susan used rapid fire and several arrows of scarlet energy are already flying at him. But Matthew again surrounds himself with energy, after which, he begins to break through the arrows to Susan, and with frenzy in his eyes, he understands that there is still a little left. His enemy, in the same frenzy, grins, swinging his sword, and the hero understands that he needs to be even faster. Then he bounces off the ground and delivers another sweeping blow towards Susan, and the man, in horror, understands that his enemy is preparing to strike. Here, a stream of red energy passes through MC, stunning him a little, and Matthew, starting to tremble, prays in his thoughts that only not now, and that he quickly reached his limit because of his small body, and Susan begins to smile, attacking with her sword again, thinking that she does not know what is happening, but this is his chance. A cage appears. Matthew finds himself locked in it. This is Susan's magic, which is called imprisonment. The hero is standing in a cage. The protagonist hit the bars, thinking that he needed to finish him off faster before his body gave in. The boy cut the metal bars. The blade in his hand broke. Matthew gritted his teeth. Susan attacked the protagonist. The boy's hand was enveloped in purple energy. Matthew placed his palm on the ground and used a skill called Grudge Soul. Susan gritted his teeth and asked what he was doing. The veins on his hand appeared. The boy was enveloped in a red aura as he exclaimed that he had already lost his hand. The blow landed on the gun. The protagonist and Susan bounced off each other. The boy's arm bones were broken. Matthew looked down. Susan swung his sword and wished death on the protagonist. Matthew dodged the blow. His leg stopped. The protagonist fired. The bullet hit the boy with red hair. His blade was enveloped in a red aura. Susan extended his hand forward. Scarlet energy grabbed the boy's leg. Matthew fell to the ground. The gun fell from his hand. The protagonist was attacked in the stomach. Susan swung his fist. He hit the boy in the face. The boy with red hair opened his mouth wide and wished death on Matthew. The child's hand trembled. It fell to the ground. Susan stood next to the boy. He walked up to his feet. Red arrows appeared above the boy as he said it was over. The arrows hit the ground in front of him. Susan looked at the smoke in front of him. He smiled and laughed. His eyes flashed as he thought he had finally defeated him. The boy looked at the smoke and thought that he might still be alive. His hand reached forward as he decided to strangle him. Susan was grabbed by the wrist. The protagonist bared his teeth. He bit the boy's hand. Susan opened his mouth wide and started cursing. He hit the boy when he told him to let go. Matthew crashed into the wall. In front of him stood a boy with red hair who called him an insect and said that all he had done so far was show how worthless he was. Then Susan added that he had no more options. The boy spat out blood. It fell at his feet as he thought about how bad his wound was for him to spit out so much blood. Susan was enveloped in a red aura as he realized his mana was out of control. His hand was enveloped in red energy. He fell to his knees. His entire body was enveloped in energy as he realized that it was a counterflow of mana. Susan gritted his teeth and asked what Matthew did. The boy had a vial of green contents in his hand as he replied that it was a 6th grade. The protagonist opened one eye and added that it was shadow spider venom that disrupted the flow of mana and caused it to explode, and that it was lethal. The boy remembered standing in front of the smoke. Then he remembered looking at it and realized that Matthew had hidden the poison in his mouth. Susan was lying on the ground in front of the boy as she asked him if he wanted to die with him. Then the protagonist asked him if he thought he only had poison with him. Matthew opened the vial. He brought his hand to his face as he said that of course he had an antidote. Susan was lying on the ground as he cursed at the protagonist. The boy leaned over to pick up the gun and criticized his opponent's pronunciation. Matthew pointed the gun at Susan. The guy opened his mouth wide and said that the boy was too sure that he would not regret it and that he was a Tradici, so if he died, it would change the situation in the world. The protagonist looked down when Susan added that if he killed him, the whole planet would become his enemy. Then he asked if the child was ready to stand up to the whole world, after which he was told to shut up. A gun was shoved into his mouth. Matthew looked at the boy and answered that the survivor determines the price of death. He put his finger on the trigger and added that he himself would decide whether the world would become his enemy or not, and that Susan lost, so he should accept death with dignity. The boy's eyes widened and he screamed. 2 people were sitting on the floor when a shot rang out. The room was destroyed. The gun fell to the floor. Matthew sank to the ground. There was an overturned piece of furniture next to him as he said that there was 1 potion left. Then he decided that he could drink it and go to Tate. He was being watched from around the corner. The man with the bag in his hand shook as he thought about what was happening. The boy looked to the side in fear and realized that some kid had killed Tretisai. He ran away, thinking that he could kill him too if he was dying, but it would take him much longer. The boy remembered the people in suits and realized that until the Korean players arrived, Mally was the priority. Tom gritted his teeth. The blonde girl watched the men fight. Tade's fist was engulfed in flames. The man with glasses looked at the fire. An explosion occurred next to him. A hole appeared in the wall as he thought about whether Tade had become so much better because of this enhancement. The man with the fire hand approached his opponent. Albert's pupils narrowed. The men looked in the same direction when someone told them to stop. A knife was put to the girl's throat and the game was over. Tom stood behind Mally and said that if Tade didn't want to see her die, he should remove the mama. The dark-haired man looked away and called the girl by name. Mally gritted her teeth when someone told them to hold still. The men stood in front of the boy and Mally when Tom ordered Tade to put her stand down and raise her hands. Then he added that if the man thought the boy couldn't kill her, he was wrong. The man with the brass knuckles raised his hands. Albert adjusted his glasses when Tom turned to him and said that they needed to finish them quickly since there was no time left. Then he added that Susan was dead. The man reloaded his gun when the boy started talking about the players. Tom threw his head back. Blood was running down his forehead. Mally and Albert stood in front of him. The blonde girl looked away. Sweat was appearing on her face. Smoke was coming out of the gun. The man with glasses smiled and said that he was finally dead. Albert closed his eyes and added that he had been waiting for the moment to kill him all this time, but he was surprised that it happened so soon. Sweat appeared on Tade's face. The floor in the hallway was destroyed when the man said that there was no one left of their family in this country. His feet began to cast a shadow when he said that he would make Tade and Mally another offer. The two men stood in front of the girl when he added that they should return to Valentine, and that since Susan was dead, they would destroy Mayron, rebuild Valentine, and no one would stop them. Mally raised her hands and asked if her brother had gone crazy since Susan's death did not help much. The girl looked away as she thought about how he wasn't crazy enough to say such things and how the weight of responsibility as Valentine's boss was affecting him so much. She realized that this wasn't the man she knew. Albert opened his mouth and said that they could use his death in Korea and that the Mayron would fight here and lose. There were two men in front of Mally when he added that they should go back and that he could protect her. He pointed the gun at Tade and said that for everything Valentine had given them, they should come back together and live for their family. Albert turned around when someone asked why they should do that. A boy with a knife approached him and asked who he was to take his people without permission. He cut the man's leg. Albert loomed over the protagonist. He kicked Matthew. The man with glasses gritted his teeth. The boy stabbed him in the leg with a knife. Albert pointed the gun at the protagonist. Matthew gritted his teeth in pain. Blood spurted out from his thigh. The man with glasses held his hand out to the side, thinking that everything was in vain and that he needed to get rid of Tade first. His pupils narrowed. Nellie hugged the dark-haired man. Behind Albert was Matthew, who said that he was also deciding. The protagonist looked forward and asked her not to leave, thinking that he had bought some time. The girl smiled and said that she would never leave like that again. Nellie opened her eyes and used the enhancement skill. A blue dome appeared in front of Albert. The man with glasses gritted his teeth and cursed. The girl smiled and told Tade that he had to stay alive. He jumped up and agreed. The man clenched his fiery fist in front of Albert. Blood was running down his leg. The man with glasses gritted his teeth when he remembered that the boy had hurt his legs. He had been hit many times. Albert flew over the protagonist, who hoped that Tade had not forgotten about him. The man crashed into the wall. Blood spurted from his mouth. A man engulfed in flames approached him. Albert's hands were enveloped in a blue aura. He was holding two pistols. The blonde man fired, using a skill called continuous shooting. Tade's fiery fist blocked the attack. His leg stopped. The dark-haired man swung at Albert. He hit him in the face and wished him to hell. Cracks appeared on the wall. Albert flew out of the hole in the wall. Many glass shards appeared. The man in the blue suit fell down, thinking that he could not die like this. He remembered himself and Mally, thinking that he had endured the degradation and that he promised Valentine that he would destroy Mayron. Then he remembered holding the hand of his father, to whom he swore to revive Valentine. Blood was pouring from his mouth as he thought that this was just the beginning. Albert decided that he would not die here. He fell onto the cobblestones. His hand caught on a piece of debris. The man climbed out of the hole thinking that as long as he was alive, there was a chance. There was smoke in front of his eyes as he realized that he needed to escape from Tade. The smoke went in the other direction, then Albert noticed it. A girl stopped in front of him and addressed him by name, calling him the Italian ambassador. The girl with red hair smiled and said that he was under arrest on suspicion of plotting a terrorist attack on the Alice Hotel. The girl crossed her arms in the reception area of the Blue House and said that the situation had changed and that they could not allow them to become a threat in the region. The man with his hands tied sat on the floor when someone asked why they were so critical of them and said that Albert was behind the attack on the hotel. The man in glasses opened his mouth and replied that it was not his doing, and that they were interrogating the Italian ambassador and restricting his freedom. Amanda raised her hand and asked what he would do, then said that they had a video of him killing Tom and a video of Susan kidnapping an Italian woman. Albert gritted his teeth. The girl smiled and wondered if a primary school-aged child would kill Susan and plan the attack. Amanda's eyes sparkled as she asked who would believe that. The man with glasses looked forward. The girl introduced 3 snakes and said that she had analyzed the political situation in Italy and the organization's situation. Then she added that they had killed Susan to stop Mayron. Then one snake was crushed under a foot as she concluded that it was a dead end for him. Then she said that she had heard that there were other Italian players here besides the 2 of them, and that could be bad. Albert introduced a smiling guy as he realized that Tom wasn't the only one sent to follow him. The man with glasses looked down when he thought about how the Mayrons had decided to be secretive. Amanda was sitting opposite the man, who said that they had taken all the Italians who were there and that she wanted to make a deal with him. The man with the bandaged head asked what she wanted. The girl in shoes walked forward. She smiled and said that since she had to process a lot of lies, she wanted a lot of things. Clouds floated above the hospital building. The sign said that this was Matthew's room when someone asked if he was ever going to listen to his mother. Tracy tugged the boy by the ear and added that the last time he got injured, he would have to recover for 12 weeks. Then he said that he was wrong. The girl was sitting by the protagonist's bed when she asked if he understood that his mother did not want him to overexert himself. Matthew smiled and answered in the affirmative. Tracy silently stared ahead. She stood up from her chair and said that she would come see him again soon, and for now he should be a good boy. The protagonist looked at the closed door. He remembered how the girl ran after him when he found out that his parents were coming. Matthew put his hand behind his head and apologized. He looked at the remote and decided that he could watch the news while he waited. The boy pointed the device at the TV, from which a voice said that it was the news for tomorrow. On the screen was a girl who said that the news came last night that loud sounds were heard in the Alice Hotel, and that the noise kept the townspeople in fear for a long time. Then she said about the Italian players. The news said that due to the incorrect distribution of mana, a red dungeon was formed in the hotel. The woman held a microphone in her hand when it was explained that since there were no civilians in the hotel at the time, the Italians staying there raided the dungeon and that everyone died except for the Italian ambassador named Albert. The protagonist was looking at the TV when he said that if you don't know what really happened, you can believe it, and that an agreement between Italy and Korea was reached after all. The hand opened the door. Cade and Mally arrived, who called the boy captain and asked how he was feeling. The girl approached the bed when Matthew asked him not to call him that. Then she replied that the captain was the captain and that he should learn to be proud of himself. He remembered how Mally and Cade blushed and asked if they regretted forgetting about him in the hotel. The boy looked at the girl and the guy in confusion. They bowed their heads before him. Then the blonde thanked the protagonist for coming for her and said that if it were not for him, she would have spent the rest of her life in eternal despair, after which Cade said that he owed Matthew his life. The boy looked at them with embarrassment and asked them to stand up. They continued to sit before him, bowing their heads, when Melly said that at night, in the dark silence under the moonlight and starlight, with her humble words she would forge a holy bond. Then the boy said that he would give everything to the one who would accept him and swear to protect the honor of his brothers. They put their hands on their chests and together said that if anyone asked them where they were from, their answer would be that the sun was their father and the moon their mother. Melly and Cade smiled. Matthew looked down and exhaled. Blood spurted from his ears when the blonde exclaimed that she would call him captain and then suggested that the child that was born could be his assistant. Then the man replied that it was a great idea, and the protagonist said that he had his own opinion on the matter, thinking that to be honest, he did not want to become a player or be a member of the mafia. The boy opened his eyes when he remembered the words about the child and asked what kind of child they meant. Cade hugged Melly, who exclaimed that they were already expecting a baby. Then Matthew congratulated them and said that it was good that they were safe now. The girl put her hand in a red bag and asked to look at something. The protagonist picked up the cards and asked what they were. He was looking at the IDs when he was told to pay attention to the names. On 2 of the ID cards it was written that Melly and Cade took Matthew's last name. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked indignantly what it was. Then the blonde replied that they decided to start a new life, so they changed their last names. Melly winked and added that they thought that taking the captain's last name would be a good idea, so they should be called that from now on. The protagonist silently looked at the IDs in his hands. A loud scream came from the tall hospital building. There were piles of books in the hallway. A man was sitting in a chair. Cade opened his mouth and said that he heard that he stopped the spread of information and prevented them from being revealed. The boy bowed to the gray-haired man and added that they were indebted to him. Tade looked down, thinking that from the house he gave them when they first arrived in Korea to this incident, he had helped them a lot. The older man smiled and replied that he pulled a few strings, and then asked the boy to raise his head. He remembered the dark-haired girl and explained that the goddess was interested in their identities and that Tade couldn't imagine how he had to justify himself, so the boy replied that he had no excuse and thanked the man. The boy stood in front of the man with glasses, who said that it was the same with potions and that since Alice had weakened in competition with the Dawn Group and Un Group, he had stopped doing the hotel business and decided to invest in pharmaceuticals. The gray-haired man smiled and asked Tade to be careful, because the goddess had said that she would stop investigating, but she shouldn't trust her words. The dark-haired boy nodded and agreed. Tade closed his eyes when the man with glasses in front of him asked if he wanted to be his personal player since he didn't have a job right now. The gray-haired man turned away from the boy and added that he couldn't do anything if he didn't want to and that he would only say that he wouldn't have to follow him around all the time. The picture showed an old man with children when he said that if Tade did not accompany him, he would protect these children as before. The man with glasses smiled and asked him to stop looking at him so intently, otherwise a hole would appear in him. Then the guy agreed. The picture showed the children smiling with their grandfather when the man said that he just wanted to see the bright smile of these children who came into the old man's life. Then Tade said that he accepted his offer. The door slammed when the old man thanked him. The man with glasses looked at the pictures when he said that it seemed like he had aged a lot. His profile was reflected in the window when he added that he had really become too emotional. He held a red book in his hands when he asked his wife what she thought about it. The sun illuminated the pictures on the windowsill. The waves crashed against the ship. The boy holding the spear shouted that it was coming. A blue ball appeared. The beam attacked the ship. A monster emerged from the water as someone shouted that it would happen now. A shadow fell on the crew as someone's voice ordered to attack as soon as it appeared. The monster struck the ship. Parts of the ship floated in the water. A crew member gritted his teeth. A second-class Leviathan loomed over the ship. Someone's foot took a step. The monster opened its mouth in front of the ice spikes that appeared. In front of the monster stood a man who used a divine spear and ordered to advance. The ice spikes attacked the Leviathan. The man jumped off the side and said that he would pave the way for them. He landed on the ice. In front of the man was a shadow with red eyes. The man gritted his teeth and said that he would do it even if he lost one of his arms. A huge iceberg appeared in front of the ship. The Leviathan opened its mouth wide and roared. The white-haired man leaped towards the monster. His spear was enveloped in energy as he used the skills Plum Bud, Frost Current, and Mountain Peak. Holding the weapon in his hand, the man realized the technique Northern Storm. He threw the spear at the Leviathan. Someone was watching the news on his phone and thought that the future he knew had not changed much. The protagonist imagined the white-haired man and thought about how he would step down from the position of the 12 thrones in a few years. People were walking down the street on the second day of the academy exam when a girl called out to her brother. Yoon, sitting in Matthew's arms, asked him to play with her because she was bored. The boy looked at the building of the examination hall and asked why his sister did not come out, thinking that there were many applicants here, so the exam time was extended. Sweat appeared on his face as he wondered if something had happened to her. The dark figures were training. It was a few hours ago. The screen showed the participants undergoing the test, the second day of the exam at the academy, when it was explained that they were not testing the gifts of the applicants, but determining who was suitable to become a player. The experts were sitting at the table, watching what was happening. The head supervisor, raising a mug to his mouth, ordered the cameras to be placed in the second training hall at numbers 39 and 40. A man with a beard, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he was talking about Eva, who had obtained the highest level of internal mana among the applicants. Then the man next to him said that her skills were beyond doubt, and that even before joining, she was a child who was recognized as a seed. A girl with blue hair jumped over a hurdle. Eva looked ahead confidently. The girls were undergoing the test when the head supervisor asked about the name of 39, to which the guy replied that her name was Anna. She ran with a smile on her face. A red energy appeared behind Eve. A magic circle appeared on the ground. Anna deftly dodged the various elements. The men looked ahead in confusion. The head supervisor asked if she was also a seed, to which she replied in the negative. Eve looked ahead when the man with glasses said that Anna was just another newbie. The men looked in the same direction when the supervisor said that he thought they should focus on the seed and the newbie. Then the bearded man replied that he thought they could have a reserve thrown this round. Then another expert added that he thought these students did not use mana at all. The head supervisor looked away in shock. The girls ran forward, breathing heavily, when he said that they would take the exam using only their physical abilities. The girls stood there wiping the sweat off their faces when someone said that Eva, number 40, finished first with a time of 6 minutes and 36 seconds, with a grade of 5+, and Anna, number 39, finished second with a time of 6 minutes and 39 seconds. Matthew's sister remembered what the red-haired girl had said about not using mana during the test. Anna then remembered how she had gotten stuck in the tree trunks, and how the girl had told her to only use mana as a last resort, and the protagonist's sister had asked why, since she didn't have to be good at mana management to be a player. Anna had started to be dragged away by the tree when she thought about how players always end up in unfavorable situations, so it was important to know how to resolve them in advance. The sister placed her hands on her waist and thought about how the red-haired girl had been right about them being dependent on using mana. Anna's eyes sparkled. Eva was drinking water when the protagonist's sister said that she didn't think there would be anyone else who didn't use mana, and noted that she was faster than her. The blue-haired girl looked towards Anna when she exclaimed that Eva was a good runner. Matthew's sister smiled widely and happily said that she didn't even think that she would run without using mana. The girls looked at each other in silence. Eva lowered her head. She suddenly turned away from Anna. The exhausted participants fell to the ground when the protagonist's sister wondered if the girl was really unsociable. The boys stood in front of a man who said that he would explain the rules of the final exam. He pointed behind him and said that behind those doors was a labyrinth. He introduced the labyrinth and added that its structure changed at a set time, and that they would all be given a random entrance. Anna and Eve were standing next to each other when the man said that there were assistant supervisors with drinks and snacks in certain areas and that you could rest there, and also said that you could use weapons and mana and team up with other participants if you wanted. A girl with red hair walked up to Anna and Eve and asked if they had won first place in the previous exam. She put her palm forward and greeted them and said that she was Layla. Then the protagonist's sister introduced herself with a smile and said that she was glad to meet them. The girls shook hands when Layla said that she was from Youngek Elementary School, which was close to the cocoon, and added that she was good at mana in school. Then Anna thought that she was very confident. The girl with pink hair grabbed Matthew's sister's hands and asked if she wanted to join their team. Then Anna clarified that didn't they start in different places. Layla smiled widely and offered to team up if they met inside the labyrinth. Then she said that she wanted to agree not to attack each other, to which the girl happily agreed. Anna turned around, looked at Eve and asked if she wanted to come with them, to which she replied that she was fine alone. Matthew's sister waved and said that they would see each other later. Partner Layla, fixing her hair, asked the protagonist's sister if she was okay, and said that she had gone too far when she ignored her like that, and the other added that she probably didn't have friends at school, to which Anna replied that everything was fine and that there was no need to console her because she was not very upset. The girl put her hands in front of the participants, one of whom was indignant that Eve was acting like she was the best here, and the second asked what was wrong with her. The protagonist's sister, sweat on her face, thought that it would be hard for her to befriend them. She remembered Eva wiping the sweat off her face. Anna remembered how they looked at each other and decided that she could befriend her. Then she remembered Eva lowering her head. The girls suddenly looked away when the man exclaimed that the final exam would now begin. He stood in front of a crowd of people, pointing to the door. The participants were in the labyrinth. Anna touched her chin and thought. She was standing in front of a fork in the road when she asked where she should go. The girl closed her eyes and remembered the advice about what to do if she suddenly found herself in a situation where she did not know the way out. She imagined the red-haired woman bending her index finger and saying that she should catch the flow of mana. Anna opened her eyes. Blue energy rushed into the depths of the labyrinth. The girl walked forward, thinking about the mana heading towards the exit and that she should just follow its trail. Sister Matthew turned her head to the side when someone greeted her. There was a man in front of her who said that she was the first. He handed her a bottle of water and asked if she agreed that it was not easy to get here, and then offered her water, and the girl thanked him. Anna started drinking the water. Sister Matthew's eyes widened when the man offered to give her a hint, and she replied that it was an exam, but the warden replied that it was the last one and very difficult, so she should not worry. The man pointed her in the direction and said that it was the right way. Anna ran and thanked him. The guy smiled ominously. The girl looked ahead. She turned her head, asking why she couldn't see the mana flow, and saying that the teacher would never lie. The protagonist's sister saw the other participants and thought that she was on the right path after all, since there was another teacher here. Layla turned her head and addressed Anna. The girl ran up to the participants and said hello. When Layla said that she had come just in time, and that they would learn the right path from the teacher, then the other girl asked for a hint. The man bent his finger and asked which side the sun rose on. Then the guys exclaimed that it was in the east. The participants smiled and turned away from the teacher. Then Layla told Anna that he said to go to the east and called her with them. Matthew's sister turned around and thought that this was strange. There was blue energy behind her when she thought about the mana flow going in a completely different direction. The man pointed the girls to run to the side. A blue aura appeared behind Anna. Sweat appeared on the girl's face as she realized that she thought that the teachers were leading them down the wrong path. The boy raised his hands and said that they were doing well and that they had come this far and that they had one last fork left. The participants were standing near the table when the teacher said that one of the 3 directions led to the exit. Then the students asked if he could tell them, since the exam was about to end soon. The boy put his hand behind his head and said that he really couldn't do that. Then he opened one eye. The 4 participants ran in one direction, saying that they would be first and that they had done a great job. They turned around when they were asked to stop. Anna pointed in the other direction and said that she didn't think the exit was in that direction. Blue energy appeared by her side as she explained that the mana was pointing there. The contestants looked at her and said that the teacher told them to go that way and asked why she was making things more difficult when they were almost done. The girl's face began to sweat when someone exclaimed that the exit was right in front of them. The contestant with the bun said that the teacher himself told them which way to go, and the girl with the bob said that they were all tired and Anna insisted on her own way. Matthew's sister was standing in front of the other contestants when Layla addressed her. She looked ahead with displeasure and said that Anna was most likely wrong and that she should not imagine unnecessary things. The dark-haired guy looked at the girl, who thought that she really could be wrong when the contestants started talking about how she imagined herself to be smart by taking second place and about how she really thought she was better than the teacher. Anna trembled and pursed her lips when she thought about just saying what she saw, and then she wondered what Matthew would do if he were in her place. She remembered the boy who opened his mouth and told her not to trust anyone. She was sitting next to him when she asked him if she couldn't trust anyone. Then her brother told her that he told her that if she was a player, then she couldn't trust anyone. The girl looked forward when he added that as a player, she should only listen to herself. She gripped her belt and said that she understood, then he asked her not to forget that. Anna folded her arms over her chest and thought about why she remembered those words now. The girl stretched out her hand and said that the exit was in that direction. Then the other participants told her to go there herself, and they would go the other way. Layla crossed her arms over her chest when Anna agreed. Blue energy enveloped the girl's legs. She lifted off the ground. The participants looked in one direction when Layla asked if she was stupid. Anna ran forward, smiling. The girl with red hair opened her mouth and said that she didn't care, then suggested that the guys get out of there, thinking that she really didn't understand. There was a light at the end of the hallway when Layla thought about how the solution was so close, and she still chose a different path. The girl ran forward. Layla smiled, thinking that thanks to this, she would come before the second place. Her foot stepped forward when she thought she had done it. The shoe began to disappear. Layla moved to another place. She found herself in the middle of the maze. Anna stood near the drink machine, thinking about how lucky she was that the exit was close, then wondered if she had passed. She pressed the button with a trembling hand, thinking about how the exam had ended later than she thought and how everyone was probably waiting for her. And when she said that Matthew and Yoon were probably really hungry, they handed her a drink and said hello. Next to her stood Eva, who said that only 2 had come out. The girl with blue hair turned her head to the side and added that she hadn't agreed to the offer to team up before the exam, not because she didn't like Anna. The protagonist's sister smiled and thought about how embarrassed Eva was and how nice she was, and then thanked her for the drink. She opened the can and said that she didn't know what the results would be and that her name was Anna. She handed the drink to Eva and offered to be friends if they were destined to meet at the academy. The girl with blue hair silently looked at her drink. They banged their cans together when Eva said her name. Clouds floated above the trees. Matthew held Yoon in his arms. His parents were sleeping on a bench nearby while he was thinking about when Anna would finish. The 3rd graders were sitting at their desks. Jimmy leaned over, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered to the boss. Bill, who was writing with chalk on the board, looked back at the boys. Jimmy whispered that this year, Teacher Bill was their class teacher again, Matthew added, and they were all in the same class. Jimmy, smiling, whispered to the hero that he, of course, guessed that they would be together. But it was still cool. Claire, who was sitting behind the boys, thought about it. It was very strange. She remembered that she told her grandfather who she wanted to be with, and for some reason all the people she told him about ended up in the class with her. The girl poked Matthew in the back, asked if he knew something, what he thought about this. He answered that it was a pretty strange coincidence. The boy was tensely silent, ignoring Claire's advances. He remembered that when he was in the hospital, he heard her grandfather asking the doctors to look after him. The teacher, who had quietly approached them, hit the girl on the head with a book. She had a big bump on her head. Bill said that she had a lot of courage. Since she was missing new material at the beginning of the school year, she apologized. He sternly told her to stay after school and clean up the teacher's room. The girl timidly answered. Yes, it was the first time she had been scolded. She was very ashamed. The man looked at Matthew, said that he did too. The boy was indignant. Bill asked if he hadn't been chatting. The hero lowered his head, agreed to clean up with Claire. Jimmy could hardly contain his laughter. He flinched. The teacher said that he would stay too. The boy exclaimed, "I mean, why?" His friends looked at him with eyes burning with anger. Bill replied that he was laughing. Matthew asked if now was the right time. Claire was indignant. Did he really find her funny? Their terrible faces were in front of him. They suggested having fun cleaning. The boy thought that he was finished. Catherine adjusted her glasses, asked with an important look. They were already in the 3rd grade, but why were they still the same children? Olivia laughed. The building of the Players' Academy for high school. Anna raised her hands, was happy. Eva hugged her, said that she missed her. It turns out that she also passed. The girl patted her on the back. Anna added that they were in the same class. It was just wonderful. The students looked around in surprise. The girl wanted to say that they should have gone into the classroom first. An admiring whisper flew through the hall. She asked if some celebrity had arrived. The girl's legs in white boots, many recognized her. She was chosen for one of the thrones at only 22 years old. In her hand was a staff with a stone. The guys looked at Grace with excitement. The girl smiled. The students asked if it was really her. Why was she here? She closed her eyes, tried to keep a sweet face, but she was outraged that she was called a holy mother. She did not want to be an old woman. Grace stopped in front of the girls, thought that in any case. She was embarrassed. 4 years had passed since she saw Anna after the incident with the kraken. The girls looked at her with fear. Anna thought, did she really need something from her? Grace noticed that she had grown so much that it was difficult for her to determine how much mana she had. She looked at Eva with curiosity. Who was this student next to her? Anna quietly asked her friend, was she a weirdo? Eva was surprised. She didn't know who it was. Anna nodded. Grace recognized the daughter of Elder Nagman. She was amazed by how much mana she had that it affected her physiology. She brought her fist to her mouth. She was most interested in something else. The girl was sure that Anna knew who she was. Grace put her hand on her shoulder, excitedly asked if she wanted to become her seed. The girl opened her mouth. There was light around her. Grace thought, unless she was a celebrity or a time witch, or like Nuna, no one else would be able to teach her how to control such a large supply of mana. She leaned towards the girl. She needed to act quickly. Anna scratched her head, timidly said, well. Grace was shocked. The girl said no. She raised her trembling hands, asked what. Anna said she didn't know her, and she already had a wonderful teacher. The girl hurried away, said goodbye to her. The students surrounded Grace. She asked again. A wonderful teacher, standing with tears in her eyes, asked. She didn't know her. The phone in her hand rang. The girl stepped aside, brought the phone to her ear, asked the clan lord what happened. The students were upset by the sudden call. One guy wanted an autograph. Open mouth, tensely asked what. Grace frowned. Need to deal with a horde of monsters. A sheet of missing persons photos, a case of missing persons and murders in Guashan. The notices fly onto the pavement. When the first person disappeared, everyone ignored him, thinking he was simply missing. But soon, several corpses were found with marks as if they had been torn apart by a beast, and only then did they understand everything. Bent fingers on a red background, it was a monster. The crowd with posters in front of the palace, those who heard the rumors, trembled with fear, protested against the government of the goddess. A meeting at the table, and to dispel fear, they brought in the clans of Guashan City, the kings, Regulus and Blades. The territory of Guashan Reservoir. A long tail with spikes. Monsters in the trees. It was a class 6 monster, Sharpdull. They rushed at the warrior. The boy swung his sword. The monsters were engulfed in flames. The monster fell to the ground with a scream. The hero put his foot on it. It was Victor. He leaned down, asked, and how did they manage to hide like that? Greg, standing behind him, replied that they were intelligent if it was a monster that could control a horde of that size. Razortail jumped on him from behind. He took the weapon, added that he could have ordered them to hide from danger in the form of people. He cut the monster. Victor asked how he knew what they were thinking. If they needed mana, then these monsters do not really move their limbs. The Lord told the fire demon not to look down on monsters. They looked back at the sounds made by the wounded. The players are healing others. Greg said that if Victor is reckless, he will die. The guy angrily replied that he knew. He called out to Grace, asked if this was the entire squad against the monsters. The girl replied that they dealt with most of the ones in the area, but some managed to escape. They need to create a pursuit group. Hand to chin, Greg said with a smile, just think, 12 thrones missed monsters. The shooter jumped from the tree, noticed that it was done on purpose. Leo put the weapon on his shoulder, explained, if they manage to create such a horde, in case of danger they will run to hide in the shelter of their leader. Greg spread his hands, wanted to ask, they are looking for shelter, but the girl from above said that they have already found it. She was climbing down the roots. Leo gave her his hand, told her to be careful. It was the florist of the 12 thrones, Blair. The heroes gathered around her. Greg asked, shelter. She pointed her finger, over there. They looked back. Victor pointed to the shelter of the Sharpdulls. Lines of movement through the trees in the forest. Emerald water, this is a reservoir. The Sharpdull settled on a stone. His eyes lit up. He said, people. The squad at the reservoir. Blair raised her hands, drains it. The heroes were amazed. Grace thought, "This is amazing." She stood with her back to her, holding a wand in her hand. No matter how hard she tried, she would never be able to do such magic, no doubt about it. Grace lowered her head. Their talents differ. In her thoughts, she did not notice that someone was reaching out to her. The guy flicked her on the forehead. The girl grabbed her head. Victor asked what she was thinking about. He raised his finger. Grace screamed. What was he doing? The guy asked why she was jealous. Didn't she know why she was here? She angrily answered that she knew perfectly well that she was here for support and treatment. Victor smirked, said that he believed her. The girl was furious, repeated that she knew. The guy asked, then what was with the sour face? Greg smiled, told them to stop flirting and take a look at it. Grace blushed. Victor frowned, asked what? The water level dropped. He saw a pipe. The warriors of the King clan nodded. They were told to study the area and take control. Greg showed the victory gesture, told the Blades and Regulus to gather groups of available people and then go to the shelter one by one. He turned to Blair, asked how long she could maintain magic. The girl answered that if she had enough mana, then 4 hours. Victor suddenly jumped down. Greg told the girl that he would leave a couple of players with her for protection. She would be the reservoir's defense. Victor rolled down the slope, climbed down the pipe, jumped inside, shouted to the others that he was going first. The heroes looked down. Grace screamed in fear. What a fool, Greg sighed, young blood. The players climbed down the ropes, ran after him, asked him to wait for them. News broadcast. The presenter reported that the government of the goddess said that it would make every effort to deal with the monsters inhabiting the Guashan reservoir. Matthew with his family at the table, he looked around. On TV they said that according to the Korean Mana Control Bureau, the 12 thrones are involved in the case. The players Blair, Grace and Victor, the boy asked, did it all happen at this time? Anna clarified what exactly. The hero turned away, answered, nothing. He knew that this task would have a bad effect on the future. Spoon in his mouth, he crossed his arms over his chest, thought about what to do, then the mission to subjugate the monsters was half successful. The squad looks in horror at the people hanging upside down. However, they were waiting for failure. Grace covered her mouth with her hand. Victor clenched his teeth, cursed. The sharp-tailed grabbed the bodies, threw them into the cauldron. The players watched their actions. Greg opened his mouth in surprise. Were all the missing here? Victor frowned, shuddered. The monsters noticed them. The stream of fire moves forward. Hit the monster. Victor, on fire, told them not to even hope for a quick death. He was furious. Blue splashes of blood. Players were fighting monsters. Greg walked among the bodies of defeated enemies, shouted to stop the attack. We need to find the wounded and the rest of the survivors. He approached the bodies lying on the floor. Next to his boot, a pool of blood spread across the floor. Victor stood with his back. A powerful flash emanating from him illuminated the players. Greg put his hand on his shoulder, asked him to calm down, reminded him of the missing people. The guy turned his head, wanted to object, but Greg said that this place would not allow him to do whatever he wanted. He squeezed his shoulder tightly. If he was a player representing a nation or clan, he looked at him meaningfully and told him to gain experience. Victor froze. The players were worried. The man did not want these two to quarrel. The other hoped that they would never start a fight in such a small space. The boy's mouth was slightly open. He remained silent. He turned away, apologized. Greg waved his fist, asked if the fire demon should not bow his head before him. The Lord went to the team, asked what they were doing. They needed to resume the search. He was told that there were survivors here. Grace approached Victor, asked if he was okay. The guy objected, and why not? He turned away, scratched the back of his head. The girl was surprised because he was told a couple of affectionate words. Victor answered, so there was a reason. Standing apart from the group, he knew that experienced players secretly looked down on him. He remembered Greg's face. He specifically called him the fire demon and did not address him by name or the lord of the clan. He clenched his fist. The guy did not deny it. He still has a lot to grow, but still, he was beside himself with anger. Grace touched his hand, offered to study together. She took his hand in hers. He asked what? The girl said that compared to experienced players, they are essentially beginners. Grace smiled, looked at him, said that they learn when they point out mistakes. The guy was embarrassed, called her by name. The girl was surprised. It hadn't happened for a long time. He looked up. He couldn't argue with the fact that he was not himself, said that it couldn't be that Grace was cool. The girl was indignant. She was helping him, and he was saying such things. He looked at Greg. The players were helping the wounded. He thought that one day he would catch up with the guys. The man pointed to the door. Greg asked him. They found the leader. The guy standing next to him said, given that the wavelength is the densest here, the leader is in this room. They gathered at the door. Greg folded his hands behind his back, gave the order to form a squad for an attack. Victor smirked. The Lord asked if the fire demon minded if he was the leader. The guy said yes, if he made him a damage dealer. The guy was thrilled. Greg didn't mind. He would be there to help. Grace was surprised that he was okay already. There are glowing icons around the girl. She has support. She has activated the use of acceleration, protection, and blessing amulets. The group lined up in battle formation. Everyone must hold the line as soon as they enter. A shadow fell on the warriors' eyes. The girls who looked like mice put their hand to their heads. Greg told the guides not to move away from the spellcasters and rangers. The players opened the door. Then the Lord took out his sword, commanded, "Forward." They ran into the room. The monster's burning eyes. He raised his head. Victor swung his sword, waved his hand, directing the flame. Sharptooth protected the egg. The guy jumped up, hit him in the head. The monster swung its tail. The tail flew in front of Victor. Greg ran below. He blocked the monster's blow. The fire demon sank to the ground. Sharptooth turned his back. The Lord jumped on him, pushed off, jumped up. He raised his sword. He plunged it into the monster's back. The monster looked back. Greg dodged his blow. Victor snapped his fingers, directed the fire. The blade in the monster's body flared up. It was engulfed in flames. The Lord looked back, told the guy it wasn't his sword. "You have to be careful with other people's things." Victor replied that he had no choice if they wanted to kill the monster. He laughed evilly. "You can't underestimate the enemy." Grace raised her hands, exclaimed, "It's not over yet. They need to focus." She hit the floor with her staff, binding. The ropes wrapped around the Sharptooth's head. They tied its paws. The tied monster lay on the floor. Grace shouted to the archers to use all their strength. Leo took aim, shouted, "A wild shot." They fired at the monster, used rain of arrows and catapult. The smoke cleared. Victor was surprised. He looked at the scars on the monster's body. They began to disappear. Sharptooth turned to them and said menacingly, "How dare they?" The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword, surprised that it could not only think, but also be sarcastic. The shooters took out their weapons, told everyone to get ready for battle. Sharptooth hatched from an egg next to which the player was standing. The monster bit him. Another guy fought back with a gun. Greg shouted to the rangers to attack the monsters hatching from the eggs. The fire demon looked back, asked what. A huge paw of the monster was above the heroes' heads. They jumped to the side, a blow. Greg looked with a grin at the monster that jumped on him. One of the players threw the sword to the Lord. Greg held out his hand, caught the weapon, attacked the monster, said Victor that he would deal with the little ones. They ran in different directions. Victor told him to be careful. The leader of the monsters looked down from above, wished them death. The fire demon stopped. Sharptooth exhaled green smoke. The guy covered his nose with his hand, felt pain in his eyes, maybe it was poison. Grace, who was standing behind the guide, exclaimed, "To the right." Victor frowned, jumped to the side, crashed into the wall, reached his hand behind his back. He urgently needed to get an antidote. The girl told him not to worry about it. The guy prepared to attack. Grace told him to trust her. He ran forward. He took the sword out of its sheath. The girl exclaimed, passing on the amulet of detoxification. Victor said with a grin that this was expected from the Holy Mother. Grace was indignant. She asked not to call her that. The monster swung. The guy dodged the blows several times, ran forward, contemptuously asked. He thought that he would be scared. Greg attacked the monster. He shouted at Victor to finish him off. Lines of movement from blows. The guy raised his sword, replied that he knew himself. He hit the leader, used purple flame. A bright flash from the blow. The monster screamed. Grace waved her hand, shouted to the rangers, "Now." They shot at the Sharptooth. The monster jumped to the side. He had to protect the king. Yellow eye. He fell into the nest. Victor approached the enemy, wondered what kind of monster. Was it really all? Greg said that not quite. He swung his sword, stuck the blade into the egg because the eggs were still intact. The Sharptooth turned its head, trembled. Greg shouted to the guys to destroy the eggs. The players chopped them with swords. The monster thought about its child. Next to his body lay a shell. The cub crawled into the pipe. The Sharptooth wanted his king to live. The surface of the water, he hoped that he would grow up strong. The water illuminated by the sun. The monster got out onto the shore. He went into the park. The girls ran out onto the lawn. Claire said that the losers were washing the dishes. A week had passed since the successful defeat of the Guangchan monster. Thanks to the active participation of the 12 thrones, many survivors were saved. At the moment they are hospitalized in one of the hospitals in Gangnam. Olivia threw the ball up, sent it to Jimmy. Claire hit the ball. The inspection of the king's clan in Guangchan came to the conclusion that there were no monsters left in the reservoir territory. Matthew watches the boys play. They are in a campsite. Jimmy fell to the ground, cried out in pain. Claire apologized. Olivia ran to him, asked how he was. The boy angrily said that he was leaving for another team and wanted to be with Claire. Catherine objected. If they were together, it would become boring. Olivia said that she also wanted to be with Claire. Claire wiped Jimmy's nose with a handkerchief, suggested that she, Catherine, and Olivia should be together, and he and Matthew should be against them. The hero thought they were not bad, but he did not want to play alone. Tate in a pink apron was cutting carrots. The boy thought that the guys should say thank you to their uncle. The parents surrounded their son with questions. They have been at the campsite since they convinced Tate to go. If not for him, they would not have come here. The boy was peeling potatoes next to his uncle, thanked him for agreeing to go. The man replied that everything was fine. Tade looked at him in surprise. Matthew apologized again for making him drag himself along with them. The boy brought him a bowl of potatoes, since he had peeled everything, asked if he did not mind if he left for a while, he had some things to do. The uncle replied, of course, asked if he could help with anything. Matthew took the bottle, asked to pour curry into it. The man took it in his hands, thought. The hero also asked for a knife. The boy went to the suitcase. Tade said that the knife he asked to take was in the bag, the code was the same. Matthew fastened the weapon to his belt, said that he would return today, asked him to think of something if they looked for him. The man objected. If he was planning something serious, then he would go with him. The boy put the sword in the sheath, said no, his job is to protect the others just in case. He was ready, said he could handle it. The park in a glass fence. The door opened slightly. The hero went inside, and here he is. Feet and shoes on the tiles. Someone is looking at him from above. He turned to the king of the lizards, said that unlike his past life, now he does not feel helpless. He turned, looked up. Sharptooth rushed at him, grabbed the blade, jerked back, flash. The boy frowned, looked at the monster. The lizard opened its mouth, screamed loudly. Invasion of soul. The leaders of the monsters invaded during the absence of Molly, the first goddess. They led the hordes. The players tremble with fear. Matthew had just graduated from the academy and should have received the nickname Immortal. At that time there were a total of 4 leaders who entered the city. Sarah dropped her staff, with tears in her eyes, asked how they could defeat them. The heroes look at the huge monsters destroying the city. Many players, including Matthew, were confused at the sight of such monsters with a bunch of small minions. Among them was someone similar to the king of the lizards. He instilled fear in the players with the help of powerful poison. The monster opened its mouth, stuck out its tongue. Superclass 3, the king of the lizards. The boy dodged the blows. He thought, how ridiculous, no one even knew he was here until he reached grade 3. Matthew swung his sword. He hit the monster. Small cracks spread out from the place of the blow. The boy was confused. The lizard jumped to a safe distance. Matthew said how difficult it was, and he hadn't grown up yet. Sharptooth said angrily, human, and began to disappear. The hero remembered his ability to disguise. Even before he recovered, the monster did a lot of damage with this ability. He took a step to the side, slightly leaned back, said, how pathetic. He raised the weapon over the monster. His thirst for murder can be seen from a kilometer away. He knocked him off his feet with a blow. The monster fell. Matthew approached him with a bottle on his back, said that he couldn't even hide his presence. He sighed, took it out. It turns out he took it just like that, so that the lizard would not use disguise. Splash curry on him. The monster climbed the tree. The boy asked, is it delicious? Is this curry especially for him? The lizard grabbed the trunk with its claws. Matthew told him to eat, enjoy it for the last time. The monster raised its head, shot green fragments from its mouth. The boy took the swords in his hands, asked, is it a poison bomb? Is he seriously using it against him? He pushed off the bench and jumped towards the lizard. Crossed his arms with weapons, activated Heavenly Step, pierced the monster in the neck. Blood gushed out. Explosion. A cloud of smoke in front of the hero. A paw lying on the ground. It flared up. Matthew thought, he was so weak. He looked at the bright flame. He thought, the king of the lizards is a king in everything from birth. The boy tilted his head to the side, bidding him farewell. The lizard ran towards the boy and declared that he had defeated his clone, which had taken a lot of mana. The monster was quickly approaching Matthew and declaring that it was impossible to escape. The lizard sped up and thought that his skills seemed to be known to the boy and he was ignoring them. He stopped and realized that he would not defeat Matthew now. The lizard decided that he would come when he became stronger with time. As the boy approached and swung his sword, the monster looked back and was horrified. He flew out of the window, breaking the window and losing blood. The lizard crashed into a tree with his back and let out a pitiful wheeze. He descended to the ground and asked the boy how he had thought that the monster did not know about cloning. The lizard sharpened the tendrils on his tail. He pointed them towards Matthew to pierce him alive. The guy stood firm and confirmed the monster's words about the clones. Matthew used the aura on his hand and grabbed one of the appendages. The guy swung his sword and took aim. He cut off several appendages with one blow, causing the lizard terrible pain. The guy wrapped his hands with mana and called for a mad dance. The sword cut the lizard's limbs several more times. The opponent was furious with anger and pain. Matthew swung his sword. He called for the effect of the offended soul and aimed the sword at the dragon's stomach. Many energy fragments flew towards the lizard, causing him severe pain. The guy called for red mana and swirled the fragments into a vortex. Matthew pierced the lizard with a spike needle, releasing waves of energy from within. The lizard choked from the pain, but found the strength to ask the guy why he was doing this. Matthew continued to hold the sword in the monster's body and did not understand the essence of the question. The monster asked if his death was that important to the guy, to which he thrust the sword even deeper, releasing even more energy. The guy let go of the sword and explained that it was impossible for people and monsters to contact each other under any circumstances. The sword chained the lizard to a tree while he exhaled, suggesting his mistake. Matthew called on the offended soul and sent the fragments. The monster asked for help and roared in pain, to which the guy continued to convince him of only one outcome. He stated that after this battle, either he or the lizard should survive. The lizard tried to explain something to the guy, but his eyes closed and he lost consciousness, saying that this was not the end. The monster screamed that Matthew would die just like him. The guy fired his gun and said that he had thought the same at one time. Matthew remembered the past and said that the player's life was created either for killing or for death. The lizard covered himself in flames and began to convince the guy that everything would be different in this life and he would not die. Matthew picked up the gun and remembered his adult self defeating him. The only remains of the lizard fell to the ground. The guy crouched down to examine the stones. Skill stones are dropped by monsters of varying strength and skills contained in these stones. The guy took a golden stone in his hand and thought about absorbing it to use the skill later. Matthew's hand was covered in mana and rejected the stone, which the guy noted. He decided to try another one. The other stone began to glow, indicating its high compatibility. Matthew felt the lizard's power transfer into him. The guys were playing in the yard while the guy entered the territory. He opened the suitcase and looked at the presents of all the things. Kate asked Matthew if he was done with his business, to which he responded positively and thanked him for the arsenal. The man approached Matthew and showed him freshly cooked cupidi. The guy saw meat and vegetables on the grill, evenly fried. Matthew called the others for a snack. The boys ran up to Tate and started begging for a tastier piece. The boy looked at the hungry crowd of children who had pounced on the undercooked cupidi. Matthew closed his eyes in happiness while the children continued to fight for the biggest sausage. The boy joined the boys and they were both eagerly awaiting their first helping of food. The city estate of the president of the Sirius company. Matthew and his family were sitting at a beautiful table on leather sofas and drinking tea. Dad asked Mom why she was so worried, to which she replied that she looked strange. Anna and Dad supported Mom in her unrivaled beauty, which made her embarrassed. The door to the hall opened. The boy turned all his attention to the person entering. Sirius President Chuck and his wife Louise entered the room. The boy's family came up to greet the invitees. The president was glad to see the head of the family and his wife and thanked them for coming. Louise suggested that her mother call each other by name since they are the same age. Matthew and Anna watched their relatives and waited for them to notice them. The president's eldest daughter Tiffany came up to the guys and said hello. Anna shook the girl's hand and said that they were the same age. The girl asked Matthew's sister if it was difficult to study at the Players Academy. They continued to ignore the guy, talking about Anna's dream of becoming a player. The girls exchanged pages on social networks. Matthew looked at his sister and was amazed at her sociability. The guy noticed a girl passing behind him. She sat down in a chair, and Matthew greeted her, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy was embarrassed by the silence in response. The girl greeted him briefly, which surprised Matthew. Agnes asked him to address her differently. 2 years ago, events in the hotel branch. Every year, the president of the Sirius company organizes a general party between the branches to thank them for their hard work. Matthew held a plate in his hands and admired his sister's sociability, having come to this place for the first time. The boy's father really wanted his wife to be present at this event, to which Matthew said that his mother should look after Yoon. They greeted his father, seeing him as the department director. John thanked him for the respect shown to his future position and accepted congratulations from his colleagues. The guy said that his father was promoted to department director in one of the largest branches. Matthew remembered what a loving father he had and was afraid for the future of the company with such a frivolous director. The guy discussed the company's future development, but paused to look for a quiet place to have a snack. He looked at the empty corridor, in the center of which a girl was standing alone. She was looking out the window and was not very happy about the party. Matthew approached Agnes and said that she was now losing a lot in life, which aroused the girl's interest. She looked at the guy and asked what she was losing, receiving in response admiration for today's food. Matthew said that he was going to eat until he was full because he was still too young to think about his weight and figure. He handed her the delicacy on a fork and offered to try it. The girl tried to refuse the guy, but did not get the argument about the purpose of this food and agreed with him. He opened her mouth and ate a piece, chewing it carefully. Matthew asked her if she liked it, to which she answered positively. John called out to the boy, making him worry. Dad came up to Matthew and asked why he did not tell him where he went. Chuck stood behind the man and asked if this was his child. The guy looked at Chuck in surprise. Matthew recognized the man as the next chairman of Sirius, while his father was making excuses to him. The boy stood up straight and introduced himself to Chuck, while Chuck said that he had heard enough about the boy. The chairman introduced his daughter Tiffany, after which the girl extended her hand and said hello. The guy was very worried when he saw Tiffany and did not want to screw up in front of her. Chuck pointed to Agnes. Matthew couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his new acquaintance as the daughter of the Sirius chairman. The girl looked at the guy sweetly and offered to be friends. Matthew didn't remember another daughter of Chuck's in his past life, so he was confused. The girl took him by the shoulders and paused, causing the guy to feel embarrassed. Angus said that she was 2 years older than him, apparently to rein him in Matthew's opinion. The boy asked if he could address the girl as you, to which the interlocutor answered positively. The guy asked if he could simply address her informally. Agnes did not tolerate such communication and asked him to repeat it, to which the interlocutor was surprised and confused. The girl clearly said her name. She asked to call her simply Agnes so that there would be no misunderstandings, to which the guy was forced to agree. Chuck promised Matthew that next time he would send him an invitation so that he would come and talk to his daughters. Matthew sat on the couch at the big table, not believing what was happening. Louise asked the boys if they liked the snacks, to which Yoon responded enthusiastically. Chuck asked Anna if she had entered the Players Academy this year, to which the girl responded positively. The man handed her a box, saying that he should have given it to her earlier. Chuck said that he needed a communication device to communicate with Anna if she had entered the academy, to which the girl was amazed by the gift. John thanked the president for the gift to his daughter, to which the man objected. Chuck said that in the future he needed people he could count on and asked to accept the gift. The man asked to open the box quickly. Anna said with confusion that she already had a phone. Chuck showed his and said that this model was a product of Sirius, which was superior to all analogs. The man clarified the truth of his words with John, to which Dad agreed. Mom hinted to Anna not to forget to thank for the gift, which the girl did immediately. Matthew was sitting at the table and holding Yoon in his arms, suspecting something. The guy went over Chuck's pleasantries in his head and did not understand what all this was for. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by Yoon, who gave him a cookie to try. Anna and Tiffany were sitting on the same couch and whispering about the possibility of coming next time, while Matthew did not understand how his sister got there. The guy did not understand how it was possible to achieve such a level of socialization and have time to discuss so much. Tiffany invited Matthew to the next time too. Agnes looked at the boy and said that it would be nice if he came with them. Tiffany explained to Anna that her sister had no friends and rarely attended such gatherings, to which Agnes responded. The girl tried to justify herself in disappointment. She sat there at a loss while Tiffany tried to get her to say at least a word about who she was hanging out with. The girl asked Matthew to join them so that her sister would have someone to chat with. The boy understood Agnes's essence from that moment. Matthew realized the only reason for inviting the girl to such events to create cliques. The boy realized that Agnes wanted him to be part of her clique, which he would have refused before. Louise clapped her hands and said that it was a wonderful idea. The president and his wife had been insisting that Matthew attend such events since he was young because it was a great success. The boy realized that he had been fooled. Matthew looked at the girl and understood that she was Chuck's successor and would take his place after their father left. Tiffany was good at making conversation and pretending to be stupid. The guy had no reason not to trust the company where his father worked, and he did not want to leave Anna alone at such an event. Matthew reluctantly agreed to the adventure, which caused joy and admiration in Chuck. The president's family claimed that this would have a good effect on the girl. Jeb was walking down the street at night and drinking alcohol when he suddenly realized that he had enough. The guy heard something annoying and turned around. Something big was flying towards the frightened guy. It was a giant 7th grade mosquito. Its eyes were glowing red and aggressive. The creature pierced Jeb's shoulder. The guy felt sick and felt severe pain. The bottle of alcohol fell from his hand to the ground and smashed on the asphalt. In the reflection of the mosquito's eye, Jeb was already lying on the ground. People came running from all sides to the noise. The creature looked at them. These were the players who forced the mosquito to flee. 2 people offered to help the commander, but he was not going to waste time on a drunkard. 2 subordinates insisted on following instructions and taking the victim to the hospital. There was something shining blue in Jeb's shoulder. An incredible heat wave came to the city. Matthew's 3rd grade vacation began. The guys went to the hospital after school to see Melly. They brought bouquets of flowers. The girl asked the children to be quiet so as not to wake her sleeping child. The guys stared at the baby and began to be touched. The girls noticed his small hands and cute face. Matthew asked if the baby liked being around people, to which Melly agreed. The guy asked her the gender of the child. The girl answered that it was a boy, to which the guy asked if Yoon had become an aunt. Melly said that she had already visited the baby. Matthew asked what the baby's name was, to which the girl said that she knew the name even before he was born. Melly said that his name was Vinny, and it meant dreams, hopes, and the future. The boy thought about the baby's name. The boy remembered that before his rebirth, he read the Abyss Dungeon, and he saw this name on the raider list. His nickname was Diamond Fist, whose skills played a significant role in the raid of the Abyss Dungeon. Matthew assumed that this baby was one and the same person. The guy reasoned about why Melly did not choose death before his rebirth. The reason was precisely because of the child. The guys continued to hold the baby in their arms and be touched. Matthew asked if this was Yoon's brother, then his too. The girl replied that the guy should take care of the baby in any case because he was his relative. Melly argued that the care of the soonest helped to her boss, Matthew, to which the guy refused to participate in such upbringing. The boy asked if the baby had taken the girl's last name. Melly said his full name was No Vinny, which raised a lot of questions in the boy. This time he was disappointed with the hospital visit. The boys left the hospital discussing the baby. It was very hot outside, the boys couldn't walk like that. The girl suggested going to the pool at the community center, which caused general approval. She asked Matthew if he would go, to which the boy paused. He began to talk about today as the boys noticed children quickly eating food. There were many of them, and they stood out from the crowd. These were children who had lost their families to monsters, wanderers, children born in the slums or abandoned by their families live outside the city. Amanda took care of safety and built protective partitions. As the boys were discussing, Matthew slipped around the corner. A large stack of boxes began to fall down. A wanderer standing right under it was doomed to a blow to the head. Matthew jumped up to help him. The box didn't have time to touch the boys and fell to the ground with a crash, spilling its contents. The guy asked the wanderer how he felt. The boy was in the boy's arms. He joyfully shouted the word angel at Matthew, which caused misunderstanding in the savior. The child began to tell about his mother's words that an angel would come to his aid. The boys saw Matthew and ran towards him. The boss replied that everything was fine. The children asked what kind of place it was, attracting the attention of the wanderers. The boy without an arm ran towards the child screaming. The boy recognized his brother in him. The boy grabbed his hand and pulled him back. The boys began to teach the boy not to approach and not to talk to strangers, after which they apologized for disturbing him and asked him to leave. The brother ordered the boy to apologize in Bo, which the boy did not understand at once. They apologized in unison. The children went in the opposite direction, looking back. The girls asked who these guys were and what they were so scared of. Matthew began to reason that their parents had not explained to them who the wanderers were. Children whose lives consisted of school and kindergarten could encounter wanderers and end up in the slums because of them. Claire asked if today was the day when wanderers came out onto the streets. The church supported the girl while she was growing up there. The children began to ask what kind of children they were, to which the boy said that they did not need this information. The children headed towards the house while the wanderers watched them go. The sight of the happy fallen world and the cruel world for children. The next day, Jimmy, Claire, and Olivia were sitting in the gazebo. The boy ate ice cream and cooled off from the heat, while Olivia was afraid that they would not make it in time. The boy reasoned that the boss could also take an ice cream to rest. The boy walked down the street, suffering from the heat. Suddenly, he raised his head, grabbed his chest with his hand, and began to upsetly deny what he heard earlier. He remembered visiting a doctor who diagnosed him with a lack of mana concentration. The guy began to doubt the doctor's qualifications. Jeb remembered a dream, as if it were real, where he was bitten by a giant mosquito, but in reality there were no marks left. While Claire was laughing about something, Jimmy turned around and saw someone. He saw Jeb fall to the ground and began to doubt his well-being. The guy continued to sit on the ground with shaking hands and go through diagnoses. Jeb wanted to call the general manager to warn him that he would not be coming to work today. A huge mosquito was reflected in the screen of a switched-off smartphone. Jeb dropped the phone and was scared. Jimmy ran up to the guy who was clutching his head and asked how he was feeling. Jeb was sweating and shaking, trying to answer the boy's question. He asked the guys to leave him immediately. Jimmy was surprised by his words. He tried asking Jeb again what was wrong, to which the boy shouted even louder for him to leave quickly. Olivia's eyes flashed blue. The girl called out to Jimmy and pointed at Jeb, who was covered in dark veins. The boy looked at the children with a swollen face and couldn't believe what was happening. Something began to leak out of his head. Olivia shouted at her friends to run away, while the giant mosquito in the boy's place rose into the air. Matthew walked down the street and suffered from the heat. Catherine walked next to the boy and reluctantly answered his question. The boy suggested getting ice cream to cool down a little. The girl began to be indignant at her friend's irresponsibility because their friends were waiting for them, to which Matthew thought that it was not so important for their situation. The guy began to persuade his friend not to go anywhere and buy ice cream, to which Catherine jumped on his back and began to force him to go about his business. Matthew heard a voice in the distance and told his friend, who continued to ignore him. In the distance, they asked to call the player for help, which the guy clearly heard and began to worry. Catherine stood on the ground and asked what was going on, to which the guy offered to call the mana control department. The girl thought while Matthew tied his laces and activated the mana on his shoes. He ran towards the scream at a very high speed, leaving his friend behind. The guy jumped into the air and began to move towards the voice. Catherine did not even ask him where the monster was. All living beings have mana in their bodies, a small part of which is capable of making the heart beat. Each organism needs an individual amount of mana. If it accumulates in excess, the body turns into a monster, no longer resembling a human, like that mosquito that attacked Jimmy. The guy ran with his girlfriends towards the shelter and briefly tried to discuss what was happening. The guys began to run from the already flying monster. They ran very fast, trying to save themselves. The girls were shocked by what they saw. Jimmy looked back while Claire and Olivia were negotiating. The mosquito was flying and very quickly catching up with the guys that the guy was watching. Jimmy would not be able to run and repel the attack at the same time if only the boss was with them. The guy imagined Matthew in front of him with his hand outstretched, saving his friends. Jimmy brought himself to his senses and sanity with a couple of slaps on the cheeks. Olivia was lagging behind them and running with all her might. The guy asked Claire to put her friend on her back and run with her if her strength allowed. The girl refused help, arguing that she could handle it herself. Claire extended her hand and threw her friend on her back, asking her not to argue. The girls ran next to each other and asked Jimmy for advice, to which the guy asked Olivia to put up a barrier that would stop the monster. The girl agreed with the idea and turned towards the monster. The mosquito was almost point blank as Olivia released mana from her hand. The girl put up an energy dome, into which the mosquito crashed. Jimmy encouraged his friend and asked Claire to send a mental message to all the people around. The girl closed her eyes as she ran to create a message. The request for help spread far ahead. People around heard her voice asking for help with the monster. The girl asked to call the player. Olivia on her friend's back continued to hold the barrier and notify about the distance to the monster. The mosquito stuck to the barrier and did not lag behind, menacingly looking at the guys inside the dome. Jimmy sent mana towards the monster, shouting for it to go away. Olivia strengthened the shield. The mosquito saw a large stream of mana heading towards it. The energy stunned the monster, making it lose its bearings for a while. The guy praised his friends and asked them not to stop. Behind them, the monster created a huge ball of dust with its fall. The mosquito got up and started saying something. The words came reluctantly to it, and its eyes were red. The monster said that it did not want to die and headed towards the guys with even greater speed. Olivia looked at the creature and noticed something strange. The girl saw mana mixed with human mana and assumed that it was a human who had turned into a monster. Jimmy asked to put up the barrier again to protect himself. The girl closed her eyes and released the mana. Claire stumbled, leaving Olivia behind her. The mosquito flew to the side due to the shock wave. Claire fell to the ground while Jimmy calmed her friend. Olivia saw her friend and was afraid for her. The guy was sitting next to Claire and helping the girl get up. Olivia ran up to the guys to help while her friend was getting up from the ground. The girl noticed that the victim's legs were covered in abrasions and bleeding, to which her friend calmed her down. They all looked towards the approaching mosquito and realized the problem that was more important to them now. The monster was flying towards the guys, wanting revenge. Jimmy said that because of Claire's injury, they would not run away and therefore suggested using mana for protection, which Olivia did. The friends sent many mana spheres towards the mosquito, causing an energy explosion in the air. The mosquito looked at it all menacingly. The guys could not hit the monster with a projectile and continued to launch new ones. The mosquito began to descend to attack the friends and sharpened its blades in front. Olivia summoned a protective dome and stood up to her full height. The mosquito was trapped in a shield and temporarily could not harm anyone. Claire looked at her friends, whose strength was already running out and did not know how to help them. The girl looked at Olivia's efforts and assumed that she wanted to protect her because she felt guilty. Claire came to terms with her death and asked her friends to run away immediately and leave her there. Jimmy encouraged the girl and said that he would not move from the spot, to which Claire responded. The guy was fighting the monster and waiting for the player to appear soon. Matthew was flying quickly across the sky in search of friends. In trouble, Claire did not understand her friend's words at first, but then she guessed who he was talking about. The mosquito was fighting the guy's protection and noticed something approaching him in the sky. A huge stream of mana crashed into the monster from above, pushing it far back. Jimmy and Olivia were happy about Matthew's arrival. They asked why it took so long to wait for help. The guy turned to them and teased them while the monster was coming to its senses. He stated that he had arrived just in time and that his friends were alive. The mosquito noticed the rapid approach of reinforcements. Matthew hit the monster as it approached. The mosquito was thrown back by a powerful stream of mana. The guys were glad that help had arrived. The guy turned around and teased his friends. He stated that he had arrived just in time and there was no reason to blame him. The mosquito recovered and prepared to attack, while Matthew ordered his friends to stay put and wait for the other players to arrive. Olivia was about to say something when Jimmy interrupted her and said that this monster used to be a human before turning. Matthew was confused by this information. The guy realized that mosquitoes of this kind take mana instead of killing people, turning them into their own kind. Matthew continued to talk about people who had some of their mana taken away. They try to replenish it by any means possible, which makes its control useless because its excessive amount either tears the body apart or turns a person into a monster. The mosquito continued to approach, and the guy swung his hand, preparing for battle. The monster received a powerful blow to the head, which confused him. Matthew reasoned that the players should increase surveillance of what was happening if the person bitten by the monster was freely moving along the street. The mosquito continued to attack, and the guy thought that the players did not yet have instructions for such cases. Matthew quickly drove the muscles and dodged the monster's attack. He accumulated mana in his hand and struck the mosquito, hitting it right in the creature's head. The mosquito fell to the ground, while Matthew continued to increase the tension in his hand. In the end, the guy delivered the final blow, causing an explosion at the site of the collision. The guy pressed the monster under the asphalt while it begged for mercy. Matthew was surprised that after all he had done, the monster was still conscious. The guy stepped on the mosquito while it was trying to come to its senses. Matthew kicked the monster far forward. The creature's body began to be covered in vessels and drip onto the ground, exposing its real body. The boys were about to leave when Matthew called out to them in confusion. The boys saw the mosquito change color to brown. The creature was asking for help and continued to demonize. The boy remembered how before his revival, there were members of the demonic organization Kuma who caused large-scale terror in South Korea. Matthew realized that the chance of becoming a demon was so small that it was close to zero, so he asked his friends if he was even human. The boys said that the one who turned was a man. The boy realized that there were still 10 years before Kuma appeared, so it was not one of its members. The mosquito suddenly flew up into the sky, asking for help. Matthew created a mana sphere and, asking who allowed it to run, sent a projectile towards it. Many projectiles flew towards the mosquito, trying to fly away from the boys. The boy howled into the air, thinking about the lack of mana charge and searching for some kind of weapon. Matthew continued moving through the air, trying to catch up with the demon. Around the corner of the neighboring building, the demon found a target nearby in the hangar, a mother and a child in her arms. The mosquito looked at them and reached out to pierce them with its sharp proboscis. The guy descended into the room screaming about the monster's unforgiveness. He hit the mosquito hard as he fell, greatly frightening the girl and child. The demon flew to the side from the shock wave, trying to stop. He suddenly flew up and tried to hide. The guy rushed in pursuit and asked the girl to go to the hospital for a mana check. Matthew jumped over the wall and swung his antenna at the monster while it was trying to hide. The guy used a mana destroyer and hit. The demon dodged the attack, looking back. The guy grabbed the reinforcement with mana and transferred it to his other hand. Matthew swung his weapon again, summoning hundreds of needles that flew towards the target. Many of the needles were doomed to hit the demon. The mosquito could not withstand the attack and fell to the ground from a great height. The monster broke through the wall of the hangar at the last moment, hiding in it while Matthew praised it for dodging. A child's cry for help was heard from the hangar, to which the guy quickly hurried to help. He broke the window and flew into the room. Having landed on the ground, the guy got to his feet. Matthew looked ahead and was very disappointed. Several corpses of people lay in front of the guy. The guy clenched his fists and began to move towards the dead, going through all the possible outcomes. In the distance, Matthew noticed a mosquito taking mana from someone. The guy was determined to get rid of this monster. The mosquito was reaching out with its blade as the boy flew at it. The demon was thrown away from the child by a strong blow to the head. The creature crashed into the wall of the neighboring building. Matthew looked at the monster and noticed its external changes, indicating only that it had not yet finished demonizing. The mosquito came to life again and began to move. It began to fly away again, irritating Matthew. On the ground lay a boy calling for his brother. The boy called the boy an angel, to which he immediately understood who he had saved. He turned around and saw the wanderer. The building could no longer withstand it and began to collapse. Stones fell from the ceiling while Matthew was hiding from them. The boy saw other players above, looking for the mosquito. He was irritated by such a slow help. The boy decided that the demon was no longer his problem and approached the wanderer. The boy called him his brother. Part of his head and eye were swollen. Matthew could not look at this without horror. We are transferred to the revival of the city in Suwon. Polly, gritting his teeth, looks ahead menacingly, holding his shoulder. He is from the Misty Flower team. Someone says that she is very offended by the news that bastards who are not even the 12 thrones have come here. A girl appears in front of them, holding flies in her arms. She crosses her legs and then, smiling, raises her hand and says that, however, they, guys, live up to their name. This is the Lord of the 9 Demon Flies, Beelzebub. Polly rushes towards her, screaming at her to shut up. Beelzebub smiles and lowers his hand down and then says that right, so he is the same crazy dog. Polly, moving his side, raises his head in fear. Behind him, a girl runs with Matthew. She screams at him to stay there. She will be there in a moment. Suddenly, Beelzebub appears next to her. She smiles and says that probably the only support of the Misty Flower is the Grim Reaper. Someone swings his sword and shouts hands off. A second later, Beelzebub's hand flies off at great speed to the side, and she steps forward. She, smiling, turns around and begins to restore her hand, saying that how aggressive, he is that famous berserker, apparently not mortal. Matthew, looking menacingly towards his opponent, raises his hand towards the girl and tells her to leave. Beelzebub carefully looks towards the protagonist and notices a girl lying on the ground not far from him. She asks what the body behind him is that what she thought? Looking ahead sarcastically, she continues to smile, and then adds that she has a destructive power comparable to the 12 thrones. Many flies begin to fly around her face. Suddenly, a large fire explosion occurred not far from them. Beelzebub looked forward with a smile. A girl appeared. She stretched out her bloody hand forward. She looked menacingly in front of her. It was the Witch of Slaughter. Around her were several corpses of soldiers turned into flies. Beelzebub said that it was somehow weak for such a nickname, but her resistance to her mother was incredible. Even after her babies dealt with her, she was the first who did not turn into a monster. Looking at the girl arrogantly, she added that she should be proud of herself. The Witch of Slaughter, gritting her teeth, did not answer. Suddenly, Polly made a dash forward. His sword was covered in a blue aura, and he screamed for it to shut up. His opponent grabbed a whip in her hands and replied that he was quick. The Grim Reaper must have already healed him. Then she swung her whip and made a powerful thrust. Their attacks collided. They struck each other with lightning speed. The girl, stretching out her hands to the Witch of Carnage, restored her. She suddenly turned to Matthew. The protagonist turned around and heard the witch ask to be killed. She smiled. Her whole body was shaking, and then she added that she did not want him to tell her. Laughing, she continued to say that he had already become attached to her. Tears came to her eyes, and her whole body began to shake. Matthew silently looked ahead. He stood in place for a few seconds, and then he took a step forward and answered that it was true. He swung his sword at the Witch of Carnage and said that they would see each other in hell. We are transported to a small boy, his body covered in blood, and one eye has grown several times larger. Matthew approaches him and says that it was him. The boy whispers that all his friends are already dead. The protagonist stands still for a few seconds. Then he takes a few steps forward and hears the boy add that they were very good to him. Smiling, he looks up and then adds that he will die soon too. Matthew replied that he will. The boy imagined demons with red eyes in his head and then added that why doesn't the angel smile? The protagonist remembered holding a picture of his sister and begging her with tears in his eyes not to go and leave him alone. He lowered his head and replied that he had long forgotten how to smile. Then the boy, looking ahead, replied that he still had to smile, to which Matthew asked why, and he continued to say what the boys told him. Suddenly his whole body was covered in blisters and he added that if he ever smiled. His hand shook and a claw appeared from the second one and he added something. Looking at him, the protagonist remembered the same face as the witch, and the boy added that he would appear and make him smile. Matthew held a metal stick in his hand. He looked at the boy in silence for a few seconds. Then an aura appeared around his weapon, and he added that it would hurt a little. The boy answered almost in the head well, swinging the protagonist that he wanted to say something at the end. The little boy, whose condition was getting worse with each passing second, whispered Mom. Tears appeared in his eyes. He added that he missed her very much. We are transferred to a destroyed building. Corpses of children and teenagers are everywhere. Matthew silently stands over the dead boy. He lowers his head and looks at him. Then a drop of water falls into a huge puddle. Matthew remembers how he was swinging on a swing and thinks that he hates little children. Then one of the boys fell right in front of him. He started to cry, and his mother immediately rushed to him. Watching this picture, he thought that he hated them and their selfish behavior, their confidence that their parents would do everything if they just cried. Matthew turned to the side, and watching the boy take his parents' hands and they go somewhere to the side, he thought that he was smiling innocently in his parents' arms as if hell did not exist. Looking at the smile of an unfamiliar boy, he continued to think that believing that they can remain happy forever. Looking at the huge amount of blood on the floor and dead children, he thought that this is what he lost when he lost his entire family before his own eyes. Suddenly, he saw a small bear under his feet. Picking it up from the floor, he said that he was smiling so that others would not worry. Looking around, he added that this is an emotion that faded during the battles, not to return even after revival. Putting the teddy bear near the boy, he added that even if he could not shed a tear if they died. We are transferred to a small detachment. One guy used a magic net and locked a giant fly. He screamed that he was destroyed. Behind him, the commander shouted that he had already become a monster and he needed to be finished off. Another guy standing next to him swung his sword, and then he made many attacks through the net at his former ally. Matthew, standing in front of the boy, said that at least he would be able to kill him and all the monsters. We are transferred to the news. On it, a man says that thanks to the quick and accurate reaction of the werewolf girl, the mosquito was defeated. The protagonist calmly watches TV, and the presenter continues to say that the girl received the Brave Child Award from the mayor. Suddenly, the protagonist's little sister enters the room. She looks ahead in surprise and then thinks that her brother hasn't been smiling at all lately. She doesn't like such a gloomy brother. Then she remembered her mother's words that if her brother suddenly became sad, she should comfort him. The little girl ran into the room as fast as she could. She jumped on her surprised brother, saying, remembering how her mother told her that she needed to hug him tightly. She laughed, and Matthew stroked her head and said why his sister was in such a good mood. He smiled, and the little girl answered that she was just like that. Then she came closer and, stretching out her hand, whispered for him to come to her. She would say something in his ear. Suddenly she grabbed his head and kissed him on the cheek. She began waving her hands and, smiling, said that she really liked her brother more than anything in the world. The protagonist grabbed his cheek in surprise, and then, continuing to hold his sister's kiss, he smiled. After which he replied that she also liked his sister more than anything in the world, to which she asked in surprise if it was true. We are transported to the general sports festival of the elementary school. Someone says that from now on. The protagonist reads the paper in surprise, and someone continues to say that they are starting a competition to find a partner. After which Matthew turns around and sees many participants, and then asks where he can find him. Not far from you, he notices Claire and Catherine. He grabs Claire's hand, says that they need to run. She asks what he has there. Seeing this, Catherine is dissatisfied, swings her fist and says that she has no idea what is happening, but let him hurry, they must win. They run to the man. He says with a smile on his face to show them the note. Matthew pulls out the paper and says that here it is. The man looks at the paper, on which is written a puppy, and then he asks in surprise that Claire is a puppy. The girl next to Matthew grabs him by the shirt and, blushing, shouts that he is tired of living. She is a fox, not a dog. The protagonist replies that their team must win. Then she stops, her cheeks turn red, and she remembers the words of her friend that no matter what, she will definitely win and next time she will become the class president. They need to cooperate. After which Claire closes her eyes and barks, and the man, smiling, says that she is a very good puppy. After a while, the protagonist and his friend run across the playground. His sister pulls out a hearty lunch for him and with a smile on her face says that this is what she made for him. Matthew turns in her direction and, smiling, says that it looks very tasty. Catherine, watching them, says that his happiness is about to fall out of his pants. She is displeased. Looking at Matthew, adds that maybe he will treat not only his sister the same way, how he was smart enough to call Claire a dog, to which the protagonist replied that they do not like it. He, frowning, continued to say that she herself forced her to participate in this competition. Catherine, stretching her hand forward, shouts yes, because otherwise he would just be fooling around. Then she points to herself with a smile and says that while she holds the position of president, their class should get the highest grade. Then she turns pale, and someone says that this is not at all because the teacher promised to treat them to sandwiches if they win. After which she turns around, naturally, looks at her friends with a fist, and then shouts that it does not matter, just let him try to sneak out at lunch, she will not let them go so easily. The girl comes up to Olivia and wipes the sweat off her, and then says that they did a great job. Olivia addresses the girl as a mother and says that everything is fine. The girl, blushing, smiles and replies that it means sister mom also sounds good and very unusual. This is her new mother. The protagonist looks in their direction silently for a few seconds, and then, chewing his lunch, he thinks that a few months ago Olivia's father married this girl. He imagined a happy couple in his head, next to whom an old grandfather is sitting, and then continued to think that, they say, this girl is the second daughter of a great man from Alice Group, where he works as a chairman. Many guys were very surprised when they found out that the girl who played with them at the wedding was the chairman of the company. The guy came up to the grandfather and, smiling, raised his hand, and then added that the grandfather is still the same. The protagonist continued to think that they were not afraid to say such things. Olivia frowned and clenched her fists, and then said that she promised to get used to calling her that. Claire, who was standing next to her, smiled and replied that she had called her by another name again. Matthew thought again that Olivia was probably a little embarrassed to call this girl mom. Then the girl, looking at the flags that hung above, replied that everything was fine. We were transferred to the street. The protagonist slowly walked along it. He opened his mouth wide and then said that he needed to take a nap after lunch. Suddenly he turned around and saw Claire leaning against the wall, and then added that there was usually no one in the back of the garden. Coming closer, he asked what the puppy was doing there. The girl pointed her finger forward in displeasure and replied that she had already said that she was not a dog. Now everyone called her that because of him. Matthew replied that this is why it was a cute nickname, isn't it? He looked around the corner and added, what was she doing here? Did something happen? What he saw shocked him. Someone shouted that she would figure out what and how to do. Catherine looked at her mother and then shouted that what difference did it make to her who she was friends with. The girl, stretching out her hands, answered that she should calm down and she was trying to talk to her. Then she put her hands on her daughter's shoulders and added that she did not forbid her to communicate with them, and then she added that it would be even better if she got closer to Olivia. Catherine removes her hands from her shoulders with a light blow, and her mother adds that she was glad if she stayed away from Claire, after which the little girl shouts that this is why she tells her who to be friends with and who not to. The girl, smiling, answered that Claire is a half-breed. Hearing this, Matthew froze, looking ahead in surprise, and the girl continued to shout that maybe she doesn't know, but people don't treat people like her very well. She imagines what people around her might say about her if they see her with her. The protagonist turned around and saw Claire sitting on the ground and examining her hands. She, lowering her head, replied that everything was fine. Her hand shook, and then she added that she had long understood that someone like her would never have friends. Matthew, lowering his head, asked what about them. The girl stretched out her hand and, smiling, replied that she was very grateful and asked them to forgive her for all the inconvenience. Then she stood up and added that she came for Catherine, but now she felt somehow awkward and should go. Suddenly Matthew grabbed her hand, and then he said that everything was fine, just let them believe in Catherine. Catherine's mother continued to yell, frowning, that the other mothers were against her communicating with the children because of her. Catherine, lowering her head, began to cry, her body shaking, and the girl continued to yell that she liked what they were talking about behind her back. Tears came to Claire's eyes, and she said that everything was fine, they should leave here. Suddenly, Catherine, lowering her head, shouted that after all. She grabbed her short shorts and added that she was. Raising her head, she said that she was her friend. Hearing this, hope appeared in Claire's eyes. We are transported to some time later. The girl's mother looks at her silently for a few seconds, and then, putting her hands on her hips, she exhales and says that she must understand herself, but then let them not cry, say that her mother was right. After which they hugged, and Catherine added that she will not regret it. Matthew, watching from the side, said that it seemed to be all over. Then he stepped aside and, putting his hands behind his head, said that the puppy and he needed to go before they were noticed. Claire, running closer, asked what she was going to call her that next. Suddenly she stopped and turned to Matthew. A smile appeared in her eyes, they turned red, and then she added that they needed to take first place today. Moving on, she said that they needed to cheer up Catherine. Matthew replied, smiling, that of course. Then they began to throw the balls into the hole. Many children looked on in surprise as one ball after another hit the Permians into the target. Catherine turned around in fear, and the girl shouted that the blue team had won. Catherine pointed her finger at Matthew and said that he was sick, he had participated so diligently, it was not like him. The protagonist turned around and, turning pale, replied that he was always like this. We are taken to the relay race. Claire runs first and wins. Limbo starts for a while. The guy passes this test perfectly, they say it was easy as pie, and the blue team wins again. Then the triathlon starts, Olivia claps her mom's hands, and the blue team wins again. Someone explodes fireworks, saying that to the winners of the autumn sports day. Catherine smiles and holds the winner's flag in the best class sign. Someone says that the blue team is class 3-3. Beaming with happiness, she goes to her comrades and, putting her hand on her chest, says that let them just look, they can move mountains if they try. After which her classmates surround her with crazy smiles, and she says that they should elect her as the next president. Matthew and Claire stretch out their hands to her and say with a smile that they are ready. Suddenly, her hand is grabbed. Someone lifts her legs. Catherine looks down, scared, and asks what they are doing, and the children begin to count down. On the count of 3, they throw her into the air. The children's parents watch with a smile, and one of them says that they should try again. The children pick Catherine up, and then on the count of 3, they throw her into the air, a happy smile on the girl's face. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.